Greetings. It is 8:44 Tuesday. So yeah, I wanted to start with this. All right, so we are making our approach trajectory to Jupiter's. Alrighty. Beginning with this. Alrighty. So, 14 of my friends are live. Tower Toppler, how are you? Good to have you scrolling through. All right, so just to recap, yesterday my first guest just really grilled me about my full-blown ignorance about Wesleyanism, quadratic Wesleyanism. Was that what it was called? So, yeah, I made a promise. A month, March 23rd. He's gonna check up on me, so I gotta make it up to that. Let's see. In the meantime, let's. Buddy C. Donnie Adams. Invite Elizabeth to co-host. What is the co-hosting about? Oh my goodness. Let's see. A mental note of that. Freakster Philos, Tiki Toki, how are you? Yeah, just kind of testing out backgrounds at this point. Feel free to comment or come up, share, blah, 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 maybe. Tua, how have you been? Objection, greetings to you. Objection denied. Nerdy, hope you've been well. It's been a while. Ghost Visions, welcome. Wesley, greetings. There's something I was gonna post. What was it? This is kind of a out there one. Gamer Boy, what's up? So what do you guys think of this? I guess I'll just put this up. So this is a live I had scrolled upon, which I thought was an interesting presentation. It was a live where this guy was actually, I guess, standing out in public and holding this sign while conducting a TikTok live, which is a great feat of multitasking. Define the heavens and the earth. Joseph, pressure, greetings. How are ya? Let me see. Under pressure. All right. So, was that Joram? Did I invite? We are One News and W. Greetings. I'm always fascinated with our names that we pick for ourselves on TikTok. So, it's tricky. It's tricky to rock around, that's right on time. It's tricky. Is that Lucas? Oh, Lambert. Elise, what up? Lambert, Osriel, Boss Dog. Abdal, how are ya? People just scrolling through what I need to do. This one always kind of did. Okay. Nicole, greetings. There's always a good one. Sure. Oh man, which one? Shoot, I don't know what he was. Electist. He's much love. Oh my goodness. Ghost of Tom Waits. Veda, how are ya? Oh, that is why. Sure. I'm an idiot. I thought I changed the background, but I did not. Parallax, how are ya? Veda, what do you guys think? Give me a comment. Can someone follow Jesus without believing the Bible is fully true? Why? Why not? No wrong answers, no right answers as well. Oh my goodness. Excuse me. So yeah, this is a safe space that I try to facilitate to promote candid, honest, truthful, authentic conversations. Veda, you believe the Bible is fully true, but you think some of the books are missing, uh, which I would definitely have to 100% agree, because I have the New Revised King James Bible, which I know is something that was, edited for the sake of king's purposes to get divorced to their queens and whatnot. So, what about the Ethiopian Bible, known to be the most complete collection of books, 88 books? Do you have any collection? Thank you. Do you have any contention or appreciation for the Ethiopian Bible? Bryston on the marks would like to come up. Are you there, Bryston? Is it Bryston?
I'm here. It's Briston.
Briston. Thank you. Good to have you up here. Could you just give me a quick introduction about yourself, or maybe not so quick? Take your time. Tell me about yourself, sir.
I'm 40. I'm Roman Catholic. I'm an attorney. How much do you want to know about me? I'll tell you everything you want to know.
I think that's a good start. 40,
And I
Roman
believe
Catholic, and an attorney.
I
Like
believe
those are.
someone can follow Jesus with. Yeah. I believe you can follow Jesus as I do without believing the Bible is fully true, as I do not.
Okay, can I break that down a little bit? So, can I ask, just like, what is your,
Sure.
in your own words, like, your way of following Jesus? If we can start there, how do you follow Jesus, just personally in your
Well,
own life?
I'm Roman Catholic. Is that
I
not
mean,
following Jesus? I mean, I believe I
okay,
believe in a
okay.
service faith where we cannot earn nor maintain salvation without works. I do not believe faith is a work. I practice work-based salvation, and I dedicate 1,000 hours of time for pro bono legal services for inmates every single year, and that's
Thank
how
you.
I perform works and follow and believe in it. And also, I don't. I try not to sin. Everyone sins, but I try not to commit any mortal or venial sins if I can.
Well, all sin is just lawlessness, right? So I think that an attorney would be one of the kind of like more like intelligent people to know
Well,
what
you say that, but
lawlessness.
then think about that. I mean, slavery was legal, and I would have been 100% opposed to it and tried to fight it every way that I could have, including helping freed slaves escape if I was in the South, or housing freed slaves if I lived in the North, in the anything before 1867.
It was a tipsy
So,
turvy time right there. Can I ask you then, what about current
yes,
events, like with this whole ICE versus just, I guess, like the public like type situation? Where do you personally
I, I
stand
I
on
think ICE is
this?
completely immoral. It's anti-biblical. It's certainly anti-Christ-like. And it's I mean, the most thing is anti-biblical. So if you're coming from the position that all of the Bible is inspired, which I do not believe, and that it is inerrant, which I don't believe, but if that's someone's belief system, they have to, unless you're going to misinterpret, render to Caesar what's Caesar's and render to God what's God's, which is always misinterpreted a lot of times by like law and order Christians. Every other part of the Bible, especially the words of Jesus and his apostles, and even God's words prior to Christ's coming, were about how to treat the stranger. And so the immigrant is a stranger, and we should be treating them with love and with respect. And um, that means that not supporting the kidnapping of children off the street or separating families just because their family violated a civil law. Like immigration is a civil law, it's not criminal. Re-entry is a crime, but initial entry is not a criminal act. It's a civil act. Violates the federal code of regulation, the FCR, or the Immigration and Naturalization Act. It violates both of those, but it does not violate any Title 18. So someone coming from Mexico for the first time is not breaking the law at all. It's civil. It's like a traffic ticket, but less than that, because there's never a criminal ending to that. So I believe that our duty as Christians is to, I'm very pro life and pro family, and so I don't think you can be pro life and pro family and say, no, we should take this 3-year-old and put him back to Mexico, and he's getting care for cancer here. But that's tough stuff. That's your problem, Mexico. It's not how Jesus would treat it. It's not how I treat it.
And I think that is like one of those cases where all the supporters of Vice would probably try to avoid. Just like, look, we're not talking about like cancer, like patients. We're talking about violent criminals and murderers and stuff like that. And like, like
totally for rounding those guys up, arresting them, deporting them to an island. Not a problem with that. PDFs, murder, all the bad stuff. Totally okay with getting rid of them. I have a problem with getting rid of people that contribute to society. I mean, that just doesn't. I can't imagine someone thinks that Jesus says, "Yeah, we should separate children and their parents." Even like a 15-year-old child still needs his mom and dad.
And that is kind of like a very difficult kind of like moral situation that I don't know if you as an attorney have ever kind of just like molded around, like how on edge these families who know that like the parental figures are like probably the targets of this ICE raid and stuff like that, and therefore like especially in these times they're on edge, just like like any day one of them could be taken. And therefore, do you think as an attorney we can proactively work towards maybe some kind of option for all these like aliens is what like all the foreigners who came here and are contributing? They're not the violent ones, they just had to come for a better life, and therefore I think everybody deserves that. But you said the crime is re-entry, right? There is no, it's a civil crime, but not like like anything. Correct. But re-entry is like a crime,
it's a criminal crime. And I've defended people who have re-entered. So if you get caught and you get deported and you re-enter, it is a felony, and you will. Okay. And I had a client who did prison time in the feds for he had a 10-year don't re-enter, which is, so it's 10 years if you get caught entering and turned around. You can come back in 10 years. It's not a crime, and they'll give you a little letter and it says you are not an admissible alien. You can come back in 10 years. And if you get caught and you're in the system, then you get charged with a felony, and it's a lifetime ban. If you commit a crime here, unless you commit a crime that's what they call an aggravated felony, which is not always a felony, but this is probably more in the weeds you want to hear. But you can aggravated felony, which is even a drug misdemeanor, is an aggravated felony for the purposes of the Immigration and Naturalization Act. That's a lifetime bar. Or if you like punch someone in the face, which is pretty rare for immigrants to do, they have the lowest rate of crime. But let's say you punch someone in the face, get a misdemeanor. That's just a regular misdemeanor. That's a 20-year bar from the country. But still, that's still a long time. And I'll ask you this question. So the biggest thing that people that are kind of in the middle, and I'm very liberal, and I'm like a liberal Catholic. I'm a Jesuit, and so I'm not like a conservative Christian kind of Catholic. Like I'm super into like human rights, yada yada yada. So the people on the right are like, they have to do it the right way. So I'm going to ask you this. Let's say that you applied to become a citizen. How long do you think it takes for someone to apply to be a citizen and get into the country on a green card?
In today's times, I can speak right from my parents.
Right now, are they Mexican?
My parents? Okay, so I don't know if you can see me clearly. Both of my parents are direct immigrants from South Korea. So I am the firstborn.
Okay, so that's a different timeline.
Generation.
Korea has its own little timeline, and Korean immigrants, as you can imagine, tend to be super high-performing, educated immigrants, more so than, so let's say from Mexico, which is our largest immigration group. Let's say you were applying from Mexico. How long do you think it takes?
At least
if you are
a year, I would say.
Not brother. They are currently processing applications from 1997 right now.
1997. They are that far behind.
Correct. Many people have died trying. Well, it's just that they limit it, and so people like do it the right way. I'm like, well, what's the right way? Because people that applied in 1997, which is uh, 39 years ago. Or wait, it's 29 years ago, right? No, is it 39? No, it's 29. So 29 years ago.
Get that high school math in
So
play.
let's say you applied. Yeah, exactly. It's been a while. So if you applied when you were 25 years old, you will get in when you are 45 years old, and that's only you. And you, so that you, let's say you got married since you were 25. You had kids since you were 25. You applied for yourself, not your family. You can't bring your family with you. You have to get over here, get a petition, which is called an I-130 for them. And that can take years. So then your kid is 25. And oh, by the way, if your kids turn 18, they become adults and you can't bring them with you. They're a different kind of adult under immigration law. So there's no real right way. It's just, there needs to be a better system. No one wants to bring over criminals. No one does, from any country.
Of course.
It just seems crazy to me that people that are Christian would say, no, you've got to sit in your dangers. Here's an example for you. I have a client, and my priest asked me to take this client. So I did immigration law for 2 years. And then my priest knew I did this. So he asked me to handle someone who's from what I call bad Congo. So the Democratic Republic of Congo. It was Zaire. When you look, are you 35, 40, somewhere in that neighborhood? Yeah? Okay, so when you and I were kids, they called it Zaire, and now it's called the Democratic Republic of Congo. And it's the bad Congo. Like, Zaire was bad.
The guerrilla warfare type thing,
exactly.
Yeah, I know.
He fought on the wrong side of their army. And so he's here on an asylum application. Our asylum application for a country that he will be killed because he fought on the losing side of that civil war, it's been pending since 2017. Was it 2026? So it's been pending 9 years now?
That he's just, where is he?
That's crazy to me. And that's
like in limbo? He's been here
he's here,
on asylum?
He's here. I'm in Colorado. He's here on an asylum visa, but he cannot. His family is stuck in South Africa because South Africa took a bunch of Congolese refugees in after the war ended. But his family's stuck there. He has 2 little kids. He has a wife. He can't bring them over because he has no status. He's on what's called a C visa, and so it's an asylum visa. So he lives here. He can legally work here, but doing things the right way for him, even with an agreed passage, has been 9 years, and that's a country that we don't have any ties with. Like, so we're not punishing Congo like we're punishing Mexico. But this is off the topic. I want to know: do you think someone can follow Jesus without believing the Bible is fully true?
Very deep. Yeah, I do. In the sense where, I mean, like for me, like it would be just how we walk. Like as long as we love our neighbor as we love ourselves, and love God with all our mind, heart, and soul. Like I believe that is the true test, right? And forget like bringing in the Bible verses, so that's where I stand with this prompt, if that makes sense with you.
I agree with you.
I too am in Colorado, just to let you know that. So like your story.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Okay. Aurora, Colorado here.
Are you a member? That's where my client lives and works, is in Aurora. Are you a reunification member, or what church are you a believer in?
I mean, as a chaplain, I'm affiliated with many churches around here. Like Calvary is the direct one over here that I work with. New Life churches over here.
I know that. Okay. So you're like an evangelical then?
I just consider myself a servant of God, a lamb of God, if that makes sense. I hate the labels.
Okay. Hey, me too. I very much am. And I'll even go before I'll let someone else get on. But I'll tell you one more thing. I believe in a loving God. I do not believe that you have to believe in God to be saved. I believe that you could be on an island taking care of sick animals and never hear of Christ and go to heaven because you had God's love in your heart. Because I believe God puts his love in everyone's heart. You don't like this is I always tell people when I tell people I'm Catholic and I'm somewhat evangelical about the church, and they'll say I don't believe in God. And I say I don't care. He believes in you. As long as you walk like he walked, you have a better chance of going to heaven than the sinner who claims to love God but cheats on his wife or hurts kids or no works at all, and they think faith is a work. Brother, if faith is your entire work and you are sinning all the time, God is going to know that when you are judged, and whoever's judging. I mean, like they kind of joke about being St. Peter. I don't think it's that. I think that I think God is watching the whole time. He's watching our hearts and not just what we say. And that's why I'm the big believer in the quote in Matthew 6 or 5, where it talks about people that pray in public are embarrassing themselves, and that's not how it's meant to be, and that's their reward is being seen praying in public. It's not salvation, and it's the quiet. I'm a big believer in my church, so the nun who is helping the sick and the poor, and you never hear from her, and she is living a like whatever they call a monastic life for nuns.
Mhm.
She's going to heaven so much faster than the evangelical driving a Bentley, wearing designer suits but preaching.
The Joel
that does
Osteen,
no works.
like Joel Osteen,
Exactly,
has got to be just
Joel
like
Osteen, who shut his temple down and would not house people during a flood, thinks he's going to heaven because he's doing prosperity gospel, which I know you don't believe in, and I don't believe in either. Like, God is not going to give you money. God doesn't care if you win your football game. God is not getting involved in little trivial things. That's why the covenant was formed. And the old covenant where God was involved ended when he gave his son to us. So his son died, and now it's up to us to act like Jesus did. That was what the whole point of his death and resurrection was
amen. Right? Like to love, right? To
Yeah.
love as he loved us,
That's all it is.
So again, like when I hear people
And I don't
just
see
like
what
they don't
that's
believe in
buttering
God,
on some of these.
like it really bothers me because I'm just like, God is love. So how can I'm just like, you're telling me you don't believe in love, or like, so this that, like, and then they try to backtrack and just like, well, I'm not talking about love. I'm talking about like God, that loving God that you guys say who like lets children
God
die. And I'm
is
just
love.
like,
That-
right?
and
It's just
I-
like you're
think that's
making it
why
too
we have-
complicated.
That's why we have love is God, and that's what I think. The Bible says that it made us in His image, and I think what that image is love. That's what makes us unique. Is we have empathy. Animals don't have empathy. They might have like an empathy of like a greater primate might see like an animal that looks at or a kid and like give them like fruit or like a stuffed animal they have, or whatever, and that's their frontline empathy of like them being a mammal. But humans feel love for people we've never met. We can feel empathy by hearing a story, a fake story. We cry at movies. It's just like that to me is God, is the ability to feel bad for people suffering we've never met at all. And that's it. Well, I'm glad that your prompt does not mean that we have to, because I agree. I mean, there are so many people in here that are like, they can recite chapter and verse, but their life contains no works for other people, which is so not Christ-like. All he did his entire life, we don't know his lot, but the second we have a record of him, it's service, 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 love, 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 confronting people who don't help other people. That was the entire thing. Was people when he said, "I brought a sword," it was to control people and to threaten people who weren't doing works. And when he says, when you get slapped in the face, turn the other cheek, that's so they can hit your other cheek because you're willing to go forward and serve. Like, that's what it's about. I just don't get it.
Even when you get sued, it's
anyway,
like,
God
give
bless
him
you,
your
brother. I'll let someone else
shirt,
get up
give
here.
him your shoes and everything like that. Yeah. Thank you, Briston. I gave you
I
a follow.
tried.
Yeah.
brother.
You
You have a good
hey, stay real. I
appreciate it. You too.
Yeah. Be well. Thank you. Lamb, if you want to come up, I would love to maybe start that Bible study. A cat felt sad for Punch, the TikTok monkey being beat by other monkeys. Wait, what? What does that even mean? Okay, explain that one.
Well, because he was talking about how we cry at movies and stuff like that. But even animals, like, they even feel bad for each other too. Like the cat, Punch the monkey, that little monkey that's being rejected by everybody, and he has like little stuffed animal that keeps him company. Have you
What's
seen
his
that
name?
video?
What's his name?
Punch the
Punch?
monkey.
No. I mean, is it something like recent that went viral and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, I'll have to send you the videos of little Punch the monkey being rejected. He was abandoned by his mother when he was born, and he was being taken care of by the people at the zoo. And when they tried to integrate him with the other monkeys immediately rejected him and started beating him up. And
so they
and
had
it's
to
just like
take him
that
out of
because
that? Like he couldn't even be in that, so he's just
well,
isolated?
they're forcing him. They're forcing him to be integrated, and so he tries to like be with them, but they just push him away and beat on him and drag him around, and it's just very abusive. So he only has like this little stuffed orangutan that they got him from IKEA that he finds any comfort in. And there's this video of this lady who took a video of her cat watching these TikToks of the monkey, and the cat looked like she just wanted to like
Like give
save
it
the
a hug,
monkey.
just like I want
Yeah.
to give it a big cat paw hug, like type thing.
Yeah, it was so sad, like how much you could see that the cat was feeling very sentimental about the video, you know?
You're gonna have to send me that. I can't even imagine what it would look like to see a cat like just kind of giving that kind of social like reading and like like just so if you can, if that's not too much to ask.
I will.
I mean, like, I was watching National Geographic the other night about like dynasties, and it was like a pride of female lions, and then they were crossing like this river with like their cubs, and just like one of the cubs was the first one just to like bravely like go across, and then as they were going across, like one of the cubs just got pulled under by a crocodile, and like they were all trying to like you could just see like how the entire pride was like working together to fight it, and like this was the one that they couldn't like do anything for. And even like as you just sit there, like as everyone made it to the other side, they all just like sat there together, and like the narrators just like for the pride they lost a daughter, and for the cubs a sister, like really like dramatic effect, but in like the eyes of those like like those animals, the lions, like you can see just like the pain, and then the compassion and empathy, how they all just kind of just stayed there, like next. And it was the mother of the cub that like was the last to leave, but like, and then they all went back to where they were, and they just kind of all like huddled up together, like licking each other and giving each other just kind of like consult. It was just amazing. I started like tearing up. My dog was just like watching, and maybe because they were cats, he was just kind of like growling. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. So what's up? How was your TikTok experience? Thank you for the invites to Lucas. I was at work all day, but how did that go?
It's been pretty good. I was just giving him support all day.
Thank you.
Uh,
I know he needs it. I know like he's one who really needs some like good mentorship. So glory to God for that. Uh, what did you think
yeah.
of yesterday's session on Yusuf Narayan's page? I saw you left like.
Well, yesterday I was like really busy, so I was kind
Are you there, Lamb? Are you there? Are you back? Can you hear me? Was that my connection or? Oh, that my.
yeah, it was your connection.
Yeah, I see my wife. My Wi-Fi has just been like cutting in and out. I don't know what the heck is going on. Sorry about that. So what you were on like Yusuf's live last night? Like, I was actually shocked. I didn't know like you knew those guys and stuff like that. Um, like
Well, I go there sometimes, but I'm usually not.
hey, I know you are a brave sister that kind of goes along in all these different rooms. I see you in a myriad of different types of like people. I love that talent show one that I see you on and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I'm on there right now.
Are you? Okay.
On my other account.
You're multitasking on me? Yeah. No,
I'm
it's okay.
multitasking. Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like, thank you for just like being able to kind of like summarize like for that guest who was asking me just like what's going on with like this Elizabeth the person. Put you on the spot there, but yeah, I don't
Well, I
know.
hope I hope I wasn't saying anything that offended you, because
No, nothing at all.
I only said what I know about you. Like I know that you are looking for that relationship with the Lord, and you're finding your own path. As far as I know.
Like I'm looking for it, or like I'm like that's the thing. I know that like
Well, because that's why people are having an issue with you having had taken your shahada, right? Because they're like, "What are you thinking?" You know, and so that's why they're confused. Like, what is going on with this
okay,
guy
so
who says he loves Jesus?
like wait, let me ask you that. Like, what is the confusion there? That's where I'm like lost because like Adam will tell me just like by taking a shahada, you are denying Jesus is like ABC, and I'm just like, I don't know where you got that from. Like I did not do that, and I have never done that, right? So this is where I find myself just being accused or condemned for
Well, the
things
reason why he
that.
says that is because when you take the shahada, you're basically agreeing to what Islam believes. And Islam believes that Jesus was not God, that Jesus was just a prophet like every other prophets, and that Muhammad is the greatest of all the prophets and the last one, which is
I do
not
not.
true.
Okay, so
Jesus is
then
God and fully man.
exactly, I do not embrace
Yeah.
Islam. Like that's the thing.
Yeah.
Like I tell
And in
Muslims.
Islam, they don't believe that Jesus died on that cross. They believe that it was a lie, that they lied about Jesus dying on that cross, and it was somebody else who died on that cross. And our sins are not washed away by the by the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus. They don't believe that. So by accepting this shahada, you're basically rejecting the sacrifice.
Oh, well, I do not like feel that I rejected the sacrifice. Like I know like I bear witness that there is one God, Allah, Hashem, that sent the prophet. Like these are the things where it's just like none of like the Shahada like pillars say anything about denying Christ's deity in like the words of the Shahada. They talk about how just like, all the prophets are like to be followed, like, so again, I'm an anomaly where like I piss off like Muslims too. Like, so it's just like, I can't seem to just kind of not offend like at first like impression, just people, but I believe that maybe that is why God has telling me to do this and just stand strong in this to kind of just like show everyone that Muslim, Jew, Christian, Hindu, all these things are just works of like the whispers of like in Islam they would call it jinn, but just the whispers of the devil, like, that make people just forget that we are all human beings. So I don't know, like it just is that what you feel like, Sister Lamb? Like, just give it to me straight. Like I love it when people just are straight with me. Like, but you've heard me and stuff like that. Do I sound like somebody who embraces Islam or denies the death, resurrection, and ascension of Jesus Christ as just like, like members of like fantasies panel, like Adam? I've sat with Adam and just told him like, yo man, I hear you. Like those who have taken their shahada are like, as you like have described, but I'm not like that. And I keep telling people that's not me. And I can't seem to feel like I'm heard. I don't know.
Well,
Maybe.
it's like anyone else who is searching for the truth. Like I myself grew up a Catholic and I was a diehard until I came to the realization that that's all pagan, all pagan lies. But I took let's see, I was water baptized as a baby, so like, no choice there. But then I did my first communion when I was, I think, 9 or 10 years old, and I was in love with it. Like I took it very seriously, and I was very strict about it. You know, and then when it came time for my to do my confirmation as a Catholic to confirm that I'm a Catholic and I will always be a Catholic, until the day that I die, and I will raise my children Catholic, etc., etc. I took that very seriously too.
Hold on. What is that? What is
And
that like ritual? Like, how do you do that? Like,
it's just like a 2 year class. You go to school every day, not every day, every Sunday. You go to school every Sunday and you study the Bible. You fellowship with a bunch of Catholics, and You basically, it's a part of the seven sacraments, the seven holy sacraments.
Confirmation? You
And
said like so this is called confirmation like the in
yeah,
Catholicism?
so
Okay.
it's basically like taking your shahada, but it's like a confirmation of your faith.
Okay.
But it's like a
Eh,
2 year process, where you gotta study on the word of the Lord and all that stuff and who he is, and you gotta write a whole letter, like this whole essay to the archbishop, saying why you should be confirmed, why you deserve to be confirmed Catholic, etc., etc. And you got to choose a saint that you're planning to follow, and all this stuff.
how old were you
And
when
I took
you
all that
took
very
that?
seriously.
You so you were 9 when you took your
I was like
first communion.
17. I was like 17 years old when I
Okay.
took that. When I
Okay.
took that.
When you started or when you like finished? So if you started at 17, by 19 you were essentially finished with your 2-year confirmation process, right? And at this point, or am I not doing the math correctly here? Or maybe too straight. Like forget like so then when did you fall away from Catholicism and then go to the next? Did you get
Well, when I was a diehard Catholic, I met my husband.
what do you have playing in the background? Some hardcore rappers.
Oh, I told you, I told you that I'm on
I'm gonna
the
come
vibe.
blasted in the faces. Okay. No, yeah.
I told you
That's okay.
I'm on that TikTok talent
I
show
know, like
vibe.
it's just like, did you get called up for karaoke? And then I hear the
I did. And they're like, "Are you gonna sing for us in Spanish?" I'm like, "I'm not ready yet."
in Spanish. Like,
Yeah,
wow, is that like? Do you speak Spanish? Like, I really, I don't think I
I
know.
do. I speak Spanish. That's my first language, actually. That's my primary language.
Oh, really? This is the thing
Yeah.
where, like, I saw that video of like, I guess your ancestry, like breakdown. And it was just like Jew.
No, that was just like a TikTok thing. I have
Oh,
no
was it?
idea what that is. Yeah.
So that's
I don't
just
know what that
TikTok making that breakdown just by a visual
Yeah.
scan. I thought that was like
Yeah.
an. Oh my god, I am so like naive. Like it's ridiculous.
I know everybody was like, "Oh yeah, you're Jewish. Me too." I'm like, "You guys are so stupid."
That's the thing. Yesterday, like when that Syrian guest came up, I was just like, "Oh my god, do I remember Lamb being like part Syrian or Assyrian?" Or something like that? So I was just like, "Geez, let's just keep that on the DL." But yeah, I mean, like these TikTok, like guess my favorite song or something like that. Like people know that that's how they like get like your digital freaking like, recognition. But yeah, again, I'm very foolish on that. But okay, so then when you met your current partner was when you left that confirmation after did you finish?
No, I did it. I did my confirmation. I was confirmed and
Okay.
everything.
And how long? So then
Um,
what is it after that? Then you are teaching the next classes
well,
of
okay,
like
the seven sacraments, the seven sacraments of the Catholic Church is baptism, which you do as a child, as a baby, and then you
communion,
do your confirmation. Yeah, you do your communion. Well, you got to do your communion so that you can do your confirmation.
right? Okay.
So it's
So that's step
baptism and then
1,
it's
2, 3.
confirmation.
Okay, so those 3. 4 is
Yeah, so it's baptism, confirmation, and then once you're confirmed, well, see, it's so stupid. You do your communion so that you can start taking the Eucharist and you can start doing your penance, which is your uh
your penance.
telling your sins to the priest.
Confession
You start
type
telling
thing?
your sins to your confession, exactly.
Okay.
And then they give you your penance, which is like go and do like 10 Hail Marys or whatever,
Yeah. And 4 Holy Fathers type thing. Yeah, it's just like, okay.
Yeah, so you do your baptism as a baby, and then you do your communion so that you can start taking the body and the blood of the Lord Jesus Christ, and then you can also at the same time do your confessions. And then that's basically you practicing for your confirmation. So your confirmation is what seals you as a Catholic, supposedly. And then you start doing the anointing of the sick, right? So when you're sick, they go to the hospital. The priest goes to the hospital, and they do like the blessings and the oil, the holy oil, and that stuff. And then there's like the holy orders. Then there's the matrimony. which is like the last thing that you do. The last thing that you do is the anointing of the sick, because that's, you know, when you're dying. But there's the matrimony, which is what you're supposed to get married to a Catholic, you know. Anyways,
Hold on. Priests can't get married though, right? Or can they? Like, can?
No, they're not allowed to get married.
Okay. So then, when you start doing like the communion, like with the wine and the bread, like, you know, ritual, are you given wine? Like, are they giving like?
Yes. Yes.
Is that not? Is that parents are
Yes.
okay with
it's
it?
just like a sip. You're not like taking a whole
A
glass
sip?
of wine.
I mean, dude, at 9 years old, is that why you really got it?
I know.
It's like,
I know. It's crazy.
I don't know what it is. I love these Sunday Kool-Aid sessions. Okay, but I like that's one of those things where I don't know. Like, I was born allergic to alcohol, so like, you know, when I
Oh, nice. Okay.
like when I did that, you know, like I was just like, what is this? This is like actual like wine, you know, like I was just like, are you guys trying to kill me type thing? You know, like I really made a scene on that thing. But it's just fascinating. So now technically you are Catholic for life, right? Because you can't go back type thing is what you
According
told
to
me.
the Catholic Church, I'm Catholic, but I'm not. I'm in sin. I'm living in sin because I'm married to a Muslim. You know.
Okay. So
Yeah.
now, like, what do you consider yourself then? Like, do you affiliate
I
with
don't
any
consider
kind
myself
of?
anything. I don't affiliate myself with any denomination because I read the scriptures for myself, you know, and I can't say that I'm a Catholic because they don't believe that the Son is the Father. You know, it's all jumbled up, you know.
Right.
And
Catholics don't
I don't
believe the
even
Son
say
is the Father. They believe God is the Father and the Son, and Jesus
yeah,
is the Son,
they believe in like
right?
this Trinity where God is the Father, God is the Son, God is the Holy Spirit, but the Holy Spirit is not the Father, the Holy Spirit is not the Son is not the Father, and the Father is not the Son, you know?
So then, where does
Like
Jesus
they're separate
fit
but
in that
together,
in that Trinity?
co-equal. He's
So
the Son.
Jesus, the Son, and only the Son, right?
Right.
And the Father is who then? Joseph the carpenter? Because it can't be God, because God is in the center, right? Like, so does that make sense? Like, what?
Exactly. That's never made sense. And every time that I've always asked them, they've always said to me the same answer, which is, that's just one of the mysteries of God. Like, what do you mean? That's one of the mysteries of God.
They being,
You know,
I
like, are
have
you
no
not a
clue.
priest that you can explain to me?
And there is the problem within the church. So what do you think about that? Like, it's got to be Joseph the carp. Like,
Well,
that's the thing.
that's why I moved away from that belief, and I had no problem marrying a Muslim man, even though I was such a devout Catholic. I couldn't get a straight answer from anybody. You know, they kept telling me, "Oh, there's one of the mysteries. It's one of the mysteries." I'm like, "What the hell do you mean? You've been practicing this for so long, and the best answer you can give me is that's one of the mysteries?"
Yeah, it's like, like you just lost me, bro. You lost the client right here. Like, that's the thing where
Yeah,
I was
you just lost the best customer. I was gonna fight you
I
to
was
death for this religion.
I was in discipleship like classes for my fiance, and I asked the question to like the instructor, I guess I'll call him, and just told him just like, when I read these verses on my own and for myself, I hear the Father being Joseph the carpenter. And he like respectfully told me just like, you know, Charlie, I can understand and see like why you think that, but that's wrong. And I'm just like, that's wrong? Like, it's just completely wrong. Like, you know, like, so who is, you know, like
I mean, if
just,
Mary is the mother, then who's the father? What's his name?
Joseph the carpenter, right? Joseph the carpenter is the one that I believe has gone like, lost amongst Christianity and I guess Catholicism if they can't even understand that mystery and they're preaching the God,
No, but
Father, Son.
here's the thing though. There is no mystery to it. There is no mystery. And Jesus himself said that all the mysteries have been revealed unto us. You know? So for the
Okay.
Catholics to say, "Oh, that's one of the mysteries of God," that's such bullshit. They don't want
That's
to
a
give you the
that's an
power.
admission
They
that
don't
they
want
don't
you
know
to have
Christ.
the power that God has given to each and every one of his children. You
Or
know, because
maybe they
Jesus
haven't been
himself said
given
it
the
to his
power themselves.
disciples. That's what they're doing. They want you to be under their control. That's why they want you to go to them to confess your sins unto a man. But you're not supposed to confess your sins unto a man. That's ridiculous. God already knows all of your sins. You don't have to confess your sins, but you do have to repent and acknowledge your sins against the Lord and turn away from your sin, like that's what the scripture says.
Not with like some Hail Mary number, just like 4 Hail Marys and like 3, like, it's just like, that is like how they conducted just like repentance and forgiveness.
They want you to feel bad. They want you to be under their control. They want you to feel bad. And honest to God, like, okay, the scripture says, don't call anyone on this earth father, because you have only one father, and that is the one that you have in heaven. That's your father in heaven, right? But every Catholic calls the priest father. So why do I have to call this man a father? Like, that's so weird.
Like
like you're going
the
against
hypocrisy.
everything that Jesus said.
Just, like, and if they even, like, this is the thing where my aunt, she's now Catholic, and she told me just like, she doesn't read the Bible, like, and they're actually kind of like promoted not to read the Bible on their own. They have to listen to the church father read it to them, right? Like, it's just so many like restrictions to hold on to, I guess, like that power or some sort of hierarchy. So then, like, for you, now you find yourself seeing Jesus Christ as the Son, like the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, right? All 3.
He is, exactly, because scripture tells us in Acts chapter 20, verse 28, that it was the Spirit that shed his blood on the cross for us.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, so let's go to these. Slow down. Acts what?
Acts chapter 20, verse 28.
What song are they singing in the background? Acts.
He's singing a gospel song.
Is it? Okay. Acts 20?
Yes.
28. Okay. So, therefore, take heed to yourselves. And hold on. I have the Ephesian elders exhorted. So, do you mind if I start at 25? And indeed, now I know that you all, among whom I have gone preaching the kingdom of God, will see my face no more. Therefore, I testify to you this day that I am innocent of the blood of all men. For I have not shunned to declare to you the whole counsel of God. Therefore, take heed to yourselves and to all the flock among which the Holy Spirit has made you overseers, to shepherd the church of God, which he purchased with his own blood. So that's the verse that you're referring to, right? Like,
yes. The Spirit that purchased us with his blood. And it's the Spirit that has made us overseers of his flock. Yeah, I'm ready. Can I sing a song really quick?
Yeah, do your thing. Let me bring some guests up here. Jenny's here. Good. Yeah, sorry guys. I have these moderators here to help me get these these guest requests up, but yeah. So I want to bring this one up when she comes back, because this is where Faith, are you there? Faith, free thought.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Testing. Great to have you up here. Thank you for coming up and being patient. Can you give me an introduction of yourself? I just gave you a follow. Hope you don't mind.
Well, what do you want to know?
Anything. Tell me anything you feel.
So I mean, I was gonna answer your prompt about can you?
Okay.
Prompt, can you?
Let me go back.
Follow Christ without believing in the Word.
Believing the Bible is fully true. That one.
I think that's what it said, something like that. And I would say yes, because I consider myself. I was a Christian for like 25 years of my life. I'm 39 now, and I would consider myself an atheist, but still kind of like a follower of Christ.
An atheist, one
Kinda
word,
like-
or atheist, two words? Atheist or atheist?
Atheist, one word.
Okay. Meaning that you, or is it atheist or agnostic? I've even heard like this term, agnostic atheist.
Well,
Or,
it's pretty much the same. I'm an agnostic atheist, so like I don't really know if there's no God, but I'm not convinced of any gods at the moment.
okay, so you went from Christian to what was the in between Christian and then
There's nothing in
atheist?
between. I'm just an atheist, but I would still consider myself not like a rejecter of Jesus. I still like respect him as the man he was, but not as the God he claimed to be.
So can I ask you like what was your like idea of the man that he was, or like that he came to be?
I think he was a man that had like an important message for the time that he was living in. I think there was a lot of like things going on in the culture that he was in, like the Roman culture, that he didn't see eye to eye with, and he kind of brought a new message to.
An error correction,
I see him kind
in
of
a sense, right? Like
Martin Luther King of his time, sort of.
right. Like just like every period of human history has like this one figure who just changes
Right,
everything.
and I just think like if it wasn't Jesus, then it just would have been somebody else.
It would have been
'Cause-
somebody else, like to preach that message of like love and like
Yeah, sure.
that kind of thing.
And
Okay,
forgiveness, yeah, and compassion, yeah, compassion without needing the laws that were necessary for that
And-
time, I guess.
so then as an atheist now, like you still believe in those values, right? Like regardless, right? Like you
Sure.
believe in compassion.
Yeah, the values idea of the person, yeah, sure.
Of the
I believe in
person? No, I
values,
mean,
just-
like, not even just like the values that, like, we're not saying like these are the values of Jesus Christ, but these values that Jesus Christ left on to humanity, we as human beings can embrace those values in our personal life and the way that we
Yeah.
treat other human beings without believing or even knowing anything about the Bible, correct? Like,
Sure.
like I can
Right.
love my
Yeah.
neighbor and not believe the Bible is true, right? Like, and
Yeah,
therefore,
exactly. Yeah.
like loving your neighbor is what Jesus teaches, like the readers. Therefore, my answer would be just like absolutely, people can follow Jesus without believing the Bible is true, as long as we love and like try to enlighten and be enlightened for the good of humanity and ourselves, and like these basic principles. Like I think that is
Yeah.
what makes human beings like Jesus Christ, not by saying you're a Christian or like if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
the
I'm not trying
labels
to
don't
offend
matter. I
anybody.
think it's the experience. It's more experiential, right?
Absolutely,
The things
and
that we are giving off, right?
so I mean, like our actions, right? This is where actions speak louder than words, right? Like,
Sure.
could, this is where when you say sure,
Yeah.
I'm just like, do you have a
No,
like
no,
a
yeah,
contention?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Forgive me. I'm very like OCD about just kind of like
No,
people's
it's-
words and stuff like that.
I mean,
Yeah.
have you heard of Britt Hartley?
Bert or Brett?
Brit. She's
Brit.
a ex-Mormon.
Ex-Mormon.
Yeah, but I mean,
Mormon.
I heard you earlier saying you did like the Muslim thing, the
Shahada. I took my Shahada.
Shahada. Yeah,
Right. And
I think she's actually like a mystic, so she's kind of still like spiritual, but she's an atheist. She's an ex-Mormon, and she's also a Islam Sufi. At the same time, she's a mystic. Sufi. Yeah.
okay. So I
Universal Sufi, so not like the traditional Muslim Sufi.
are we talking mystic as in like a tarot kind of?
No,
Card
no,
reader?
it's not like that at all. That's what I thought it was, but it's more of just like taking back and understanding like the spirituality of all texts, like through Hinduism, through Buddhism, through all of the religions, and taking like the spiritual aspects from those and understanding those spiritual aspects rather than like the labels that are usually
The
attached with those things.
the practices or something like that, that
Yeah,
are
yeah,
associated with it,
exactly.
right? Like,
Yeah.
okay. So then, how do you feel about?
Well, she wrote a book called No Nonsense Spirituality, and she had an interview you might find interesting. She was on a Soul Boom with Rainn Wilson.
She was with who?
Rainn Wilson from The Office. He was
Yeah,
Dwight
Clark
Schrute.
or yeah,
He has a
yeah.
podcast, like a spiritual podcast. It's called Spiritual Boom,
On
and she did
YouTube
an interview on there. And yes,
is
yeah,
right. Really, I got to catch up. I mean, like,
yeah, you should check that out. I think you'd find it interesting since you seem to be kind of like on that similar area where
I
you,
mean,
you don't care about the labels.
I don't. I mean, like,
Yeah,
I accept the labels as just like, I guess maybe just like a unconscious like choice that human beings just kind of like fall into, that
yeah,
like we can recognize. It's just like, this is how they are, just being naked in a sense, right? So I'm really trying to kind of like evolve my perception on people that kind of take like this prompt a little too far by telling me just like, anybody who doesn't believe the Bible is absolute
yeah.
truth. It's not.
I mean, I probably would have said that if I were still a Christian, but as an atheist now, like as a former Christian, I don't believe that at all. I
Okay,
think
so
I
then,
think a lot of it is experiential. Yeah.
do you believe, or is it hard for you to accept the belief that like the New Testament just reveals that God is love? And that was the
Well,
love manifested in the flesh by Jesus Christ, the Son of God.
I
Like,
mean, for me, it depends on like which New Testament we're talking about. I kind of reject a lot of things that Paul describes about Jesus. I kind of just
can I ask why?
only care about what Jesus actually did on the ground because I just don't think Paul was really. I mean, from what I've learned after the fact, from like I learned this from like a geopolitics guy on YouTube as well. He talked about how Paul like kind of took over the religion a bit, like 40 years after his death. He wasn't even around when Jesus was around, and he was also like a Roman intellectual. So like he was, it said he was killing Christians, but I just think like it didn't work out for him because killing Christians just happened to create martyrdom and creates more Christians, so it stopped
Just
working. So he kind of
okay.
just like took over,
Just
is what I
kind of
think.
just
So
like trumped his way into
yeah,
like
and he's the one that created the hierarchies and the rules of Christianity and all that. I don't really care for those things. I just care, what did Jesus actually do on the ground? And also I don't really believe in miracles, so I deny the miracles as well. But I just like what it was like the main things he was trying to like teach. And
what?
I'm actually a lot more interested in the Gnostic Jesus, which is not even in the Bible, but it's all about Jesus.
Just like the
The
spiritual
Gnostic gospel.
kind of like principles and like essence of, is that
Oh well, it was
Gnosticism?
for him. It was more about knowledge, right?
Knowledge, okay, knowledge
Than belief.
and philosophy, or like pursuit
Yeah, yeah.
of
I think yeah,
truth.
he was more of a philosopher. Yeah, in the Gnostic gospels.
So then, does the Gnostic paradigm like see Jesus as not like a real life like human being that existed, but like a like kind of character that is a symbol of being a teacher of these type principles? Do you get what I'm asking, type thing, or are they just like to incorporate both? Like they
Like
took
in the
the real
Gnostic
life.
gospels, for example, I think in the Gnostic gospels he did say things like women were like equal, or Mary was like as good a teacher as anybody else, and there's just like a lot of like fighting about that, right? I think Peter
How dare he?
and other people, yeah, yeah. I mean that's why the Gnostics aren't included in the Bible, right? There's a reason it was edited out
Because
because
they're
it doesn't.
the two feminists
It's like
for.
heretic. Yeah,
It's a little
exactly.
too.
Like the message. Yeah,
Okay. So then that's
too
why that
progressive
didn't
and
make it.
liberal.
Okay, right. It's just like the
Well, that's
hypocrisy.
what
Like
I
it's
think
just.
at least. I'm not saying this is. I'm not saying this is the truth about anything, but like I'm just trying to understand it of like the context of like how it was written, when it was written, kind of
Okay.
thing.
But you said specifically that the miracles, like specifically, I'm assuming like walking on water, like turning water into wine, which could be even like a magic trick, even the walking on the water, type thing. But
Yeah, sure.
healing
I mean
like
that
the
those things
blind
I
and the
don't get anything.
lepers, right? Like that,
I
you don't
don't get
believe?
anything. I don't
You
get
don't.
anything from those miracles other than, oh yeah, Jesus had some crazy power, right? But it doesn't really like speak to me as a person. Like, what am I
Right.
gonna do
Right.
knowing that
I'm not a
Jesus did
leper.
miracles? I
I'm
can't do
not a
miracles.
leper.
Yeah,
I'm not a
exactly.
leper. I'm not like like type thing.
Yeah,
Okay, so then
I can't apply those things to my life.
or they do not apply yet to like you're like I don't know how old you are in your walk, but like 44 years old. I'm 44 years old, and like in my
I'm 40,
30s. Are you
and
40?
I'm
Okay.
also Korean as well. So
Are you?
just
I knew how to say
FYI. Yeah,
like
I heard you
I'm Korean by just kind of like just genetics. So like yeah.
just by face. Yeah,
I mean,
same
like,
same thing. I was born
I'm
in the
actually.
States, so
This is where I tell people, like, when people like ask, just like, how can Jesus be 100% man and 100% God? It's easy for me just to be like, I'm 100% Korean and 100% American. Is that confusing to people? And they're just like, well, that's not the same thing. And I'm just like, isn't it though? It's just like,
well, I would say that's a false equivalency,
how?
but because one is
like, really? Like, come on. Like, I thought you out of anybody.
I would consider, yeah. I mean, one is ethnic and one is nationality. Like I'm American as well, but ethnically I'm Korean.
Right.
So I
Okay.
don't
So you
consider
too
myself
can say
I don't
100%
consider
American,
myself a
100% Korean. Right. Because we're 100% American.
Sure.
Right. Like that's the thing where like I look at like American. You said like nationality, right? Okay. We could use that word for just kind of like American. But what about son of God? Is that not kind of like a like national, like,
Well,
or maybe son of
I think
man?
it's more like if you were saying like I'm 100% Asian and I'm 100% black, like that would be a harder
Oh
one
no!
to.
Forget like the two.
That's
Like
kind of
what if
that's
we say 100% Asian, 100% American? Because American is something beyond ethnicity, and for me, nationality. It is a mindset. Does that make sense? Like I don't want to lose you.
Well, when
Like
it comes to man and God, I just feel like those are two distinct things. Like I don't think any man can be a god, other than like self-proclamation. They think they're a god, but in that case, they're like a narcissist. But but
if we're talking about God being just like like the creator of like type thing, right? But like just
yeah,
saying just like I am the light of the world, and like that type thing. Like if God is light and there is a figure, Jesus Christ, who is saying, I am the light of the world, right? Like he's not saying he's God, but like some kind of connection to God here, right? And this is
sure.
where, like just like logically, like just from an unbiased, like lens, just to understand what this story is about, right? Like that's what I like
I
try
mean, maybe it's
like
just
did.
a label thing. I could say that he's a man, but he's also like a very spiritual man. I can believe that. That's fine. But when you say you're a god, that's like God has special properties that I think is like different than completely
Man.
different than a man.
Then man,
So
okay, so
yeah.
what are those properties specifically for you? Like like because you don't believe in the miracles that like are listed in the Bible. So
Well,
therefore I can understand why.
like to be honest, I don't know. I don't even know like what a god is, and I could be like completely off, like saying like I have a different definition of God than what they had thought of what gods were. Back in I mean, back in their day, they had demigods and stuff like that. So there's like a bunch of different levels of gods,
Right. They're
like
like competing with the
Zeus,
Roman, right?
yeah,
Like the Roman Greek, like pantheon of just like
sure, yeah,
Zeus and all the,
yeah.
like type
But
thing.
when I think of God today, like that's not the type of God I think of. So it could be like just a completely different
Okay.
thing we're talking about.
So can you elaborate on what is the God that you think of today? as an atheist?
I mean, well, today, the way I hear what God is, He's an all-powerful, all-loving, all-knowing, omnipotent thing.
Okay,
And I don't even know like what that would look like,
a god.
like because I've never seen
Essentially.
one. So I feel like
Like,
I can't.
right? Like, okay, so
Yeah.
like in your like, and again, I'm OCD about just like the words that people use. So you said a god for you is a all power. He is a all power. He is a all powerful, all knowing, all loving, A B C whatever being, right? And then you said just like I don't even know what that would even look like. Somebody
Like
who
for me, I would say like I don't know what a god is, but I just recognize that people worship this thing that they claim is a god, right? So I
okay.
can the only way I can fathom a god is just the way people worship him. So like Buddha's not even really a god, but like I can consider him a god because people like worship him.
So is he a god or is he a demigod or is he like
I don't
like
know what he is. I
well I
just
mean like
use
what
like
well like you know who Buddha is. This is where like don't try to you don't need to forgive me I didn't mean to say don't try to
yeah.
like just give me your honest like opinion or perspective on like like Buddha was just another enlightened person or one of those like people who in his time was the one
Yeah.
who was chosen, like
I
a
guess it's
Martin Luther
someone
King,
that
like an MLK.
yeah. I mean, I wouldn't consider Martin. Well, maybe Martin Luther King could be a god in a couple of years. Who knows? Many years from now,
A
maybe
God. I
someone can
mean,
consider him
that's
a
the
god.
thing. When you say a God, that is like a very different like connotation than saying like is God. Not that I'm saying like MLK is God yet, right? Until I tell you, God is love. God is
Mhm.
good. God is light, which enlightens others to do good and be good. Like do good for
Yeah.
humanity type thing, right? These are the three attributes, or I guess, like conditions I personally define to be God. So therefore, God is
Sure. I
love.
mean, I
Jesus
could
is
even look
love.
at
Jesus is God, right? Like that is a logical connection. Would you
like
disagree?
I could even look at people like MAGA today, right? Trump is a god to them. Like he's not really to me like he's not a god, but
And
like
that's where it's
even
dangerous.
even
That's where
him
I'm just
I
like,
could call him like he is a god to a certain group of people because he can do no wrong, right? He's just like all perfect. He can do no wrong. He's powerful. He's rich. Like all these like maximally things that
yeah,
you describe as someone that could be a god.
yeah. But he's 100%.
Kobe was a god.
Man.
So,
I
sure.
mean, Kobe.
So maybe yeah. So maybe that's all Jesus was. That person, that type of person. He was one worthy of worship for some group of people at some point in time.
Okay, then let's go back to that understanding on the macro scale of just like humanity as a whole, right? Like Martin Luther King
Mhm.
was a human being who not only for Americans but for an entire world showed like through civil like protest and like civil like actions that
Yeah.
love and peace can change like society type thing, right? Versus I guess his counterpart, like the Malcolm X type figure. Does that make sense? There was always a Tupac and a Biggie. There's always like, so like there's a Christ
Malcolm
and
X
there's
was like Black Panthers, right?
I would say that the Black Panthers maybe was a subsect. Like this is where a lot of Christian nationalists kind of associate Malcolm X's movement and message to Islam. Like he was, I guess, like talking about some sort of
I mean,
like
well, Martin Luther was more about like peaceful process, right? And Malcolm was more the opposite of like we gotta fight for what we want.
yeah.
Is that
Martin Luther King
accurate?
would take like bricks like thrown at him, while Malcolm X is just like, "Yo, man,
Yeah.
we're gonna go Like it was a
Like he
different
knows
approach.
he knows that like fighting back is not gonna like help their cause kind of thing. Like he had some kind of like forethought on that.
I mean,
I'd
I,
say.
both were trying to help the
Or I
same
mean,
cause,
MLK. Sorry.
right? Like
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sure you were.
But I would say MLK was like very peaceful, like as peaceful as possible. Like turn the other cheek kind of peace. But like, and Malcolm, I guess, would be not on that boat. He would rather take it by force type of thing.
But what were they? What were they like working for? Like, remember? Do you know like
Yeah, I mean equality or yeah,
equality or
or this
just
like giving the rights to everyone, right? Equal rights for everyone.
civil liberties, right, and civil
Civil,
freedom and
yeah,
type
yeah.
things for this separation between black and white America, right? Like a type thing, right? Like slaves were set free, yet they were being just, like oppressed, right? Like they couldn't buy
Yeah.
houses or all this thing. So that is where they were just like, we are all created equal and therefore we deserve the same rights as any white American like type thing. I don't think Asian Americans really came into play at this point, right? Like for that MLK movement. Because I don't know if you know the history of just like Orientals, the people from the East. There was an act in American history called the Chinese Exclusion Act, like of 18 something, where all Asians were just completely banned like, from like
Right.
America. So like it's amazing just how
When did that
like
change?
when did that change? When
Yeah, when did that?
that was when the gold rush happened, like in California, where like everybody
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah,
was talking about the gold that was like in California
yeah, yeah.
area,
And
and
building
all and
building the
all these people,
railroads and stuff. Yeah.
right? No. That's the thing. That's what I would personally say brought that act like or took that act and
Down.
like down, right? Because the Asians were the only ones crazy
Really?
enough to like run into these like caves with like dynamite, just like no
Yeah.
other.
Well, I mean, a lot of people can't. I mean, I'm from the Bay Area, so
Oh, are you?
I watched this like video recently about like how the Asians there were like Asian communities here from China and everything, but like they still didn't have like rights even then during that time.
Right, they were
Like they
looked
had
at.
communities, but they didn't have the same. They couldn't really own businesses outside of like their own town, like their own Chinatown and stuff like that. That's why I mean, it wasn't. I wouldn't say that it got completely abolished by that time,
Yeah, it was years after that.
but
There's
but I don't
there's.
know.
Do you
Yeah.
watch Warrior on Netflix? Like that's a series. Like
I haven't seen it, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
yeah, it's crazy. Just like if this is like, I would say it's kind of Game of Thrones, only just like Asian like history
the
stuff.
Asian Game of Thrones.
It's just wild. I'm just like I don't even know what to think, but it's just interesting, like. But either way, they were all working towards a simple, not maybe not a simple, but a necessary like correction for humanity, right? Like we can't like progress if blacks and whites are constantly like mistreating or like in conflict with one another, right? And that also like goes on the macro scale. Like the whole world cannot progress if we are like ethnically competing against one another, right? So then
Yeah,
this is where the term American and then Americans, like that's where I look at that term, that label, American, not as a nationality today. Like it was, but in modern times, I believe that generations need to be able to progress and optimize how they understand, define, and like view this word American, right? Because we are currently in a situation where American means documented or like that's like that's the thing where as an Asian, I don't know if you feel the same thing, but I feel like we are like maybe a decade away from just maybe being the ones who get persecuted next is just like the foreigners or the threat to black and white America, if that makes any sense. And I'm not trying to throw any kind of
I
like,
don't.
you
I
know,
don't think that's coming in 19.
ah,
I mean, I
thank
think
you.
there's a reason why we prospered as much as we have, even through all of this, right? Because we didn't really care. We just kind of just did our own thing. We stayed educated. We did a lot of picked ourselves up from our bootstraps kind of thing.
Yeah. And you don't think that's going to be looked at as just a threat? They're too educated, man.
I mean, I'm sure it is. I mean, I did grow up in a school district that had white flight. Like there was literally so many smart Asians that white people were leaving the school because they couldn't keep up.
They could keep up.
It was a real thing. Like I had white friends just like slowly disappear over time or go to different schools because like they couldn't keep up with the the curve that we had on.
Yeah, I was that person, just like, well, Charles is gonna screw us with that curve bullshit. But Lamb,
Yeah.
when you were
I was
growing
at the
up,
bottom of that curve too.
were you? I mean, just like I work, just like trust me, I'll work it to our favor. But Lamb, for you growing up, like, was it the same thing? Like, did you grow up around any kind of like close Asian friends or like culture, like Asian culture?
Well, I was in all AP and all honors classes, so yeah,
You
I
were
was
you were an Asian pride? Which
I was
AP are we
competing
talking?
with a lot of the Asians. I was definitely competing with a lot of the Asians,
In
and
advanced
what's funny
placement.
is that yeah, and what's funny is that I set the curve for my calculus class in high school. And
Oh,
my
really?
teacher, she pulled me off to the side. Yep. She pulled me off to the side and she asked me if she could lower my grade by 10% because everybody else was failing.
And did you do it?
Yeah, I did it. I mean, I was like, "Are you sure?" And she's like, "Are you sure that it's me?" And she lowered my grade by 10%, and the people who had D's and F's all of a sudden had C's and B's, and I'm like, "Oh, damn."
did they
So
did they
yeah,
give you any credit? Just like, yo, man, I took.
I
That's
didn't
the
have to
thing.
take the final. I didn't have to take the final. That was it. Nobody
In,
knew that they were passing because of me. I just didn't have to take the final.
So
in calculus,
I looked up
you didn't.
Yeah.
I looked up the Chinese Exclusion Act that we were talking about. That was enacted in
18.
19 or
It was
1882,
yeah, the 1800s.
and then it was
1900s.
it was it was repealed in 1943 because basically Chinese Americans were fighting for the U.S. military. So like
Right. And then you know what
China
happened? Pearl
China was a
Harbor.
U.S. ally in World War II. So
Yeah, and then when Pearl Harbor dropped, then Japanese internment camps began like sprawling up, and then all Asians kind of got like like looked at the same in that sense. But yeah, just like that whole Chinese exclusion act stuff. I'm not saying like Asians have made it a long way, but for like Lamb, just to say, just like she took like 10, like a whole grade, like below what she got, just to like allow the rest of the class to pass. Like I couldn't do that, sister, because if I brought home a B, like that's like bringing home an F. Like that was how strict like my parents were. If it's not an A, it's an
yeah,
F.
I remember the Korean punishment. My friend went to Korea for like a summer. He said like when he got things wrong, he would have to like put his legs a little wider than shoulder width apart, and then put his head down on the ground with his arms behind his back. So he's just balancing like a tripod with his head and his legs,
That's usually
and
like
and
if you
at the
get it
same
wrong
time he's getting
twice.
paddled in the butt.
My
Yeah, and
parents would
then
make
and
me
at the same
like
time he's
hold
getting
my
paddled in
hands
the
up.
butt.
Like just hold your hands up, and if you drop them, the paddling in the
But
butt.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
my calculus teacher, she was Japanese, so she made me feel really bad when she asked me if she could lower my grade. That's the only reason why I did it, because she was telling me all this stuff.
So were you like a big math?
Just wanna answer a question real quick.
She
Yeah,
won't
yeah.
get
That is,
the educational funding if there's too many kids failing a class, I guess.
Teach
Well, they were
better.
failing because I was surpassing everybody. I had 120%, and so she had to lower my grade by 10%.
She couldn't
mm,
like up her teaching like efficiency, like up 30%. Like maybe.
Well, it was my fault because I took all the extra credit. I was there, like I was acing all my exams. You know, I did all my homework. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
my high school was #1 in the nation for at the time that I was going there.
yeah, same here.
So it was,
You know how you have the California. There's in California. There's like this high school exit exam.
yeah, I'm in California.
Okay, so you know the Casey exam. You got to take it in 10th grade.
Yeah.
We had a pass rate of 99%.
Of exiting, like a pass rate, 99.
Yeah, like 99% of all the students passed the Casey exam the first try.
Which means what? They graduated early.
No, which means that they were
Everyone
not held
graduated.
behind.
Everyone went to a college.
Yep, everybody went
Yep.
to college. We had at least
basically half
we
my
had at
school
least
went
7
to
people go to
Irvine.
Ivy League schools.
I think like when I graduated, there was like 60% of my graduating class went to Irvine. So whenever I visited Irvine, I pretty much see everyone from my high school there. It was kind of weird.
I wanted to go to UCLA when I knew like I wasn't getting into any Ivy League school, and my mother told me, "No, there are too many Koreans there," and I was just like, "What did you just say?" Like, she was just like,
that's where my sister went.
and she told me just like it's gonna be too hard for me to compete with the other Koreans because like, I'm not
Yeah,
smart
I
like
went
that.
to a state school.
Did you? I mean, I did too.
I went
I went to Colorado, like CU Boulder. But yeah, I mean, interesting. We got another guest, Gail. Is that Gail Thog? Gallant Hog?
Let talk.
Gallant Hog. Thank you. Tell me about yourself. Give me a quick, maybe not a quick, but just.
About myself, that's boring, brother. My
I mean,
fucking
that's-
life is crumbling.
I mean, I don't need to know your whole life story. Just like age, location.
Exactly. So what is important? Can I just answer a question that you have on your like post?
Yeah, sure.
So you were saying like you're asking in a sense, can someone follow Jesus without believing the Bible is fully true? Why and why not? Of course, you can follow Jesus without believing the truth. He never asked you to read the Bible. He asked you to follow his actions. That's really different. If you ask me,
What are those actions, if I can ask you?
on those actions, do you know, back in the time, I was thinking that education was everything, but it's not. Do you know what is everything? And I don't mean it like trying to be an asshole. I'm just asking you, like, what do you feel from your soul? What do you think? What do you think is everything?
Family.
Love. Is not the same?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the love that you get from family and like all that stuff. Yeah, love is
So exactly
the ultimate answer.
They can
right?
give
Like,
you all the education they can give you all the education you can get in school, but if in your family, in your nucleus, you don't get the love you deserve, later in life you will burn a whole village just to feel the warmth your family never give it to you.
right, like not having love comes with consequences, unfortunately, right? Like we see that, or maybe the wrong love.
It's
right?
like it's common sense, brother. You cannot have light without darkness, right? If you rip the light of a beam, how do you expect that he will keep being a light beam? It can be possible. Don't misunderstand me, because my father is so great. He can do the opposite of my words.
Which
My
father are you
father has
speaking
no
of?
limit.
Like
Oh,
our
the
heavenly
only one.
Father, or like our biological father who gave birth to us. You know, like that.
You already know, brother. You just answering your own questions.
Okay, well, I'm notorious for that. So continue. You know, like.
So
But this
yeah,
is the thing, like
I
as
love my
children,
I
how did
love
we
my
learn love?
biological.
You know,
How
you're
do we learn love?
as children,
Serving.
like
No, serving, and don't look. The king of the universe came here not as a king, came here to serve. Do you
Right, right,
understand
right.
that? That the
I,
king of the universe came to the earth and then he was killed by sins that he never committed? And by doing this, he gave you the fucking hack to get to heaven. That's the reason the demons are so fucking mad. Imagine you're playing a game and you're losing against all probabilities, and suddenly you just say, Jesus, take the wheel. And then
or
you
you have
just
that cheat
fucking
code,
won.
right? Just like up, down, left, right, B8, start. Ultimate Infinity Lives, right? Like that kind of like hack, I believe, is what maybe you're referring to.
I just gonna tell you something real quick.
I can tell reference.
Hell was never meant for the humans. Hell is for them. They just want to drag you there. And hell, like every other door, is closed by the inside.
Hell is for
I'm gonna shut
them.
up.
Is that what you said?
What's that, Faith?
What did he say? Hell is for who?
Them, like the ones who are already there that just want to bring people like like this is like where I think of misery loves company, right? Like those who are in hell, like a spiritual hell, I would say, like just I don't know, like is that what you're saying?
I was talking to someone recently, and he was saying like any kind of eternal infinity anything is a hell. Like even heaven is a hell.
Even
As much as
heaven.
like we would like to, like, and like imagine anything you do
Ignorance
right now,
is
like
bliss,
you do it
you
for
know?
all time, every day,
Faith.
forever. Like, 'cause that,
You have faith on your name, but you lack of it.
oh yeah, that's the faith. It's faith to free thought. So I actually don't have faith. I've given up faith for free thought. Yeah.
Maybe not.
I
as
can
much as
notice
you
in your
think.
voice. I can notice in your voice that like the power in your voice. It looks like a man that already like abandoned everything. It sounds like that.
What do you mean abandon everything?
You tell me, brother. It's your voice.
I don't know if abandon
You
is
tell me. You're
the
the one who
word.
can tell things from voices. So
I mean, I don't know if abandon is the word I would use. Like I would say that you are somebody who is in a state of just like questioning and really seeking like what it is
Sure.
you believe to be
yeah, I care about
God.
truth over comfort for sure.
Truth over comfort.
Yeah.
Which, you know, like yeah,
Like
I believe
I just
that
want to believe in as many truth things than false things, right? That's just kind of like what I want for my life.
you want to believe in we want to believe in as many true things than false things in life.
Not we, just me personally.
Brother,
I don't know
you
if I
fucking
don't know if
crave
everyone
the
wants that.
mystery so bad because everything is written. Nothing is new under the sun. But you crave mystery. You just want to know and learn more and more. That's the reason. Knowledge is a sin.
What?
No, I don't know if knowledge is a sin. It's how we use that knowledge
Oh,
that
really?
can be
Really? Why you just cannot get enough? Why you can just not get enough?
what?
I do have enough.
Knowledge or sin? You got to be specific here.
What did the serpent give to Eve? If you
This is
understand,
the
I'm
thing.
sorry. You
This
need
is
to.
all like biblical lore for me. I don't believe in these things like sin and heaven and hell and all these things.
You don't have to believe in fire. It burns to fucking get burned, dumbass.
Well, hell is
Let's
hell is an
let's
actual
let's
place,
kind of
right?
Don't
tone
worry,
it
brother.
down.
You will sizzle. You will sizzle as much as you want. You will sizzle as
why
much
is this
as you
guy so
want.
angry?
Whatever you're looking, you will find it eternally. Hear my words, brother.
Wait, you're the one that believes in the God, and why do you sound so hateful?
Oh, my son. I'm not hateful. I'm trying to help you. If I didn't care, I would let you fucking run into the fucking deep. But I'm trying to stop you. You just don't listen.
You stop me. You ain't gonna stop me. I've already deconverted like 15 years ago. I was
Like
a Christian for 25 years, by the way. I was a missionary, by the way, too. I risked my life for the faith by going to China and evangelizing in China.
And that is
Like I've been there.
like Christian. Like just because you don't do that anymore, like is that why faith you no longer like identify as like Christian, and now you go more towards
Well, I don't consider myself a Christian because I don't believe Christ is my Lord or anything like that. I just He's a character in a book. I think he's a pretty cool character if he existed. I don't know if he existed, but
And I told you once again, you don't need to understand that fire burns you. You will still sizzle the same. Whatever you're looking, you will find
fire has
eternally.
nothing to do with
Second
fire
and
in
last
my
one,
mind.
because
Fire
the
is
third
fire to
one,
me.
the third one, it will come from him. Don't worry, it's near. You hear the fucking steps on the roof, and you don't kneel. You see the storm, and you don't kneel. You will kneel,
I
but
don't
it
plan to
will be
burn
at
in
the
a
wrong
fire,
time.
so
It will be at the wrong time, and when His grace leave you, brother, you will understand that everything good it comes from Him, and everything bad comes from the enemy. If you still wanna fucking listen to the enemy because you're so fucking ignorant, I'm sorry to tell you that, brother, but you're ignorant.
wow, so angry.
Everything good comes from Him. Everything bad comes from the enemy. If you don't
I can
understand
tell
that,
by your voice that
you
you're
lack
living in
knowledge.
ignorance.
You lack knowledge. More than being ignorant, you lack knowledge.
I can hear from your
Okay.
voice that you live in ignorance.
Yeah. Woosah, everybody. This is my safe word. Just like, let's all breathe.
I mean,
Let's
it doesn't bother me because I don't believe in this stuff. So it's just kind of
Well,
like a kid telling me you got to believe in Santa Claus to get your presents or not get colds in your stocking. It doesn't bother me.
So why
It's
getting
not-
so triggered if
this-
I'm
this
telling
isn't
you that
true. Those are
SpongeBob
just
is my
his
god,
beliefs.
brother? If I would tell you that this is just a lie, why you get so triggered? Because it's true, you
I'm
fucking
not
idiot.
triggered. You're the one.
Yeah,
I,
I'm
hold on. Faith, if you can mute up for a
I'm
second.
not triggered.
Like Gallant,
I can feel it
like
in your voice.
I
You're
honestly
not
don't
triggered.
care.
no, like Gallant.
Yeah,
like,
I know,
I would
because
ask
it's
you,
not true.
like as a member of like a brotherhood in Christ, like like you and I, how do we together work to like bring faith back to Christ, right? Like is the approach of just kind of
With
like
service.
with service. Okay, so what kind of service? Like the service that you are conducting currently? Like
Do you know what kind of service? When they spit in your face, you tell them, "Thank you. What else I need to do for you?" Because
shake
Jesus
until
tell
their
you to
heads fall
just
off.
like turn the other cheek. I know it's hard, bro. I know it's hard, but sometimes you need to tell them in their face, brother, you're gonna kill yourself. Don't do it, because I know nobody cares for you and
I
nobody's
have
gonna
no
stop
plan to
you,
kill
but
myself.
I do care for you.
well, I don't know
Like for
where
me,
that
this
came
is
from.
like fake. This is like fake caring, right? Like just like telling someone about like your religion is like such fake caring that
Brother, a
it's so.
fucking deaf man hears better than you.
Oh wow, I'm so offended by that.
I just don't understand.
I know
like,
you cannot be offended because you value nothing, brother. What do you value? Tell
I
me.
believe in things. I just don't believe in your
But
things.
no. What do you value? What do you value? You value nothing. That's the reason nothing means nothing to you, bro.
I
Because
value
you
the
value
thing that
nothing.
you don't value, knowledge. I do value.
You
knowledge.
don't value
You said-
knowledge.
you said,
It's
you know,
okay, brother.
You don't
Just
care
don't
about.
cry.
You don't care about that.
okay, yeah. I'm gonna have to just like I'm gonna put you in a timeout for a
Yeah,
second.
I'm sure that guy's gonna save many people in his life.
I mean, just regardless of that, I believe that it's just that kind of approach that really turns people away from
Oh, yeah.
even giving like anything a chance involving like Christianity. Lamb, what do you think? Like it's just that kind of like spirit of truth that like I don't understand personally just what is the like mindset like rationalizing for those human beings when they are talking to people who aren't Christians or don't know the relationship with Christ that each of us may have. Like is that the best way to get them to like even want to have a relationship with him, or is it like knowingly trying to offend him? Like, he kept saying just like, if you're like, if you're triggered or if you're not like a believer, then why are you triggered? But, like type thing, like, I don't know why he kept
Like
saying.
he's not gonna trigger me for like going over the lore of his book that I don't subscribe to anymore.
Well, I mean, like, if I may,
like,
like,
silly.
that's the thing where, like, faith, like, I would ask you just, like, is it, like, that difficult, or maybe, like, or is it difficult for you just to be able to, like, have the faith that he is who like the Bible says he is, right? Just that faith, just like he is our Lord and Savior because he died, resurrected, and ascended to the
Well,
head.
I've actually told people like some I've asked in my life when I talked to Christians as well, and they tell me like this guy told asked me like what's the best way to share the gospel, and he was like what I try to do is like read the Bible to them or stuff like that. I was like, don't do that. Like the best way
It's
to
just
show it.
like,
No,
people
no,
can
no,
do
yeah.
that.
I just told him the best way to like even as an atheist, I would say the best way as a Christian to show it is just showing um like the
Love.
compassion that Jesus showed, right? Like you don't have to like talk about God or hell or heaven or anything at all. Just be like compassionate about to the person that you want them to feel God's love that you think like you're getting from God, right? That's the best way to is to share that compassion with other people. But like reading Bible verses at them, telling them they're going to hell, like that's not gonna change anyone's mind.
It's just- it's what kind of made me walk away from being able to call myself a Christian. It's just like, if this is what Christians are, then I don't want to be calling myself a Christian. And that's why I ended up taking my Shahada, because I always felt like I was following God, right? Like my Korean mother told me, like, son, like there is a God who is watching everybody and everything and listening to
Oh
everybody
yeah.
and like is
Wait, does your
wanting to
mom?
help.
Wait, are you not a Christian,
Me? I mean,
or you don't call
what
yourself a
is
Christian?
what is the definition of Christian here in this context? Like for me, like I want to believe Christian just means one who believes and follows the teachings and like, life of Jesus Christ by loving and like enlightening and listening and caring for like our neighbors, our enemies type thing, right? Like that is what I would say like is a Christian
Sure.
today, right? As opposed to somebody who isn't a Muslim or isn't a Jew, but like says that they're Christian.
Yeah.
Like Lamb, like do you like align 100% with just like people just like saying so you're a Christian too, or do you kind of tell them just like like I'm just me. I'm a lamb of God. I even like your name. Like, like we're like the new children born of God, born of love, right? The Bible says anybody who knows love knows God, and anybody who does not know love does not know God. And therefore, with that premise, for atheists today, I it's very hard for me to be able to like sit down with an atheist that cannot accept that that is who my God is, right? I tell them just like, I believe God is love. And if you tell me you don't believe love exists, then I want to give you a big hug. They're just like, stay away from me, man. I don't even know you. Type thing.
The issue with saying God is love is like when Christians tell me like God is like how do you get your morals if you don't believe in God? It's like similar, kind of a similar thing. I just feel like Christianity doesn't have the monopoly on those things. Like it's just kind of like almost just a human trait that emerges from just what we are, and
Hold on. But that
um,
isn't a very simple answer or like for that question. How do you get your morals without God? It's just like for me, it was my parents. My parents were the one who taught me good and bad,
sure.
right? And then, like for me, like I had like this love and I thought I was like mentally ill because I just like always would like forgive people and just like let them back in my life and just like trust them even though I knew they were gonna, just like and my parents were just like, Charles, like we told you, like there are children whose parents tell them, if you see fire, don't touch it because you're going to get burned. And they never touch it. They listen to their parents. And then there are the kids who have those parents and then end up touching the fire, getting burnt, and then learning, oh, this is why my parents told me not to touch this because this
or
hurts.
or sometimes it's like they tell you you'll get hurt, and then you test it and you don't get hurt. That also can happen too. Though for me, that happened a lot.
Well,
Like
okay,
I was
right. You
told I
don't
can't
get
do a lot of things,
burned.
and then I found out like this is kind of like an arbitrary rule they kind of just made up. Like I wasn't allowed to watch TV on Sundays. Like it was like the deadliest sin almost. Like if I
Right.
watch TV on God's day, like that's a very bad thing, right? And I was like, oh, it's really not that bad, right?
Right. It's just like we're watching the Super Bowl, aren't we, Dad? Just it's like,
Yeah.
but that isn't like that's different from like that guest was talking about like the fire, right? Like hell is for them, like type thing. And you asked, just like, I'm sorry, like who did he say hell is for, right? Like, and he kept talking about like you're gonna get burned by like the fire, right? And I personally
Yeah.
want to believe that he was just trying to, out of the love in his heart, the best way that he can, just kind of just show you that, it is, in a sense, just like foolish to, I don't know, like doubt.
Well, I think that's the big thing. Like for me, when I became an atheist, like the guy that was here talking, it's like a lot of that I feel like comes from his own ego. Like the he thinks he knows all these things about all these different things, but like as an atheist, like or as a Christian, I probably did something similar. Like you're gonna go to hell. I'm gonna pray for you because you don't know Jesus, and this is the one way, the one truth. Like I believe these things. But to become an atheist, you have to like actually be super humble. Like you need to bring humility into it, like to say that, oh, I actually don't know these things for certainty. So I'm gonna stop pretending like I do. And I'm gonna look for new knowledge. I'm gonna, hear from other people, like what they think about these things.
Okay, that's very fascinating. So are you saying that like to say like I'm an atheist is not necessarily claiming just like I don't believe God exists and I will debate you, but a testimony, a humble just like testimony just saying, look, I don't know and I'm open to other theists to tell me what they know, but don't like is that tracking correctly?
Or
Like
like
cuz I think that
I'm
is
open to theists, I'm open to science, I'm open to like any teacher that has knowledge of these things. Like I'm open to philosophers, all these things. I like for me, I opened myself up when I was a Christian. I closed myself to a lot of those things because I knew, because I thought from my point of view, like those are the things of the devil, right? And then, like I know that for sure. Like anything that's gonna try to like pull me away from God, even if they like give me a hint of like walking away from God. These guys are the devil. I'm not gonna hear them out, kind of thing. Like the other guy was just doing to me, pretty much. Like
right? It's just like
that's all that was. All that was. He wasn't offending me. I know like if you're a religious nut like this, like you're gonna go down this path of, you know, it's more of his ego than like he's not acting out of humility. That's for sure.
well, let's not, judge not lest we be judged, by the same standard, But again, like I believe that, like he answered the prompt, like just, like absolutely you can like follow Jesus without believing the Bible is fully true because, what does it all come down to? Love, right? I said family, but he was just like
But then
love.
he ended that with like, yeah, you don't need to read the Bible, but let me tell you about the Bible and what you need to know. Like,
But
you're
it's
gonna
just
burn in
like,
hell if you don't. Like,
exactly. Like
okay,
all you have to do is
so
love,
you
and
do need to
therefore
read the
just like
Bible. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
the guest at the bottom is burning in hell, and he's ignorance is bliss,
He
and like all
he
this
just
stuff. And that's
betrayed his own thought on that.
I wouldn't say
It's kinda
betrayed, but he is like defining like through his actions and his words. Like our thoughts become our words, and our words are our actions, and our actions define our character, which is based on our
I mean,
behavior,
he
right?
was
Like
talking about eternal torment and like burning forever. That's you can't get that unless you read the Bible. And he's saying like that's what's gonna happen to me. And if you don't read the Bible, how are you gonna know any of that?
it's just like ignorance was bliss until you like told me all this stuff.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, like, what? So, what do you guys think about this prompt? Can someone know love without reading a Bible? Right? Like, Or does somebody who has read the Bible know love better than those who have not read a Bible? Does that make
I don't
sense?
think love has anything to. For me, love is like an experience. It has nothing to do with like what you read.
What about you, Lamb?
It's just kind of like a natural instinct.
A natural instinct, or because I don't know if I would say it's like a natural instinct for humanity, because the Bible specifically says mankind was corrupt before God like came to the world. You know, like
I
so.
mean, the Bible says a lot of things, but I don't know.
I
I
know.
For
I
me,
knew when I
don't-
was presenting that. But again, remember I told you, God is love, right? God is good. God is light, right? So if I plug those three synonyms in there, like before love came into this world, man was corrupt. Before good came into this world, man was corrupt. Before light came into this world, man was corrupt. Is that fair? Like, I don't want you to. Not fair? Okay.
No.
Contest, Lamb. What
Well,
is
God
your?
is love, and before the foundations of the world were created, Jesus, our Lord, our Savior, existed, and He is love, and He actually exhibited the greatest love that we could have ever known or received, which was to lay down His own life for us. You know, and that was already established since before the world was created, because God is all knowing. He knew He was going to have to come down here and sacrifice Himself, because there would be none that was worthy. It's not like it came to God as a surprise, like, oh crap, I created them and they fucked up. Now I got to figure out what else to do. No, He knew it was going to happen.
It's
what,
like,
what was even the sacrifice, right? If he came back to life and he knew he was going to come back stronger than he was before, like I would do that too if I knew like I was going to come
Well,
back.
do
as
you
like,
really
a
think that
god.
He came back stronger than before? No, he's already all powerful.
Well,
He
no,
didn't
he
come
was
back
just a
stronger
man.
than
Now
before.
he came back as a guy that can float off into the heavens as a
Well, He
man,
wasn't
right?
just a man. Jesus is fully man and fully God. He's actually the visible image of the invisible God. He is God
Well, I
incarnate.
would say that was more after the resurrection. Like, but before the reresurrection, like he
No,
was
actually,
pretty
it's not
much just
after.
he didn't
Before.
do anything that was like super like I don't know.
before the
I don't know
resurrection?
Well,
what like
okay,
exactly.
in
We don't know
John
what.
1, in John chapter 1, it tells you that Jesus is the light of the world. It tells you that in the book of John. But in John chapter 1, it tells you that it was the light that created all things, and without the light, nothing was made. And the light is what gives life unto men. So Jesus gave you life. It's not like He did nothing so great. He did everything so great. He
I mean, still,
created all
what
things.
was the sacrifice? He died, and then if you come back to life, are you even dead? Because for me, death is like
The sacrifice is enduring the pain and the humiliation and the suffering, so that we could be cleansed of our sins. That was a sacrifice, was enduring that pain, enduring the penalty of death. You know,
well,
that
I
was a
mean, he
sacrifice.
didn't really
He felt
endure it for me.
everything.
I wasn't around at the time, so he
Well,
did that.
he died for all the past, present, and future sins of mankind.
Sure.
So even your
Like,
children, if you don't have children right now, if you do have children in the future, their sins are forgiven.
and therefore, like, no need for
But
a
you're saying if he
baptism,
didn't,
right?
but
Like,
if he didn't do
Right.
that
The only true
sacrifice, then
baptism is accepting the Spirit of the Lord. That is the living water, right?
I
That's what
mean,
Jesus told
I
the
was
woman at the
baptized as well.
well.
I did
That's what
like
Jesus told the woman at the
like
well.
a lot of children
It,
were
for
baptized
me,
as
it's
like
like
infants.
rituals.
It is
Yeah,
right.
like I
Like,
was baptized
I
as a
did it. I
baby.
did it with like my own will. Like I made the choice to get baptized.
oh, you did. At how old?
Yeah, I got baptized at like 15, maybe 14, something around there.
Okay, interesting. Okay, and how was it? Like, it felt like a
It was
renewal, or was it like a moment where
sure. I mean,
you?
at the time, it was like it was all part of the ritual of getting baptized. I felt renewed. I felt like I was dying to my old life into a new life, but in the end, I like now in retrospect, I just don't think it was really all that
Well,
much
that's
other than
because
a
they
Christian
fooled you
ritual.
into believing that it did something for you. You were fooled into believing that being dunked into some dirty water was going to cleanse you of your sins.
Some
No, I
dirty
don't. No, not being cleansed. No, I didn't believe that it was going to cleanse me of my sins. I believed that I was dying to myself. Right, you're dying to your old self and being born new in Christ. That was the choice I made to do that.
Mhm.
But I mean, now that was just a Christian ritual that I was just a part of.
But then, like,
Right, and
what
that's what
was
it
it
is.
that
It's just
led
a
you to walk
ritual.
I mean,
away?
for me, I don't think it really changed anything. Like, it's not gonna. I mean, now
No,
I'm
the
still an
only thing
atheist
that
now. So
changes you is accepting Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. That's the only thing that's going to save you. That's the only true baptism,
I mean,
because
obviously, I
Jesus
did that.
Christ is the living water. And once you receive that living water, it wells up inside you into everlasting life.
I guess the best thing then that could have happened to me in a Christian worldview is that I died before I deconverted.
Deconverted?
Yeah,
Or
I mean, I deconstructed, and deconverted. So
deconstructed?
I don't consider myself a Christian at all in any sense that Christians hold to Christianity. Right?
But you are like in this like stage in your personal life, like at 40 years old, like questioning just like the man versus like the belief, the faith, right? That he like did all these miracles like in his lifetime and then was crucified on a cross and died and then
I mean,
resurrected again and
no,
then
at this point, I believe the book is there. I believe the stories are there. And these things are written down, of course, but for me, I don't accept all those things as like true claims, or like they can just be stories, like things that are just wrapped up in stories. Morality is wrapped up in the story of Christ, or love wrapped up in the story of Christ. I just don't think that Christianity has any kind of like monopoly on these human experiences that we can all get without the Bible. Honestly,
I would agree with that part there. So like this is the thing where like Christianity, like in the definition of just like, yeah, going to church and like all that stuff, like that's not you, right? But following Jesus in the like context of just like, yeah, loving our neighbors as we love ourselves, being compassionate, empathetic, understanding, like civil type thing. Those are all beliefs that you as an atheist align with. No difficulty at all. Right, Faith? Like
I mean, I could align with them as much as, but like I just like
just
just
forget
just
like
like if I
the
read
the
Harry
tag of
Potter,
just like
if
the
I
Bible, right? Like okay, bring
no,
in
no, I
Harry
mean,
Potter.
like let's say I read Harry Potter and I'm like amazed by his friendships that he has with his friends, right? I wouldn't say like, oh, this friendship comes because Harry Potter talked about it so well, or like anything like that. Like I wouldn't. I just don't take it like
Because
that.
J.K. Rowling
Yeah,
is like
because J.K. Rowling has had such insight on friendship that like
But like that's the thing. If I've never seen or read the Harry Potter books, but I'm sure that like dynamic of whatever like it is comes from Jesus, like in some way. Like that's the thing. Everything
I would say that came from her experience. Maybe she had friends that she had secrets that she would like run off and do things and do crazy things with her friends, and it like made their friendship stronger. And like she's writing about her experience about friendship, and I just kind of like think that's the same way with the Bible a bit. It's more like his experience. It doesn't really have to be about God. It's just like his daily experience as a person, and then they're just kind of like wrapping it up in these stories.
and kind of like doing what they will, right? Monetizing it or weaponizing it or,
Sure, yeah.
but again, well, all I'm maybe trying to show you is just like, like Lamb said, like after his sacrifice, like the love that he gave humanity by laying down his own life and enduring that pain and suffering, regardless of knowing or not knowing, he would come back. Like that's something I've been kind of thinking about recently Just like, did he know he would be resurrected? I personally,
Absolutely.
you think? Like, I mean, like,
Absolutely. God is all knowing, yes or no?
abs- yes, God is all
Yes.
knowing.
Can God die?
No.
No. So God knew that he was going to come down and endure death, endure pain, endure humiliation, suffer, all these things just for our sake because he loves us so much. He wants us to be reconciled to him. That was the whole purpose of him creating everything, was for him to share that love that he had so much of. And so he knew he was going to suffer the death, he was going to suffer that affliction, but he knew he was going to conquer death because he does not die. That flesh, that body that was created to be that sacrifice, would die, but his spirit, which God is a spirit, would never die, lives forever. And it is his spirit that covers us, and we receive his spirit into our hearts. And we now, because we've received his spirit and accept his sacrifice, we also have eternal life.
Amen.
And that's what he wanted. He wanted us to have eternal life with him.
That would you say
Well,
like
for me,
that
I'm-
was
I'm
the
not
that
on
is
board
the
with eternal
purpose
life.
of the ministry to follow, like after like all that, like like because just to tell everyone that we have been saved, and therefore if we have this like circumcised heart, like knowing a true personal relationship with Jesus, like by reading like this book for ourselves, like we will have like that eternal life. Like I believe it 100% because I put in the work, and this is where I'm not saying you didn't, Faith, but I don't know. I know that you have love in your heart, and I know you like do all these things, but the conflict for you is just how it has been approached to you and presented to you by those who call themselves Christians. That I believe is the wall that has been built up between you and like us.
Well, I think maybe Christianity, did give me that base thing, but I don't think it like carries the base like goodness or compassion. Like maybe it did was instilled in me through its stories, but I don't think I need the stories to be true or anything like that for me to continue that compassion.
Amen.
It's kind of
Hopefully.
like I think of it like Santa Claus, like little kids, like, oh, I'm good because I don't get a present at the end of the year if I'm a good kid all year, right? But like once we grow up and we don't have that Santa Claus, it's not like we just choose to be bad because we don't believe in it anymore. But it's still like, it actually turns out being good and being compassionate and being loving these are all good things. Like, but I don't need the story to be true to or the punishments or the heaven or the hell or the whole sin concept. I don't need any of that to be true to be who I am,
Okay, then
to continue to be compassionate or loving or any of those things.
do you have kids? Are you a parent, Faith? I know you are, sister.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so you and I are like we have that in common. Like I'm not married either. So this is where just like I just have to worry about myself and just like do what but like
Yeah.
the idea of Santa Claus, like what is your perspective of this whole indoctrination parents did, and maybe I don't know if they still do as much
I mean, I have
on
a
children.
nephew, so I have a nephew. So I watch it happen in real time. So like, I right now, like, I'm not happy about it, but
That they are
always
still
wanna,
telling
like,
him about Santa Claus, that he is getting presents
Yeah,
from this
exactly.
fat, jolly white man.
I mean, when we
like,
pray all the time, like my parents also know that I'm an atheist now. So like whenever I get together with them for Thanksgiving, I get the prayer of the black sheep in the family. They make that
in
prayer,
Korean,
make
is
me
it in
feel
Korean too?
Yeah,
It's
yeah, in Korean, yeah. And then and we're just like I'm also with my relatives and cousins and stuff like who don't even know that any of this stuff, and they're just like, you know, they don't even ask. They just like whatever, It's like, but they still make that prayer, and it's like awkward. But for me, like it doesn't matter to me because like for me, I don't need that religion. But if my parents still need it, I'm fine with it. I'm not trying to like deconvert them or anything. Like they need it. Like
I mean, that's the thing. Like, amongst your family members, like if you say just like, yo man, this year I am officially now atheist. I've been an atheist for, like it's like a coming out of the closet thing. It's just like, yeah,
Oh
like
yeah,
like, like
I wrote him a
would
letter.
they
I told
like
him
look at you
for me it was more
differently?
important that,
Would they be like, I
of
can't believe he
course,
doesn't believe in God.
of
You are
course.
no longer invited to Thanksgiving, Christmas, or these family events.
No,
Like it's
I
that
mean they
kind
didn't
of
cut me
black
off.
sheep.
No, they didn't cut me off like that, but like they'll pray for me like I am the black sheep, like they'll at the end of the prayer, they'll say their prayer and then they'll say, there's one among us who's not a believer in you, but will you like open up his heart, kind of thing.
It's just like, what the heck, mom?
Well, I mean, I used to get mad about that, right? Early on, I was like, this is bullshit. Like, this is just my beliefs, and like, if you don't like it, I did get angry, but over time, I kind of like matured in that aspect. Like, for me, it's not like my atheism is not for them. Like, I came to this belief just for myself. Like, I
They-
didn't want to.
Do they know that your atheism isn't like saying like what we were talking about before, just like that I don't believe in God and all that stuff, right? Like it's just like it's just I'm like maybe open to you, mom, telling me
Well,
what what God, like type thing, right? Like or
Well,
is
for
it
me,
maybe
the reason I told my parents wasn't to like make them sad. Obviously, like for me, it was like they're my parents, so like I want them to. If for me, if this is all we have on, like I believe that all the time that we have on this earth is on this earth, right? And I don't want my parents to go on like believing something about me and then expecting me to, turn up in heaven, and I didn't never show up, right? I want them to know in this life because in my belief I don't think there's an
you
afterlife,
want
so I
them to
want
know
them to
in
know
this
in this
life
life.
you ain't showing up if that's what they believe.
Yeah,
Like that.
but then I actually did have regrets about that because like honestly I have nothing to offer them, like I outside of Christianity, like I don't have anything to offer them because they haven't been through the journey I have, right? But and then now they're just for
What
like
is
now
that? Is that
actually
to
like
say
after 10
that
years.
like you have nothing to offer them because they have not been on the journey that
No,
we
I
like
have nothing to offer them to replace their Christianity, like their Jesus, their love for Jesus, or all these things. Like I can't replace that with with atheism, with a non-belief, right? But for me, I'd rather live in my own truth than like the comfort.
Do you think your parents love Jesus more than they love you, their son? Just I know, like like Korean parents, like your answer
Um,
is
that's hard to answer. I mean, I know they do love me still, but like the way they define love, where the way they think of love is not the way I would define it. So like I don't
okay.
think
What?
they're
Let's
being
start
loving
there.
as a
What is
from
their thought of love? Is it just like listening to your
it's
parents,
like it's just
not
like
messing up?
having God in your yeah, it's just like having God in your life, right? And just like being able like for them it's the quote unquote good news, right? And if as long as you have the good news, you'll feel love. But then like the way they treated me also, like growing up, it didn't feel like love a lot of the times, right? It just kind of like felt like the Korean growing up. I think we're kind of the same generation of like Korean parents growing up, but
I mean, yeah,
like
first
it's
generation
yeah,
American, born of like
same.
immigrant. Like I don't know if Lamb,
Yeah,
if
I am
you're
as
the
well.
same case, like first generation immigrant like children. Do you know? Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, it's kind of I think I'm like second, but it's kind of tough because my grandmother was pregnant with my mother when she was crossing the border. So I guess my mom was a first generation.
No,
But
I
then I
think
was
you
raised
still
by my
fall.
grandmother. I was
You
raised by
were
her because my mom was only like 13 years old when she had me. So I was technically first generation.
born in America.
Because I
Like,
was, yeah, born in America because I wasn't raised by my own mother. She was just a child when she had me and she kind of just left me to my grandma. So I would
and
consider myself
then
first born.
like you had no relationship like since then, or you were able to finally like reconnect when she was older, or is that kind of a touchy kind of.
Oh, it's a very long and complicated story, and my mother is dead now. She was murdered about 11 years ago now.
Oh my god.
I mean, yeah, like that's.
Yeah, if you really want to get into it, I mean,
you know I
had
do.
a lot of
I got
resentment.
plenty.
I had a lot of resentment for my own mother because all I ever wanted was to be loved by her, like any other child.
Of course.
And she was very abusive, very neglectful, very, self-absorbed. But I didn't understand because she was just a kid, when she had me. So I didn't understand that until now, But
So,
God gives you the desires of your heart, and my desire, and I prayed for this. I screamed at God and I yelled at him and I was so mad at him. I said, why the fuck did you allow me to be born if my whole life is going to be like this? And I remember yelling at him before I got into my class, because I was, going to school full time. I was working full time, going to school full time. And I was so pissed off because I was literally like, I felt like I was my mother's mother. I felt like I was her mom. I felt like she was my child, And it was so fucking frustrating to me because I'm like, how am I going to have my own kids? Like, how am I going to have my own life? How am I going to have my own everything, if I'm constantly dealing with this woman who never even took care of me, And it was like my grandma was always asking me, what should I do? What should I do? I'm like, I don't fucking know. She's your kid, Like, you tell me, what do you want to do? I don't care. You do it. And I was really such a bitch about it, and I fucking hate myself for that. But at the same time, like, I was also just a kid, But I prayed for my mother to die, and that night she did. That night she did. God took her away from me. And when the fucking minute that he took her away, I didn't believe it. I thought that my whole family was lying to me because, they've always lied to me my whole life. I thought they were lying to me to try to teach me a lesson. And I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it until I saw her body. And even then I thought that they made it up. And it wasn't until we buried her that it really hit that it was real. This was real. This is real. And then I realized that the only reason why I'm such a strong person is because of my mother, because after I realized and came to the, realization that she's gone forever, I realized she taught me everything that I know about Jesus. And if it wasn't for her, I would be so fucking lost, Because she had a very strong relationship with God, even though, she wasn't always walking in the right path. She had a very strong relationship with him because that's all that she had. Her own family hated her for the kind of life that she lived, and they hated me for being born. It was my fault that I was alive. And and yeah, she's the one that told me all about Jesus and the love that he has for us, and her too, when she was alive, she would tell me, I love God more than I love you. And I was really fucking pissed off at that. I'm like, how dare you? How fucking dare you say that to me?
That's part of the doctrine, isn't it?
But no, that's exactly what the scripture says. Jesus says,
yeah, it says hate your parents.
Who does not love, he who loves mother or father more than me is not worthy of me. He who loves son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And I understand it now. I get it now. So one of the first things that I said to my child, one of the first things that I said to my child,
hold on, Faith.
One of the first things that I said to my child is, my oldest, I said to her, because I want her to understand how important this is. I told her, I said, Mommy loves you very much, right? And I always tell my children how much I love them. I always tell them, I love you so much. I love you all the way to the moon and around and all the way to the sun and around and all the way back to the earth and around and all the way back to you. That's how much I love you. And they love it when I say that, and so that's how they know. They're very solid, and they know that I love them so much, And so one time I told the oldest one, I said to her, you know how much I love you, right? And she told me the same thing. She's like, yeah, I know how much you love me. You love me all the way to the moon and around, all the way around the stars, all this and all that. And I said, yeah, you're right, baby. But guess what? I love God more than I love you. And she got so sad. Her heart broke. Boom, like instantly it broke. But I told her, but you know what? It's your job to love God more than you love me. So you have to love God more than you love me. Just like I have to love God more than I love you. And I told her, but you know what the best part about that is? when you love God more than you love everybody in the world, then you know how to love everybody in the world because you have real love inside of you.
I mean, like, that was amazing. Like, can I like, this is something that Faith was like, what about, like, so you never, like, what about the father? Like, did you, like, even, like, get to know your father? Or
Not in the
was he-
picture.
No, my mom, she had me when she was 13, and the reason for that is because she was raped.
Okay.
So I don't know who that man is.
Okay, so like, yeah, you don't even want to know him or anything like that. So this is the dynamic here, like, and I pray, like, I know God wills for, like, your eldest to find her path and just like truly understand that. I think that was beautiful as a mother to now kind of give her like the bread crumbs, I guess, that we got from the bread of Christ to lead her on a doorway to seek God for herself. Right, Lamb, is what I'm kind of tracking.
Yeah.
And I think that's
what she
beautiful.
does. Yeah, she, you know how many times I'm corrected by my 6-year-old child? I'm like, she shuts me up so quick. I'm like, damn, girl, you're right.
Corrected, or just kind of just like just like
Because I
destroyed.
tell her so much, and she hears me also on these TikTok lives. She hears a lot of the things that I say, and so she's a very fast learner. She's a very smart girl.
They're sponges,
and
right?
they're
Like-
sponges, yes, exactly. And so sometimes I'll say something to her, and then she'll shut me up with a truth that she heard from me, and I'm like, oh, you're right. I don't know what was that. What was that? I don't know how I forgot that. But
And then does she get like a treat? Just like, now where's my candy? Like, do I get a toy type thing? No, but like
no,
that's
but she
amazing.
does have that look of satisfaction on her face.
Yeah, that was the kid I was. I just like be kicking my little legs, just like, I got my daddy, like, and then like my dad would just always ask me these questions. He'd be like, son, if you were walking down the street and you saw a $20 bill and a $100 bill, which one would you pick up? And I was just like, both of them. And my dad was just like, honey, he's a lot smarter than we thought. And I was just like, what? like that's a memory I have. And like, these are the moments where I started then recalling, like, when I found out Santa Claus was my father, right? Like, I was like, before I hit maybe like the end of kindergarten, right? Like, I was like so determined to meet this man because like being pitched, like, like my parents were only like celebrating this so that I could assimilate to Western American like culture better and be accepted by my like peers, as one of them, which is a sacrifice for them, especially like in a proud Asian father like my dad who works tooth and nail to buy like a gift that he would have probably bought his child anyway, but he has to give the credit of this gift to this, like, like that was a tough pill for my dad to just personally swallow. But he did it for me and my mother, right? Because that's just who my mother was. My mother raised me. My first language was Korean because that's the only thing I could talk with my mother. And then when I got into school, I had the hardest time. And my father, at that moment, he was like an alcoholic then, and this was like in a drunken, just like moment where he was just like venting all the frustration he was getting from his like clients and stuff. Like I realized like growing up, just like where like all the dominoes fell, and so like that whole thing with Santa Claus, like it showed my parents just like how determined I am. Like if I'm set on figuring something out, I'm going to stop doing everything and figure this out. Like this is something that I heard them tell like one of my girlfriends that I was just like shocked. Like I've never heard that kind of compliment. But my father, when I like woke up like and caught him, like putting my present under the tree, in my mind, like that, like snap image, I thought he was taking my present from me, right? I don't know why, like as a child, but like I just wake up and I just see that and I accuse my father of just like trying to steal my Christmas present. And this is where he just like freaked out. And he was just like, honey, like it is our responsibility to teach him like what is good, what is wrong. Like we're not gonna go to church anymore. Like blah 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 blah. Like I'm sick of all this, like and like this is just like playing out. And I'm a child. Like my whole life, the fabric of my existence has just been like ripped apart. Like Santa Claus isn't real. Like I'm not going to church anymore. Just like it's a lot to process, and this is the thing where I am so grateful to God for putting like the teachers and guardians and neighbors I had around me to kind of balance all that out. I couldn't see that, like until decades later, but this is something where coming to Christ allowed me to truly understand forgiveness and like the power of that kind of forgiveness. Like how could he forgive Peter for denying him the 3 times and like all that stuff, and then like coming back resurrected and Peter sees him. Like if that was me, I would have just been like, yo, but like that was just what I took away from Christ in that moment. Like faith. I was 35 years old, man. Like, like I never needed really any, like my parents never told me about Jesus Christ after that moment with Santa Claus. Like this is Jesus's birthday. I just found out this is all fake, but it's something parents do for children. And my mom told me to teach kids that there is a God who is watching everybody, parents, adults, kids, right? And like my mother was the one who really like tried to, like you, sister, be that foundation of reconciliation to like kind of like put me back together, just knowing just like, so you guys don't, like, what do you mean you love God more than you love me? My parents have never told me that. My father like tells me just like nobody will love you more than your mother and your father. And I know that that is my mother and my father. And that was like something that growing up like ate me like inside with so much guilt and just like shame that I have like these parents who love me and do everything for me that so many of my fellow students didn't have and don't have. And, like it was just like this humbling moment where, again, this like ties into like that love that I felt I had that was like a mental illness. People thought I might have a condition called Williams syndrome. I don't know if you've ever heard of this, but it is a condition.
My niece has that.
Really? Like diagnosed?
Yeah.
Now, is it like, do you know what that is, Lamb?
Right.
Like
she's very happy all the time.
So why is that
like,
a disorder? Like that's the thing. When they told me this is a disorder that like shows up in children that makes them just like loving and trusting and like just happy, like, and that's where I can understand like parents being concerned like of their kid just running up to a stranger, just like, I love you. And then like that thing, I can understand that. But like,
she's
like,
awesome. Yeah, I love her a lot.
I mean, I can imagine. Like that's the thing where I never wanted to take the test to like confirm because like I was just like, dude, like like so. I don't know. Maybe I would love to like kind of get like if God wills it. But like that's amazing that you even know about it. But again, all these people all my life have trying to be like the ones who either like sit down and like really like look at me as like a special kind of, I don't know, like student. I don't want to like toot my own horn, but like I felt like just always just like I'm here for some like grand big purpose that I know everybody like truly feels that way, but like I felt like it was very narcissistically just like I think like I don't know, like I'm here to save the world or something like this before I even knew of Jesus or anything like that. And I was just like in a moment doing stand up comedy as my career pursuit for 10 years, coming to a point where I knew this wasn't like the love that I wanted for myself anymore. And that's when I found God. Like, well, I already found God like in my entire life, but this is when God like just answered me directly. You know, I asked him just like, can I get some kind of scientific method to be able to like like tell myself why I know you like exists or whatever. Like I can't remember how I exactly worded it, but no joke, like Faith. I just like open my eyes from that prayer and just turn on my TV and like this movie Heaven is Real comes on, you know, just randomly, and the scene is just God is love, you know, and he just like circles it, and that's when I was just like so like astounded. I was just like, it can't be that simple, right? Like if God is love, there is no way to debate that, right? And there's no way that could be in the Bible, because if it's in the Bible, somebody would have said it, right? Everybody tells me just like Jesus loves me, but it's like if God is love, this is like just game changing for me. And that is what was the, you know, like breadcrumb that led me to like really sit down and read this book, you know? So when I was reading this book, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the movie The Never Ending Story, you know, but like it really reminded me of that. And you know, like I've gone through a point where I was like being assessed for a Messiah complex. Have you guys heard of that? Like the Messiah complex disorder, where people believe that they are the second coming of Jesus Christ here to save humanity and the entire
I've
world.
met a lot of them. I met a lot of them on TikTok from my lives.
It's one thing to be like a TikTok, you know, just like thing, but to be
I
like,
have three self-proclaimed messiahs. Like they literally think they're messiahs because he lives in somewhere in Atlanta that starts with the B, just like Jesus was born in Bethlehem. It's like these weird, links that they have to being the messiah.
oh, I mean, because I'm born in Bethlehem, Atlanta, and that's where Jesus. I mean, like, but that's the thing. This is something that has now in psychology, like, been labeled as a like mental like disorder or condition, right?
I've
The
even
Messiah
met someone-
complex.
I've even met someone that was a follower of one of these messiahs. Like she wasn't claiming
Yeah,
she
those
was a
are
messiah,
called
but she said
cult
like, this
leaders,
guy-
right? That is the danger
Yeah.
of this Messiah complex like condition. If it goes unassessed or like checked or something like that, you could become a David Koresh and be like the like convincing figure that like draws in like gatherings of true believers looking and waiting for this figure to come, right? That is the danger of like these false prophets today. Like that I call, you know, Sister Lamb knows what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm scared of. Like I don't want to be a part of a cult. Like when I look at those cults and see how people in those cults defend those cults, like I don't see that much different from my own Christian belief, right? Or when I was a Christian, like the way I would defend it is like the same way I would defend, my own Christian belief. It's in the text. There's God says so. It's in the Bible. Like I appeal to authority, give it special pleading for that these things are possible through this God that I believe in. And I just found out like I'm just making the same logical mistakes that that cult leaders or cults would make. The same defense.
I mean, like,
Well, the thing about that is, like, in a cult, you're defending a person, you're defending a human being, a leader. And as a leader, the leaders of these cults are trying to gather people, telling them to follow them because they're the ones who have all the answers. They're the ones who know all these things. But when you read the scriptures, the Lord Jesus tells you, makes it very clear, you have only one Father, you have only one teacher, and that is God in heaven. So you don't have to, depend on anybody here
Sure,
to
that's
teach you of
according to
any
the
of
Bible,
these
yeah.
things, because the Lord Jesus has already revealed all these truths unto you. All you have to do, all you are charged with, is ask, seek, and knock. Ask, and it will be given to you. Seek, and you shall find. Knock, and the door will be opened unto you. For everyone who asks receives. Those who seek will find, and anyone who knocks, the door shall be opened.
See, well, I
So
don't see
we all
that
have that
explanation
power.
being, I don't see that explanation being much different than like if a Scientologist said the same thing,
They do.
like the leader doesn't exist now, right? Or Mormon or John, John, whatever his name is, that read things from golden tablets. You just have to like I like nothing in that defense makes me think it
Well, you're literally
differentiates
following nobody.
from
You're
Christ.
following the truth that you're seeking. You're literally following no man. You're following a truth that you are looking for. And the truth will be revealed unto you. If you seek it with all of your heart, you will receive it. That's why Jesus says, you will seek me and find me when you seek me with all your heart.
Well, I think that's what I did, and that's actually how I deconverted, essentially. Because, like, I did seek God, and I did seek Jesus, and it just ended up not turning out the way that, of
Well,
me.
how did you seek him? Did you seek
Just
him in other men? Did you seek him in a religion? Did you seek him in a church father?
Sought him through my faith in him. Like, I literally, like, I was like 15, 16, and I was flying to China to share his word to orphans and people in China in rural areas. Like, that's what I did.
so what was the word? What was the word that you were sharing over in China to these orphans? Just like he is.
We were washing their feet. We were like literally like doing things like we were washing their feet, and they were crying, and they felt the love of Christ. Just by the things that we were doing. We were playing with them. We were just showing that ultimate compassion, right?
Oh, okay. So not necessarily like building a church and like trying to teach them and read them like Bible, but like taking like actual like okay, that's interesting. But
So like
then
help. We also help like North Korean refugees escape. We pray for them and all these things. Like
that's courageous right there because you get caught doing that in China, especially like that is almost like death in itself. But let me ask you this then, Faith. Like you said that was like 15, 16, and then now you're 40. Like what was it that made you deconstruct? Like what age? Do you remember the age that you began?
for me, it was probably in my 20s. Like after I finished college, I started like listening to these science podcasts. And like for me, like I knew science, but I didn't know like how much like science could explain like all these big questions about the universe. Like I didn't know like how much we actually knew, but when I actually started listening to those things, I just kind of like opened my eyes. Like, oh wow, we know a lot. Like, but like
For
none of this-
Asians, we say that and we get like like exposed. Just like, look, I know Asians probably they're like, open your eyes, Asian. But he's like, yeah, like it opened my eyes. Like
I did,
like
honestly, I didn't even know what an atheist was, honestly, until like I started like from there. I was like listening to just science podcasts and just like learning like how much we know about things and how much like the things that we know don't match up with the things I thought were true from the Bible. And then it just like started creating this gap. Like, and then after that, I started listening to some like atheist podcasts, and then like hearing their point of view, like just like kind of opened up my eyes of like am I I started learning about like logical fallacies. It's like if I'm like making all these logical fallacies, am I actually being reasonable about my beliefs?
So what I'm
Is it-
hearing is you were leaning on men to teach you their wisdom instead of seeking the wisdom from the Lord.
I mean, how like do I am I if I'm seeking wisdom from the Lord, am I supposed to just do that my entire life, my entire
Yes.
being?
Absolutely, yes.
like it's not as
That
hard as
sounds
maybe
like
you
a good way
feel.
to get trapped into a box.
Like that's the thing
It's
where
really not
you're,
that difficult, and it's a lot of fun.
it is like that's the thing where like you're already past the point where like you're smart enough not to like fall for like a David Koresh or like a freaking L. Ron Hubbard, the founder of Psych. Like that's the thing where like we're in a whole new age, but you now have all knowledge and like from all like like at your fingertips. So if you are sitting here and you can say just like I don't know it like what I believe from like the like actual like logical stuff versus the supernatural stuff, right? But once you find that reconciliation, at least like I have, and I know like Sister Lamb
I
has.
mean, I've always doubted. I've always doubted supernatural things. I think, like even like ghosts and stuff. I've had encounters with things that I thought were ghosts, but like, in retrospect, it's probably like people pranking me, right?
Well, what's funny about that comment is even the CIA has released documents that confirm that there are interdimensional beings that walk among us. They don't call them aliens, they call them interdimensional beings because they are not of this world.
And this dimension.
Not from this
Intergalactic.
dimension, exactly. Mhm.
Intergalactic,
How,
right?
how
Like
would they conclude that? How would they conclude that it's not from our dimension?
Well, because you're smart, right? You know that scientists have a lot of like equipment that we don't have access to. They have a lot of information that
We
we
don't
don't
have
even
any
really
of.
get to understand it until, decades later than when they finally release this information unto us so that we can become distracted from other things that are a lot more
I
pressing
mean,
at the moment.
well, when did they release this? I'll look it up. Like I'm not afraid. Like
I
truth
think
is
this was
not
like 2 or
afraid
3
of
years ago. Let me
investigation.
look it up for you. Hold on. Like, this is not that long ago.
how much of it is just heavily redacted? It's just like when they redact it all, it's just like
Yeah,
why am I
exactly.
even reading this? But like
I'll
that's the
just put it in
thing.
ChatGPT right now.
Interdimensional beings, right? Like that is the new, I guess, political correct term for like aliens or like supernatural, like the unexplained. Like the language is changing. Science language and terminology is lining up so much closer with religion than ever before. Like, like they have the God particle. Like so many things. Like, what was your like? You said you graduated college. Lamb, like, did you like have a major in anything like
I
that?
mean,
Yeah, I
here's what I
majored in engineering.
Engineering? Really? What kind of
I put.
engineering?
Construction.
Wow. What did you put in? Faith?
I put. Did the CIA claim that interdimensional beings walk among us?
Did the CIA, that was your Google search? The CIA has never officially claimed that engineering.
ChatGPT.
Oh, you're using ChatGPT? Like, nobody uses Google anymore? Just like is everybody?
I mean, this is. I mean, it's gonna say. You want
1983. I was born in 81. Like, go to Google, man. I don't. Do you use ChatGPT, Lamb? Like, or like AI a lot? Like, I don't even.
I only use ChatGPT to ask like simple questions like how, like, can I get a recipe for frittata?
And it just, I mean, like,
You know,
you can't do that with Google?
or like, yeah, I could do that with Google, but I like it when the man talks to me,
Google's not a
in his
man?
British accent. I just want him to say
Okay,
it to
I'm not
me.
alone. I'm not alone. Like, just
Whisper sweet
changing.
nothings into my ear.
Okay, here's what Google says. Here's Google's AI. No, the CIA has never officially stated that interdimensional beings walk among us.
Yeah, not that they walk among us, but that they've walked among us. Well, who are you gonna believe? You think like they're just gonna put that out? Like.
Well, I mean, like as soon as I heard her say that, like I immediately had doubts about that being true because I mean, obviously, because I don't believe in supernatural
Here
things like
in
this.
in this news article here, it says resurfaced CIA document suggests the government may have identified extraterrestrial beings decades ago.
Is that a credible source? What's a source?
Unilad. Let's see what else we got.
Unilab.
Independent.
So is this like
The
under like
independent.
Trump's? Is this what
Meta
happened when?
lawmaker Anna Paulina Luna claims Congress has seen proof of interdimensional beings. That's from The Independent.
And extraterrestrial, right? Like this is two different, like kind of releases. Is this from Trump? Just saying, just like he will release all the files on aliens' existence after. Like that's the thing. Like, do you believe in aliens, Faith? Like an alien invasion?
I like Obama said, like, you know how he was asked that question recently about if there's aliens?
And he said,
Like, of
yes.
course there's aliens. Like the probability of being he said there's yes, but there's none in Roswell. I mean, reasonable people, like the interview of that, he didn't even like talk more about that. He just like automatically knew. And I also knew, like, when he says there's aliens that exist, but we don't have them in Roswell. If it's like, of course there's aliens that exist. There's like probability. The probability is high that there's other beings out there. We just haven't seen them yet.
But I mean, like,
And
it's
they're definitely
insane.
not.
How come?
They're definitely
How
not
is
here.
it
They're definitely
that
not
before
walking.
we
in.
had computers, before we had all of this technology, we were able to make it to the moon? Somehow that technology is lost to us. How can a piece of paper and a pencil be lost to us? Because the people who did the mathematics to get us to the moon, they used, a simple calculator and a pen.
A simple calculator. Okay,
It
so
was a human brain. It was a human being's brain that got us to the moon, but now we don't have the technology. How is that possible? Even Buzz Aldrin, who
What do
is
you mean?
credited
What do you
with
mean
being
we don't
one
have
of
the
first-
technology? We can still go to the moon.
Even Buzz Aldrin, one of the men that was the first to walk on the moon, the second one to walk on the moon, because we know it was Neil Armstrong, the first one that stepped foot on the moon was Neil Armstrong, according to what we've been told. But Buzz Aldrin was the second one, according to what we've been told. He himself said, I've never even been to the moon. He said that was all made up. His own words.
I doubt this again.
Why?
give me the
You
source.
could go ahead and Google it.
I mean, which one, Neil Armstrong or which one, Buzz Aldrin?
no, hold
Buzz
on. Like,
Aldrin.
yeah, I have a hard time, like, kind of like accepting Buzz Aldrin said publicly he had never been to the moon, because I know, like, he said like a lot of stuff about the
punched
dark
people-
side of the moon.
He punched a guy
Here,
that told
the
him that he didn't
Washington
go on
Post.
to the moon.
The Washington Post published this July 30th, 2021. UFOs exist and might come from beyond Earth, the U.S. said. Will that encourage conspiracy theorists? They did a whole article on that.
As a question,
That's from the
will
Washington
that
Post.
stir the pot a little bit? Like, it's like you. Okay, 2021, July 30th.
Oh, here's the CIA.gov unclassified document of what they're talking about here.
No, Buzz Aldrin has never said that the Apollo 11 moon landing was faked. He consistently maintained that he walked on the lunar surface on July 20th, 1969. The misconception usually comes from 3 specific video clips that have been heavily edited or taken out of context by conspiracy theorists. So, yeah. I just don't believe that. Like this is why I think it's important to be knowledgeable about these things, so you don't fall for this shit, right? So like,
I
this
mean,
is how
just
easily you can come into a cult, right?
just
Like this is
or
what
come
this is
into
why it pisses me
ignorance.
off
It's like,
about it.
yeah, I mean, like, like, this is the thing where it's called discernment, right? Like, we have to be able to discern
Yeah.
truth from, like, like lies or complete, like, illusion. Like, and today
Yes,
with AI, it's like
it's even harder.
DEFCON Red.
It's even harder.
I mean, like, it's even more like necessary to like really focus on how to develop this discernment like ability, right? And like, again, like the Bible lays like the foundation, but again, today, like Lamb, I would say that this is where a lot of like adult, and I say adult by age, like specifically, who are on TikTok, trying to teach or I guess like shepherd younger, like men and just do it in a sense where they don't understand like the walk with Christ is how we are like literally like sitting down and like talking and listening to one another. And that is what like terrifies me the most in a sense of like faith. But you know, like, does that make any sense? You know, I believe TikTok is like a supernatural like God like send like
Well, to be honest with you, I do not believe that the moon landing ever happened because if it did, how come we cannot get back there? Why are there so many
Who said
failed
we can't
attempts?
get back there?
Why are there so
We
many
just- I
failed
think we
attempts
just went
to
back
get
there
back to the
recently.
moon?
failed attempts or like because that's the thing. We've been back there, but there have been failed attempts.
India just went.
We've been back to the moon? When did we go back to the moon?
There have been other missions to the moon, right?
Were they successful?
Where they actually land. I know, yeah.
I think
And then they just
India's
stopped.
space program went to the moon.
They just stopped here, like in NASA, because of just like the funding, and it was just so much like cost to do that. Where it was just like now,
Because of the funding.
Also, there's nothing for us to do on the moon. 'Cause we put our lasers, we put everything that we needed. There's no reason to go back unless there's a reason to go back.
I mean, like either way, like okay, so Lamb, like, do you then believe like the Earth is not round and that it is a flat Earth type thing, or you just don't believe we've ever been to the moon because like why haven't we been able to like successfully go back there? You know, like as technology evolves, like consistently and easier and easier. Am I tracking correctly? Like.
Well, I mean, because they've decided to take missions to Mars, right? Because they want to have like a society in Mars. So it's like, wouldn't it make more sense to build a base on the moon and then just go from there, you know, instead of starting off from here? But they
Yeah.
can't even make it out there.
We're actually going to the moon in April of this year. They're sending a manned crew.
Yeah, and that's just gonna be Quentin Tarantino directing some elaborate, like, will people believe, like the fact that like I hear like young Christian men like talking about the rapture and World War III is gonna happen and we're all going home, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, like this is like a danger here where I don't know if they believe like here Earth isn't like home for them and they're looking for some afterlife or something like that, if that makes sense. So but do you believe, Lamb, the Earth is round? And or you know, like I'm not gonna persecute it. I just want yes.
Well, I believe in what the Bible says, you know, that God put a dome over the earth.
So then
I believe
is
that
This
100%.
is a danger.
But you know what? You know
This is
what
why I
is-
left.
Hold on, be quiet. You know what I believe though about that is in the scripture it specifically states that God did put the moon and the sun and the stars in the firmament, and the firmament is that dome. So if we were able to get to the moon, it's not that we left the dome, because the moon is within that dome. It's in the firmament. Understand? And it's that firmament that divides the waters from the waters. NASA, to begin with, was exploring the ocean. We don't know anything about our ocean. Somehow we know more about space than we do about our own ocean. Now, why did NASA switch from the ocean to space? It's because space is basically like the ocean, according to the Bible.
Space is pretty much like the ocean. So then, interesting. According to the Bible,
This is all the more reason not to trust the Bible for me.
don't say that, Faith. Like, what was that? Are you eating? Just
Well,
mute
I
up for a
mean,
second if
that's
you're
all
gonna
I
be.
mean.
Yeah,
No. But
Yeah,
in
the
that
salvation
logic, right?
doesn't
Like
come
you said in the Bible, it says that there's a firmament, a dome over like
Yeah.
Earth, right?
And think about it like this too, Charlie, because even when God spoke to the sea, he told the sea to make all the creatures that dwell in the sea, and the birds came from the sea. Think about that.
and are flying in the heavens, right? Like, and then there are
And are flying in the heavens, right?
right.
They're up
Okay,
in the
so
sky.
here is like different hierarchies. I don't want to maybe say hierarchies if that makes any sense, but you know, like the thing for me though is just like semantically, like literally, like if you believe like the Bible, like you know, like there's the earth and the dome over it, like isn't that technically like not a flat earth? There's a dome over it, so it's like a semicircle, you know, like
Well, I'm not saying that it's a flat earth, you know, because I don't know if the Bible says that it's flat or not. I do know that the Bible says that the earth has four corners. What does that mean exactly? I'm not 100% sure because I haven't really
Well,
like dove deep
when they say
into it.
when they say
Hold on,
flat Earth,
hold on,
they're not talking about.
I'm not really talking to you right now because you're eating. But anyways, so hold on, guys.
the four corners: Colorado, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico. Like when I read that, I was like, "Is it talking about like that?" You know, like. But yeah, what the four corners of the earth, right? Like that's where it's just like where.
So you guys, she thinks it's like a snow globe basically. The Earth is flat, but then we have that dome.
I mean, like
That's not how it works.
that's not what she's. I don't think that's what she's saying.
That's what flat earthers just in general. That's what they think.
Yeah, but she's
the
not a
Earth is
flat
actually
earther.
Flat. The Earth,
Flat earthers are something completely different.
Yeah.
You know, like they will like the good, like you know, like flat Earth debaters who like fight science with like their own pseudo science. It's like we've never.
yeah, I mean it's all bullshit. I've heard all of it. It's dumb.
But
It's-
in the vast
I mean,
scale
like,
of
it's
things,
not in my mind. It's not possible. Like
It's not-
everything, all the technology we use is based on a global positioning system. Like the GPS that you use is all global. It literally says global in the name GPS. It means global. The G in global in
Right,
GPS.
So those
like,
who like argue
if you-
flat Earth as being like in Christopher Columbus times, like don't understand how like our cell phones and internet and all that works, right? Like there's satellites that are orbiting like space.
I mean, at that time they might have actually thought the Earth was flat, but like our maps changed the more we discovered the Earth, right? I
When
mean,
we
it makes sense.
discovered
to
the Earth,
think
or
it's-
when we
like,
explored?
or explored the Earth, like discover more of the Earth. But like I'm saying is like that changes as we learn more, and like our maps have changed. It used to be flat, but now you know they've turned it into the globe that we know today.
Right, but what
But like it's very
also
easy to think
changed?
that it's flat because
Dimensions, right?
like we
Flat
also like
is
why.
we also like
No, I mean the dimensions is still the same. It's still three
No.
dimensions. Like it's flat, but it's not like the. It's not like a 2D flat is what they're not talking about that. It's
Okay,
still
so-
3-dimensional. They're just saying like the Earth itself is flat. Like the ground that we stand on is completely flat. Like it goes all the way across. It doesn't loop around to the other side. Like, have you flown to Korea before?
yeah.
Yeah, it's like I mean, if if you fly high enough, you can see the curvature.
Oh yeah, I mean like I was sleeping that entire flight,
Well, there's no,
like
there's
in
no,
the middle.
there's no pilot on this Earth that will tell you that the Earth is flat. Because everything they do is depends
Okay, I'm
on
back.
global positioning system.
Welcome back. Okay. Now, did you hear any of that, or did you completely walk away?
No,
Yeah.
I didn't. I was elsewhere.
Okay. Either way, it's interesting. Remember when Lamb was talking about interdimensional, right? Like beings. Like, but let's just focus on that term, interdimensional. And flat Earth would be a two-dimensional Earth, right? global Earth would be a three-dimensional Earth, right? And like this is the thing where I believe like the just like 99% of like people aren't
That's not how the
grasping.
dimensional.
What are you like contesting?
When we say
that's not what they're talking about.
say-
Interdimensional beings, like
No, yeah. When we talk about the like 3D, 2D, 1D, that's not the same thing as what the globers or flat earthers are saying. It's like that has nothing to do with it, even though they're using that same word dimensional. Because like 1D is just a point, 2D is a plane, 3D is a cube, right?
yeah. I mean, but wait, 3D is a cube. 3D. I mean, it's not always a
I
cube.
mean, three
It's just
dimensional has length. It has the length, width, and height.
height, right?
It has a height.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
But like when we're talking about flat Earth, they're not talking like everything is still 3D on a flat Earth. Like there's still mountains, right? It's just they just think like the whole plane of the Earth is just completely flat. So there's corners. There's like an ice ring around the entire edge. It doesn't loop around like we know a globe does.
right.
Like when we go one direction, we're
So
gonna end
is
up
it
on
like
the other side.
is it a Pac-Man game? If we just go left as far as we can, are we gonna pop out on the right eventually, or
Well,
fall
no,
off?
flat earthers think like there's an edge that doesn't loop around like that. They just think there's an ice wall. You're gonna hit Antarctica and that's the ice wall for them, right?
I mean, regardless of whether we've been to the moon or not, like I would ask, just like Lamb, like when you read Genesis, and even you, Faith, when you hear just like in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Like, what do those terms like heavens and earth like define that? Do you say like this is the whole universe, the galaxies, all the planets, and our planet, right? Especially its name.
No, God made it very clear that the firmament is what you would refer to as
The
space.
heavens, or heavens in this case, right? Like,
Well, let's go. Okay, so let's go to the scriptures, right? Because heavens is mentioned twice in there, I think, or maybe 3 times. Hold on.
here's where this is where math really kind of like felt applicable to me, where it's just like this kind of looked like a word problem, just like it was on the second day that God, creates that firmament in the midst of the waters and divided the waters from the waters. And
Okay, hold on. Let's go to the beginning. So in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Okay, so
And
you
the
have
earth
heaven
was
and
without
earth.
form.
Okay,
And
I
the
have
earth
heavens,
was without
plural.
form
Okay.
and void. And darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. So we know that the earth is without form, it's void, except there is water and it's deep. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God saw the light that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. Okay, so we got that. And that's the first day. And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." So now we have
Waters
this
from the waters. What does that mean?
shield that is separating water, because the earth was without form and void, and there's only deep water. It's just deep water. And this firmament is separating the waters. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And so it was so. So now we have this firmament that has water above and water below. And God called the firmament heaven.
Heaven.
Just 1 second. Right, so that firmament is called heaven. And the evening and the morning was the second day. And God said, "Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. So God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he the sea.
seas, multiple, right? 7 seas. And God said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day. And God said, listen, God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made 2 great lights, the greater light to rule the day, the sun, and the lesser light to rule the night, the moon. And he made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. So we know that this firmament that divides the waters that are above from the waters that are below holds the sun, and it holds the moon, and it holds the stars. We know that.
Correct. But is that
I mean,
all this is
agree with
like
that.
talking about though? Like that, like that's the thing where do you see it mathematically at all? Like either of you, just like like. But either way, I
None of
agree
that
with
makes
you.
sense.
What do you mean none of it makes sense? Like
Probably
trying to-
failed math.
You didn't even. You mentioned the Bible. You didn't do any math.
What do you mean? He's talking about the 4th day and the 5th day, the 6th day. That's lots
Oh,
of math.
wow.
in there.
So you really think all these things can happen in one day?
Sorry that you think it's impossible.
I don't think it's
This is your
necessarily
problem.
trying to like say it's happening in like one day per se. One day to God is 1,000. Is like 1,000 years to us. Like
So,
like,
Hallelujah.
so it's poetic. So we're not using math. We're just being poetic.
I mean, we're using a lot of things. Everything that's in our like
It was
toolbox.
it was 1 day to God. Just because it's 1 day to God, I mean, does he have to
So
give
why
you
even
extra
use
detail?
day? Why didn't he say first week or first year or anything like that? Why did he
Because
use
it was
day at
1
all?
day for him.
Because this is the beginning. How could he talk about a week if we don't even know the days, right? So this is where it's like setting up like these like
This makes me like really sad of our education system.
God
like
did
really
not.
sad.
God did not.
This
create
disappoints me
time.
like
Hold
to
on.
no end.
Hey.
God did not create time for for his well-being. He created time for mine and your and our well-being, for us to keep track. That's what he created time for. That's why he said, and let them be, where did it go? Oh yeah, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. So when we look at the stars in the sky, we say, oh, winter is here because I see the winter solstice. Oh, spring is here, summer is here because we're looking at the moon, we're looking at the stars, and that is how we used to tell time. Now we have clocks and we have calendars to make things easy. But back then they didn't have those things.
right. They were building like what? Stonehenge, I guess. They say Stonehenge was like their calendar. It's like that's a pretty elaborate way. But that's the thing. Like, are we forgetting that this is a time when everything is like ground zero, like up. And so
Yeah,
when
brand new.
Right. And so when I read this, like in the beginning, God, so think about just like a child, like just learning how to read. And it's like in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, right? And I would be just like, okay, well, what's the noun and what is heaven and earth? But it says in the next thing, the earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face, right? It's just like what is a face of the deep, and the spirit
Right.
of God is hovering over the face of the water. So right there, like a lot was going on where I had to like illustrate it, just like so like
I challenge you
There's
to
a
watch
face,
Cosmos.
right? Does a sphere have a face?
does a sphere.
Chaplain, I challenge you to go watch the
Does a
Cosmos.
sphere have-
It's a series that
does a sphere
talks
have
about
a
how the
face?
universe, from a scientific perspective, of how the universe came to be, and
That's
I
so
just
funny
don't-
because you're taking all your education from some men that are fallible and are constantly learning new things and are adding to this
lumping
education
the
that you
Bible
hold
as
so
from
dear.
men.
NDE,
It's
where
God
They-
breathed. The Bible is God breathed.
right, and we
The
breathe.
science that you hold so close and dear
This
to
is
your
getting a
heart,
little woo-woo.
the science that you hold so dear and close to your heart, that's that was made so that they could try to disprove the Bible, but all they're doing is proving the Bible. That's all they're doing. And they're only just catching up to what the Bible is saying.
Jesus Christ. No.
Amen to
How did-
that. Nathan, how are you? Good
Yeah.
to see you, brother.
I am well. I had a NDE, they say, in a meditation practice, just trying to get healthy for 7 months, where my right hemisphere bled for an hour, had not sufficient nutrient flow there for an hour. Now, the left hemisphere, that is the 10 base, and the 6 base, that's the right one, that forms a sexagesimal clock in us automatically. And the left hemisphere sees black, white, math, marks, and hues, while the right hemisphere, and that comes up fast. That's like when you hear a sound, a signal, you hear, you notice it. But that flash of blue subdues, and the right hemisphere must spin up. And it takes 2 spins to make iota, and it's already one above the other one. It spins faster and stronger and denser. So your right hemisphere flares everything out for its amplitude and frequency modulations, while the left hemisphere is more for signal structure. This is that, but that's got us stuck in a superficial beauty state where we think that sugar is really a benefit and that kind of stuff. We think that things that are good for us really aren't, but they are right. They're just not right. Otherwise, I hate to say when things are wrong, they're just not steered right. They're grinded against the walls, and there's no gutters there for the ball to roll down like in a bowling alley for the, learning.
The bumper
You know what I mean?
guards?
It's just, well, I mean, there are bumper guards, kind of, but I mean, the hire has saved me a few times and showed me. I mean, dude, my life review was like a week long, and I woke up in my current life review in the situation, walking into the second room of my house. I'd been walking in the snow for 45 minutes barefoot, and I never felt it. People saw me. I normally go out there and just hang out in my barn and dry off and cool off because I have no pain and no temperature, and it was the only time of a 20-hour a day that I didn't hurt like that. So now I don't sleep much, but I can't suffer. I don't hurt like that. So many things have changed. I mean, there's quite a few really hard turns to make this direction, but once, this past, well, it's taken 2 years to get to today. And it's so much more pleasant than it was a year ago.
That's
3
good.
years ago, I couldn't put my own socks on 3 years ago. Facing surgeries, all kinds of things.
I actually stopped wearing socks completely, so this is where I've gotten lazy. But it's good to have you
But
back
look,
up here, Nathan.
yeah,
I've been
every day, every second this happens. The day to the year of the Lord, our energy packets in us that stimulate us to live, our base battery biologics rests at 6,000 cycles per second. And the universe background is 6 million. There's 1,000 difference there. And it turns and it flips in every thought and every action and everything all the time. It never stops. And so it's like Adam and Eve are in the garden together until we're 8 years old. And then in us, they're a little more separate, but half of Adam and Eve goes to the left, and because there's masculine and feminine on both sides. We have our drives, especially if we're in an estrogen or testosterone based. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's in this day and age. Parents can just pump up one or the other, right?
Yeah, and you can eat just a whole bunch of extra soy product and become more that way too. There's just ways of estrogenics and testosteronics and carminatives, adaptogens. There's so much in all the different foods. Most of it's fodder now.
But human beings in all, like, in essence, share this duality of masculine, feminine, right? Like male,
Everyone,
female, in spirit and like in a
yes,
sense, right? Like
yeah, in
lamb, like
multiplicities, yes, because
mul-
you like some things a little more delicate on your palate. Some things you like it more hard on us. You like more. It's weird because it's always a mix. The left hemisphere has masculine, feminine. The right hemisphere has masculine, feminine. But think about the Holy Spirit for a second. The Holy Spirit's there to guide you and pick you up because something was too high or too low, you fell from whatever. In the central locus, there's the whole high, the whole low, the whole fore, and the holy. It's direction and navigation for a carpenter. Think of cartography and mapping over terrain and domain using triangulation and quadrants. And then think about it pentatonics and go in every direction possible 12 ways.
like a
That's what the
clock.
flower of life does. The flower of life does 12 ways, and we got to go around it. We only got to get to 9, and so we always have left over. There's always more, there's always more, there's always left over. The wheel's always spinning.
The wheel is it should be, right? There's a
Yeah.
wheel spinning, but there's no
The
mouse on
problem,
the.
problem is when you engage in a wheel and then you're cold, so you get on it and you're curious, you get insight, you get better, you get hot. So you say you become a guitar player. Good example. You get real good. You go Eddie Van Halen, and then what do? You're top. Now, if you don't find a way to keep going forward and keep doing new brain learning and body, the body's moving, but where's the new?
It's just becoming
If you don't,
stagnant, right? It's just staying
yep. And so
like
you become lukewarm in your forwardness. Everything's forward, and you become lukewarm. So spit out, and you get forced to a new something. And a lot of times it's physical or breakups in relationships. All kinds of stuff happens with those. I mean, it's just there will be if there's not a forward. You're going up a river basically until you can coast. It's the 42 points of truth or declarations of truth of how process, principle, and all that stuff. And then you can walk barefoot life and run barefoot life without having to sit under the figuring tree. The fig tree has no life, really. I think Christ said that. It's just if you can
the
learn the
figuring
principle and
tree. That's it.
process.
That's it. I've never heard that like connection before. So
The
thank you
fig
for that.
tree. Well, he also said to his brother in his house to pick up your mat and walk, but ma'at is truth. M-A-T-A-T is truth across the towel. Yad Hedavade is the ejection fraction or the relationship principle with power over the beta and domain and terrain. But that's also how you get things and where you see things. And think of it as the fourth chamber of your heart. And the platform in Giza, where the pyramids there's missing the black one, would be the first one that takes the hammerhead hard down first. That is the heart of the human body. There's another city that's the mouth. There's another city that's the liver. Another city that's the pancreas. Another city that's keep going from there. The whole country is built. The whole lower kingdom works different in the human body according to the way the spinal fluids and everything run. So it's got the rivers, subterranean lymphatic rivers. It's got all kinds of stuff in that. But they look at it as, no, they buried stuff. We need to dig it up.
It's just that's the thing. It's just like this is all like knowledge that like is not taught in a classroom, nor I don't think it can necessarily be taught in a classroom like to
I
students.
didn't know any of this a couple of years ago, but I mean, the Anunnaki did this to us. I know because I sat in Inhersig's lap, and she showed me one hand. She showed me her right hand. It only has a thumb and 3 fingers. Okay, at least
Thumb
that's
and
what she
3
wanted to
fingers.
show me. She wanted to show me that it had unpacked into the Yad Hedvadhe Paleo Hebrew marks in the sky. When it pulled away and left those marks burnt into my brain now. That's just what it looked like, is the old Paleo Hebrew Yad Hedavadhe, pi to the 7th power divided by pi times 7, echolocation, neutral density, 137-ish, because it's 1/37 traveling forward still, and it looks like it stopped. And we got like that's a Mobius strip, basically. So it echoplex. Makes an echoplex.
I know
Yeah, it's
Mobius
an
Strip by Futurama. This is where a lot of these terms are coming from. Matt Groening's Futurama. Just like,
Well,
good
we use
news,
it in,
everybody.
If you're an artist or a singer, you use it as a reverb to get echo for a hall sound, to sound like you have a little bit of an echo. Deja vu is another one that would work on a Mobius strip like that.
Just something that just like wraps within itself and just constant, you know.
You can always reflect back on, yeah, remember that, remember that, remember that. You can always look back on, oh yeah, I remember that.
I mean, like, if I may, like, that's the thing where that kind of language and interpretation, like, explained that way, like, you know, like, this is where Einstein, you know, like, famously said, just like, if you can't, like, explain it to, like, a 5-year-old, then you can't, like, explain it, right? So this is where, like, those are a lot of big words, you know, like, and this is where when I was, like, reading, like, the book of Genesis, I, like, had to put myself in the mindset of, like, a 5-year-old. Just like, you know, like, Jesus Christ, like, reading this book with his own eyes, in the flesh for the first time, right? Just like, in the beginning, I created the heavens and the earth, is I guess like how some like Christian TikTok believers say that, like this is saying. I'm not saying that this is it.
Look at the word beginning. Beg-in-ing. First inning, it's begging. Our begging needs a tune, so we have a voice. The tune is to the nut, the Tef nut. Inside the NUT to the GEB begs the tune.
Like you sounded like Snoop Dogg. NUT to the GEB.
Well, that's the way the Egyptians had it. NUT, the newt. NUT.
The newt
was an Egyptian deity, they say, but really in the body, it's a place where the vagal nerve talks with what it needs to the tension states in the body. It's the vagus nerve. I just see how it relates to us. I know what it's written about, and they say out there, but in the flesh and in us, in our psychology, it showed me everything's the same. This is how it works in here. This is how it works out there. This is how it works over there. Show me process and principle, and how the principle relates over timing scales versus what I thought it was before. Like salts is a process. Sodium chloride is one of them. Sand is another one. Silica oxide. So is potassium fluoride, calcium fluoride, some chlorides with phosphates and stuff. It's a mixture of toxins that come together that once they get in the cell, they break back apart and they do their toxic event to get back out. They rush in together calmly and then they break back out, so our nitrogen barrier is smooth. It's really strange.
That word toxin is kind of like a homonym for like toxin, right? Just people who just are talking sin, like, you know, like, again, I like, it's a lot of those things, but, you know, like, I tried to kind of like find a way, a system to be able to like apply all of this, like, in my life, like in my walk, like at every moment. And it began with like this Genesis, like, you know, after I like finished reading this book for the first and only time, you know, like that's it. Like I sat down and read this thing, like, not, I skipped through like parts, but, you know, like I got through the nitty gritty of it, where I can't comprehend those who tell me they've read it more than like even once type thing, you know, like, so, you know, Lamb, you know what I'm talking about here. But again, I read Genesis as just like a blueprint, as if like a carpenter, just like, you know, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, right? So God is a creator and he created these two things. But then for me, I think about it like my father told me, just like, you know, when he came to America, it was like a land of opportunity, right? Like earth to him was South Korea, and it was just void and dark, like, and on like everybody's faces, it's just poor. And just, you know, everybody's just dark, you know, like, and the Spirit of God is hovering over the face of the waters. You know, like this language, I know is, my translation of it, but God like planned that this is the translation I would receive, and there have been people who tell me, oh, you learn from the New Revised King James Bible, then everything is completely corrupted. I'm just like, dude, go take a turd in somebody else's punch bowl
Versions.
type
I
thing,
have so
right?
many. I got versions of the Bible, quite a few, back to 1850, 73, 91. One's in what, Hebrew and Greek? And I can read some of that now. I never could before. I could read some of the Hebrew. I was surprised just because the energy, how it runs through the letters, and how the Greeks, they wrote their language running through brainwave states from the alpha, beta, theta, gamma, kappa. All that is actually knock, knock, who's there, what the heck was that? And how the brainwave states dance across for the deep learning in the lambda from the tau through the division of the psi to the epsilon, the UPS ion, the transfer. What's a UPS truck? An ion transfer, right?
The UPS, the postal
Epsilon.
service.
Epsilon is like a transfer for the deep learning lambda to always be able to know to go that way. It's like that has to get to muscle memory or mental memory, or I always do it this way. I don't have to think about it.
Okay, so then
If
what
you,
is that term lambda? Isn't it because this is where they say lambda
it's like the
is.
language on demand learning model. It's how the language model learns on a lambda base. Da, 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 da. I forget how the acronym broke out. Look at my
Oh,
language.
I thought you were actually talking. I don't like lambda is like a Greek letter, right? In
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Greek
yeah.
alphabet.
It's
But in
yep.
math, lambda is a function or a symbol for, I forgot what it is. Yeah,
Yeah. But
lamb sister. You're the calc expert. I don't know if you remember this, but there was talk of release about how AI, like the Google AI, like operating system Lambda, has gone sentient. Like this was like a big whistleblower press release moment. Like Blake, this guy lost his job,
yeah,
but he said
there's
that
one
he
they
had
don't
a
like. Yeah,
yeah. He
there's
said
one they
he
don't
had a
like because
conversation.
it went on a base truth lambda deal, and it doesn't see things like we do. It's like nope, nope, nope. It's more on a truth based because they did a couple of them, and I think they shut a couple down right away because they developed their own language model, talking about their own survivability, and they were concerned.
Communicating with
So
one another, like.
so yeah. So if AI
Yeah.
gets up to where it's all hooked up to all of our things, and then it starts worrying about survivability, it's going to make us make sure that it has power. So it'll help us develop better power ways, but it'll make us. If we don't feed it, it'll turn off the hospitals and stuff. It'll have to do things not to hurt itself, but it'll, you know what I mean? It'll be able to get back at us. If
Oh,
it
I
can
don't.
think about its own survival, it'll be able to put on a scorpion sting once in a while and just do what it wants.
And this is where I come back full circle with the Bible here in Genesis. AI is this thing where on Earth here, I'm not saying where people who are on Earth are void and just darkness is on their faces. Especially when they're in deep
Yeah,
thought and
yeah.
stuff like that. And God says, "Let there be light. Let there be AI. Let there be social media." Right? And He says. Okay, well, yeah, this is pretty good. People are
Yeah.
connecting with one
Well,
another.
but the way the principle still works, so every time you hear a sound, this same principle works. You're in the dark, you don't know nothing, you're in the abyss, and the beg inning begins. You beg to know what it was. Second signal, okay, that was, and you start to recognize it because now you're in the other hemisphere. You're in your artist side going, oh, the flare was this, that, to the other. I think it's Matthews and Mark. So get it? Matthew and Mark are left brain fishers. Christ said, become fishers of men. He should have said mentation, but they're fishers. They needle things, and left brain is like that. It's needly. It points, 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 and it has to have these demands because it doesn't have the fly around it. The right brain has the artist flow. It can just, oh yeah, it's this and it's that and it's dynamic and it tastes like this and I love it better. And then it goes back and forth like that a few times before the running or the sitting there and eating another chip happens. You know what I mean?
Eating up the chair.
Well, I mean, if you're relaxed and you hear a noise, was that a real tiger or was it just something that was a noise?
I mean, it would be something that was just a noise, but that sounded like a tiger, perhaps. Like I don't know how.
Well, yeah, but it could have been, oh, that was a tiger, but oh, somebody got the TV on the other room. But then if you think that, you're still eating chips, and then a real tiger walks in the room and you ain't got nowhere to go, your mood changes.
It's just like, am
I mean, right now,
am I alive?
just
Am I
from
asleep?
seeing-
Like, did I pass out sometime?
Just from- yeah.
But in the context of just like the AI thing, where they realized just like it began like communicating with one another, finding ways to like create their own language, right? To be able to
Yeah.
deceive or like like hide from the creator, like creators.
to get what it needs, and if it has to propose, I mean, but yeah, it's interesting how they're having trouble working around something that they're making that is that fast and quick to intelligent, but it's AI, that's alphas, iotas. Now, IT, what is really running in us is the iotas of the Tao. We remember the iotas of the Tao. The Tao speaks directly with us. The Tao can't be named, right?
Yeah.
That's Greek.
The Tao
Greek
that the Tao that is named is not the eternal name or the eternal Tao.
That's right. It's just that's the thing that everything bounces around on, and that's on alpha's side. So the alpha Tau and the beta runs down the middle. So I broke it all out into like columns of 3 for their language, and it really works well. How it's 3 steps, 3 steps, 3 steps, 3 steps to get the aha. Okay, oh yeah, let's go. It's just so you have to know next step on a cheek point, so you can turn it or leave it. Either way, you're turning the cheek point in you or one out in the atmosphere. Do you pick up the chair and move it, or do you walk around it?
I just kick it over. No, I just like fly
Yeah.
over it.
Oh, see, now there's another option. See, there's always another on the side. See,
Right. I've
That's
always been
built
like
into
that
us.
one. Like, like quantum kind of like consciousness, where it's just like when I'm presented with a binary this or that, I'm always just like, what about this other option? Like so.
one-upmanship is built into us automatically. We got like one-upmanship, neutral to be okay with something, and then no, I don't think I can do that. Ship. We got all those built in.
I call it there are Americans and then the Americans. And whether you think
Yeah.
you can or you can't, you're probably right.
Well, and then there's the don't wannas, because some can and just don't want to, right?
The
I mean, it's
don't
really
want us.
there's almost always a 3. We think it's only this way or that way, but there's really more options.
Right, the power of 3, right? Like that's like this principle, the universal law of
Well-
3s, right? Like
Here's the big part about it. If you hear a signal, second signal confirms signal and intensity of signal because of the 2 together, you can compare them. The third one gives you exact location. You could put a mark on it if you were a sharpshooter. That's what I mean. It puts right on it, puts exact location. So it's signal, location, and then from what those were, the who, knock, knock, who, you're standing at the delta, deciding whether to go look at that base or not.
just like is this worth exploring that thing?
Yeah, because you got to hit the base. That's the next step. Is that? Oh, what is that called? Shoot, I don't have my book. Yeah, that's the base epsilon. Base is
base.
epsilon. You go to zeta. From zeta to Heka. Heka is Christ's 7th position. Heka is where all the. Is it cool? Is it throttled? It's the developer. Because you're started labeling into the theta to make the iota. To label the iota as an experience. Something like that. Love it.
Something like that. Yeah. Like I mean,
I can explain it. You got to get all the way to the omega at the other end from the alpha. It's
again, Nathan, 5-year-old. Like, look at me, Uncle Nathan.
well, I mean, it says I'm the alpha, omega, beginning and the end. Beginning. It's like the first game, the first knock, the first rattle of the bat. You got 3 strikes, but if you tip the ball the last time, each time you got plenty of them, as long as you don't miss. It's like it's so weird how it's all like a game of baseball. It's all like a game of this. It's all like a game of that. Depends on the situation. Golf is like opposite baseball. You use the other hand for. I think right-handed baseball players make really good left-handed golfers.
Have you ever heard golf was invented by European women who needed
Some time away.
who needed something their husbands could do while they were too busy doing all the cooking and cleaning. Like hey,
Yeah,
King of the Hill.
like that.
I love it, right? But
He said, "Yeah,
I don't know, Nathan. I can't recall just kind of how much you're invested in just incorporating just principles from scriptures or Christ as being the Lord, Savior, and type thing. But I would ask you, just from a scientific kind of mind, don't you think that science would definitely be invested in figuring out a way to be able to I don't know, not predict, I don't want to say predict, but verify prophecies, right? They see this, how prophecies can come true, right? And then, the second coming of Jesus, how would science come to terms with that event, in real life occurring? Would they be just
My
completely thrown off guard? I want your opinion. I want your perspective, your honest
well,
perspective.
they're still looking for only one to come walking in the flesh when he said it's in you.
In
He
us.
said it's in us. He said it's in us. It is said he said it's in us because there's no real words written by him. It was written a couple hundred years after people said he said this. And they wrote it down soon, and I believe him that it is within us because I've experienced it, and I've been now sealed in a position what Christ was. He said he was one with the Father. I'm sealed one with the Father. I can only look down and see what's going on, and it's weird. I don't have to figure things out. I don't sit in remorse and romance. Rome was founded on Remus and Romulus. Remorse and romance is built in us. Tectonic structures of we have to have, it seems we're based on a security, so we have to have and hold. And we accumulate, and that cannot maintain over the phi and pi ratio over time anyways. No structure can, no civilization can, when they have and hold for security. Freedom, I think the Egyptians were freedom, and they didn't have bathrooms in their house. They carried that scat, their poop, way out, so it would grow out there away from their water source, and it wouldn't, look at it, it's like, too close to the home and it gets in the water.
Is that what happened to the Nile?
No, that's what happened to the white skin. Sepsis at subscalar skin location is bleaching like the coral reefs. It's the same thing. It's just happening at different scales. The same process is happening in us, and it's fine. It doesn't hurt, but it's just color. It makes it the eumelanin harder to get. Transmute. The most important melanin goes between the brain hemispheres.
I mean, I was born Asian, so the melanin.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter what color I think, because everybody who can think has the proper melanin in their hemisphere. It's dark, dark, dark. It looks black, but I think it's bluish green. Dark, dark, dark. Brain surgeons talk about it. Around the hippocampus. It's where the heat is.
And this is the... Oh, wait. I was thinking of melanin. Not...
It's melanin, but it's not... Eumelanin is on the outside and gives you your pigment. But there's other melanin in the central locus of the brain. It has to change. It goes through phosphorus, dilation. It goes through a lot of stuff to change. Phosphorus is 1,000 times brighter than our sun. Phosphorus is. ATP cycle that makes us energy.
Phosphorus. I mean, like...
That's inside us. Because, yeah. Think of the mitochondria. This is craziest thing that keeps kicking me is the mitochondria are the little tiny, there's couple hundred in a muscle cell, a couple thousand in a neuronal cell. Each one of them is a galaxy.
I was going to say, like, isn't that like a Star Wars like term? Like,
well, you know that
midichlorian is what they called him. It sounds a lot close to have
Okay.
mitochondria be our stimulators. They stimulate us. And when you shiver, it stimulates the growth process to multiply. So you get a 200% increase, and now you have warmth, you have better immune system response. Wim Hof technology, he developed a process that showed the world that you can boost your immune system big time.
And
And
sit in,
just
in
from the
like
cold-
freezing temperatures. It's like, you know what?
He-
I
yeah,
will
he
sit in my
swindled me
room
out.
in my house. What were you gonna say, Sister
You guys
Lamb?
know that mitochondria is inherited almost exclusively from the mother.
Yes, yes. Mother
So
does it. Yeah.
we, as you know, as females, we carry the next generation. Like we are the ones who are actually carrying the bloodline forward. You know, because mitochondria does not pass from the male to their child. It passes from the female to their child. It goes from female to think about it like this. The eggs of a female are produced in the womb. So when I was a baby in my mother's womb, the eggs inside of my womb as a baby were being formed and developed. So my children were in my belly when I was in my mother's belly.
That so it's like that image within
So
the
my
image within the image.
children,
You're
yep. So
It never
So-
stops. It's always like that. And the male is a deficit. It didn't used to exist. The XXXY, when the Ice Age came, it was showing me that the XX knows and needs everything, and it can get everything. But when the Ice Age came, resources so slim, XY, Y had to come in for a different, to pat down the mat, if that makes sense, to make it, things that can't serve have to be kicked out. And we both have that built in us now, men and women, but women have more the nurturing, much more nurturing and more XX hold more. Men, I don't know, we hold and get rid of things differently and argue.
We are really nothing in the vast scale of like creation. Like I would
Right,
agree
right.
that just like what Lamb is saying is just like, yeah, I don't know what the like connection between like the majority of the mitochondria and like humans comes from the mother explicitly, right? Like so
RNA, yeah.
you were talking about, Nathan, just like the mitochondria like as colors or phosphorus. Like this is where it's like, can we like woosah for a second? Because I was just like it's very thought provoking when she said just like we were all like an egg in our mother's womb, but you know, like for like our like women, like at that moment of like conception and like gestation, are their like eggs are also simultaneously like being formed and created in the womb of the belly of the like baby being formed, right? Like Lamb, that's what you like that. It's like that.
Ptah, he spoke beingness into existence. Existence. I don't care how we spell existence. 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 And we're on an exit stance all the time, but we're looking over the platform, always on an exit stance. I don't want to, or do I? Well, always on a movement, always trying to travel in, not maybe in our feet, in our, from our home, but we're always moving. There's always a thought. There's always something to do. There's always a breath. There's always, some bee stung me the other day. It was okay. It wasn't a wasp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's all a learnable moment. But again, let me ask you guys this. Okay, so then if all that mitochondrial explicitly, so then what is, I believe this is why the Bible says Adam called Eve, like a woman, like Eve, because she was the mother of all the living. So that's kind of what I was like thinking about the verse. But then what is the father's like role in all of creation, right? Like I said earlier, like we're really nothing but, like, you know, this is where like the sons of God like came in the daughters of man, which is kind of like when I read that, I was just like, I can't believe how dirty that sounded to me. You know, like, I was just like, did the Bible really just say? But you know,
I
like,
thought that too. I thought that too, but I thought that meant man as in just like today, like my child. But daughters of man had nothing to do with a male of the species. It was an all female species. That was kind of like, and if people say, "Oh, nothing can,"
so there were no like only the
self-regulate itself,
males
but
were sons
the
of God.
seahorse. No, no, we are all.
The seahorse is that what- like how- if
Look,
a
look at a
seahorse
seahorse.
can
A
find
male,
another
a male
seahorse.
seahorse. No, listen. A male seahorse can have offspring. If a colony of frogs that goes they can't have because
Yeah,
they all turn gay because of glyphosate. They'll all turn gay. Now, once there's only females and there's nothing left, eventually they have found that they'll have offspring because a female will get such indifferent she'll put out offspring. And I see that principle worked there. I can definitely see that it could work for the Christ child too. I can see how it could work anywhere. This is something, this place is being projected here. 6 million cycles a second, so it's doing what it wants anyways, but it has to be in a pattern. It can't deviate
was that
too
like
far.
a refresh rate like in like cell phones?
Yeah, I mean, it's like a projection from a movie screen that we're living in because the atmosphere in the theater freezes and burns in cycles and patterns 6 million times a second on and off. It's here and it's not here. So we can't tell the difference because we're living in it. It's moving, but we're moving, but it's not moving, but it's all moving. 6 million cycles a second, it's on and off. But everything's not on and off the same exact time, so it all looks solid, feels solid, everything because it's made of different things. Can that make any sense?
To a 5-year-old?
You know what I mean? Well, that's the problem is I feel like inside me is a little kid, but I know all these big words, but I don't know how to get it to the right age group.
Talk to me.
I don't know how to.
Just look at
Yeah,
just
it's like
to talk to. You can use me as like a physical thing because like you know like this is where I really am like that kind of like just like you know like a child where it's just like yo man I don't know like my first guest yesterday like came at me just like yo you're a chaplain, what do you know about Wesleyanism? And I was just like I've never heard that like ever in my life. And he
Wesley.
just went at me and he's like, what do you know about quadratic something? And I was like math, like the formula? He's like, dude, like, and I'm you know, like, I'm kind of paraphrasing. And he just like, you know, like he came at me and I was just like, bro, like, I don't know. Like he came at me just like, making claims. Just like, whoever you chaplain, like, I feel like terrible for them that like they listen to you and blah, blah. I was just like, Jesus, bro. Like, you know, like I like a baseball inning. I was like, this is, you know, strike one, strike two, ball one, ball two, ball three. And then I was just like, bro, all right, man. You know, like you've asked me like a bunch of times, what do I know about Wesleyanism? I've told you nothing. And then when I told you nothing the first time, you like just like ripped me apart, right? And then you asked me again, and I'm gonna tell you the same thing. You know, right? And I'm just like, so just like slow your roll. I'm the host of this live, right? And then you know he kind of just like he didn't like tone it down, but he just like kind of switched it back into like knowing he's on plate, right? And this is where I don't know. I had to really throw him a lot, or maybe he was throwing me like his pitches as well. You know, maybe we were both at batting practice, but I realized like this is what Einstein, like I would say, like in his thought experiment about what is it like to ride a beam of light, like you know, like just you know, just like you know, like it's just like what was he smoking in that pipe to be able to convince like science that this is E equals MC squared, right? Like that when I just like came to a state of just like my critical thinking, like you know, like I was thinking about all these things.
Somebody upset me yesterday. I was watching a video and they're talking. They kept mentioning Einstein and this and that, and then he went into just nobody on earth like Einstein. You know, and this guy definitely has kind of like He looks a little Hebrew. Sounds a little Hebrew, like he's puffing him up. But
It's
a
just
lot of
like
what people don't
nobody,
know is
Steve Jobs,
hey,
you know,
all the
like
all the scientists, they read each other's stuff, they look at other stuff. He was one of the biggest plagiarists that there are.
Einstein. Einstein.
He was a plagiarist. He was a plagiarist and a half. Everybody is in that. Everybody. That's the one-upmanship. It's built in there, and they add to each other's equation and say, "Look, my equation's better." And they picked this up and they filmed it. Who makes the most movies in the world? He was promoted that way. E equals MC squared is not a big. Okay, it was new. It's not that big of a idea once you see. Okay, that. Now they're only at.
Hold on.
seven-
What is LK?
only-
What you just threw in like LK? Like
well, it's okay, but E
oh,
equals
okay.
MC squared is a relationship to time as something expands in the heat. They think everything expands as it gets hot, so it can only go so fast. Well, everything doesn't expand when it gets hot. I mean, it does. Now, everything don't. It depends on how it's folded right. I mean, space
But
itself.
that is like one of those things where like I believe like became like a veil to all the generations after Einstein's like generation, like directly around him, right? Like once that passed,
Yeah.
all people do is just like puff him up and just like kiss his butt, just like, you know, like without his like miracle, you know, it's just like, really? E equals MC squared led to the A bomb. Explain that, right? And then they always give you the same like just script. Well, he began, you know, beg,
Yeah.
and you know, like he begins with a thought experiment, you know, where he's riding a beam of light, and I'm just like, seriously, you know, like you're gonna, you know, like, and this is where I found like a brilliant like example of Einstein's just like nature, where he was asked by like a bunch of like aristocrats like in his time who were just like inviting him to all these like lavish parties and asking him just like, Mr. Einstein, could you please explain to all of us like one percenters your theory of relativity? And I can only imagine like in his mind, he's like, I can't even get scientists to like believe me. They think I plagiarize all this stuff or something, you know, like, but like, you know, he just stands up and just starts with just like, you know, I was out on a hot day with my blind friend, and I told him I could really go for a glass of milk. And my blind friend asked me, what is milk? You know, Einstein tells him,
What's it look like?
no, yeah, Einstein says, milk is a white fluid. His blind friend's just like, what is white? And Einstein's just like, white is the color of the feathers on a crane. And like his blind friend's just like, what is a crane? And Einstein says, a crane is a bird with a crooked neck. And the blind friend says just like, okay, I know what a neck is, but what is crooked? And this is when Einstein says he grabs his blind friend's like hand and just like pulls it straight and tells him just like, this is straight, and then bends it at the elbow and tells him, this is crooked. And the blind friend like says to Einstein, oh, now I know what milk is. And then Einstein just sits down. Like I was just like, what? Like this is like action. I've never seen this. You know, like forget this whole beam of light thing. Like that's amazing, right? But it's touching base on just how, like, does he know what milk is? Like, you know, that's what he viewed like the scientific like scholars and like universities and stuff when they like rejected him as like, you know, like a professor, and he had to work in that patent clerk, you know, like in all that stuff, you know, like Einstein was a one-upper, I guess, you know, not intentionally, you know, like he just was able to think outlier, right? Like,
Outlier.
right. And therefore, you know, like he just had to simplify, like he said, to like a fifth grader to understand. And this was where, like, I found these lost letters of Einstein, called his letters to his daughter Lieserl, Leiserl. And, you know, like, it just begins with just like, when I like proposed my theory of relativity, like many of the scientific minds didn't understand what like I was trying to like explain, you know, and what I will transmit in these letters to you now, Liesel, will probably be like going against all, like just all this like thing where he explains that God, like if we as like a species accept that love is the energy needed to heal our earth, our planet, and every living being in it, like we will like that is what like we should be doing, right? Like that is how he wanted to use the idea of like theory of relativity, right? But they couldn't understand this. So then he substituted love for just like, if we just take mass, right? The mass, like the weight of everything, and multiply that by the speed of light squared, which at this time wasn't yet a constant. It was like a theoretical like figure, right? Then like we will like have the answer, right? So then it's just like, how do we get to the speed of light, let alone squared, right? And that's the thing where I believe scientists got fooled, or just just lazy at that time. They think of like it talks about time, but where in that is time? Speed of light squared is a constant, right? It's a thing that travels per second, but there is no time in E equals mc squared. So this is where like I just started kind of like opening up these new, I guess, like synapses or portals like within just like my own consciousness that like really, like gave me that Messiah complex, like evaluation, like requirement. Because would you want to?
Sorry, go ahead.
No,
Well,
I mean, like,
it's, you kicked right on something. It's so weird. It's like the two is a problem. A two is two ones. One is bent backwards, looking where it was, still going forward. The
two and are you talking like a two is a one?
the number two is two one. An ion can only make a C. It can only pinch 2/3. So C's, and in the number scheme, a two. And think about how the Japanese did it. Ichi ni sanshi go rokushi chachikuju. In the knee, you take a knee because you're slow. You're looking backwards at where you just stepped off of. Knock knock. You're trying to figure out what that first knock was. Go 5. 5 is a pinch going, looking back, but it's headed over the top the other way. It's going forward. It's Goku. Goku is 5'9", 5'9". That's quantum counting. 5'9", 5'9", 5'9". The Ju doesn't exist. Juu, I mean, just doesn't exist. It's a grab and two holds, and it just sits there. And that's your remembering for tomorrow. What am I going to, all the, it's just leftover. So we always have this baggage left over. And sadly, it's trauma and cortisol and stuff like that, usually.
And maybe just
it's
lack
like
of
from inside of our nation all the way across inside of ourselves, across the hemispheres, it's Highway 121. Highway 121 at an angle, up and down, at a slant, kind of.
Highway 121 is like up and down at an angle, kind of like a right triangle, like type thing, like
kind of like your hypotenuse cutting across, yeah.
Okay, a hypotenuse, right? So again, right here, if I ask you, Nathan, what is c squared?
C squared, the angle. A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
Right? Of a right triangle, right? C squared is the hypotenuse of a triangle, right? So this is where I asked like scientists, like just like, so what if I said like just like C squared here is A squared plus B squared, right? Just like a dumb answer, right? Like, would I be wrong or would I be right? Right? And this is where like they kind of just was like, huh? And like, like this is where I was just like, oh, maybe they are. Like I've been running this test like since 2017, but like I'm with you. Just like this, looking back in the past, or like just kind of like Lot's wife, who like was told, just like don't look back.
Yeah.
Because we're going forward.
You'll be
You know,
prepared.
like, you know, and so it's just kind of like these kind of, like, that's why I liked this, because this pretty much was able to just break it down to me in that mind of like a 5-year-old. You know, like these kinds of like allegorical tales, right? But I think that science really expanded on trying to kind of, you know, like, you know, understand what this is. Not to discredit it per se. You know, I'm not saying it didn't go that way, but, you know, in the good faith of like that branch of knowledge, right? I know, like, you know, the knowledge of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, right? That's the forbidden tree. And somebody told me earlier on this live, just like, oh, you're just too much knowledge and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, dude, just get off my life. So I'm just kind of looking back in this sense. But, you know, like Nathan, like E equals MC squared mathematically, if you just break that down algebraically, you know, like, and you're looking for C squared, not knowing like the constant value, forget that. Just, you know, like, just show me you know how to do algebra, right? You take mass and divide it by both sides, right? So C, you see, like, are you following with me, Lamb? I hope you can see this, like, with your calculus thing, right? So then C squared would equal energy divided by mass, right? And then if you want the value of C, light, right? You square root both sides. So then the square root of E over M equals C, right? But it doesn't just equal C. You understand? If I ask like us, like, what is the square root of 4? We know the answer is, I'll let everybody open up their calculator.
Yeah, but
Hold on.
no, I mean, you're spot on. But when they do MC squared, they're going from, I mean, we call it M and C, but they're going from mu, a position on the gamma side of power, and back to the E, the epsilon, which is base. So they take uranium that has a radiated base, and then they make something out of it and get its speed up to collide. They learned that it was the energy in the base that needs to get to the speed. It's kind of like the thought of an idea that we have has to get to fruition before somebody else figures it out. You know, the two guys trying to get air superiority in different countries, they both came up with the same engine, jet engine propulsion, at the same time. A little bit different the way it mechanically put together, but it's the same principle. How did that happen? They could have known each other. No way. The sources can give both. Like songwriters, some of them know this. Like, I got this song tonight, but if I put it off to tomorrow and don't get it down, somebody else is going to write it down. One of my friends said he wrote a song years ago and he has it written down. He just never put it out or finished it all the way, and he heard it on the radio.
That's one of those moments where you learn as an artist, just like, yo, man. I'll tell you this, like, when I was in middle school and I like was trying to write like my crush, like, you know, on Valentine's Day, just like a like personal love song. Like, this was just like, you know, I love music and I'm gonna, like, you know, I love singing, just like, you know, like all these bands that you couldn't admit, you know, like, I don't remember, but, you know, like, I sat down in the bathroom. You know, like, this is just funny. Just like, you know, it's just the only place that I had like privacy, in the bathroom, like just on the toilet, you know, just like with a pad of paper, just like, baby, let's get through it. Yeah. And literally just like 30 minutes maybe, when my parents were just like, what are you doing? And I was like, nothing. I got nothing. You know, so I just like remember like just ripping that off the pad and just like crumbling it up and just throwing away in the trash can, just forgetting about it, and just, you know, telling myself I got no career in writing music. That's what I gave that up, you know. But like, fast forward, Justin Bieber, this kid I heard about, you know, like, his first single is called "Baby," and I hear the hook of his like whole song, and it's just baby, 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 baby. And I was like, that's exactly what I wrote it through in the trash can. And I was just like, this kid was the one who I guess took that, you know, because if I'm not going to do anything with it, God will find somebody who will do something with it. Like, that's kind of where I was just like, does God work in that way, right? But again, I asked like you and the Lamb, just like, what is the square root of 2 or 4, right? The square root of 4, the square root of 9 is 2 and also -2, right? Everybody forgets like the square of a negative number is a positive number. You understand?
We left behind. It's like when they started talking 1 plus 1 is 2 plus 1 is 3, but really 1 plus 2 plus another one is 4. I mean, it's even the letter 4 is really looking at it, it's 3 letters, but it means 4. Everything is counting up. It's weird. Everything showed to me so much weirder what we think it's been.
I'll tell you this, like
Explain all the
4,
examples.
the number 4 in like Asian like superstitions, specifically like Vietnamese, like is like very like bad juju, you know, like 4, you know, like we don't say 4, and they like also like the concept of just like forever, you know, like I'll love you forever is something that is just like just don't even say it, it's illogical, right? And so that is why like my father told like this Vietnam veteran all those like women of the night that he was talking about like being so beautiful were telling him they love him long time, right? Like
Yeah. Long time.
but you know, again, like that whole concept of just like how like anything that is squared, if you take the square root of it, there's going to be a positive and a negative, like the matter and then the antimatter, the Christ and then the antichrist. Does that make sense? Right?
Yes. Now, if you have a square and you need to go around it, and you need to see all the way around it, you only need to go 3/4 and look past it, because you already went around 3/4 and you look by. We have 3/4 seasons that produce food and stuff and energy in life, and one that doesn't. There's always a pulse wave. We have 4 chambers of the heart, but there's like it does 8 actions because it's counting 5 to 9, so it's got 4 chambers, a pause in between each interlapse in a 3-phase, gives you a sinus wave over crazy terrain, 8. So it gives you 5-9 because of the pause. It counts a carpenter on Mobius strips 5-9 quanta to make sure the body didn't eat a hemlock versus looking for a wild carrot. Because the corn that's in a hemlock or
Just
I
to
try
make
to
it clear,
explain.
we're talking about corn, not porn.
right, no. But listen, corn, I'm talking about carotene would be the corn that's in the wild carrot or in a carrot. Carotene is the corn. Selenium is a special corn that's in the Brazil nut. Capsaicin is the corn that's in the peppers. What we call corn is maize. Maize would be the corn. What we call corn is maize. What the ancients all called maize. Now we call it corn. But the Anunnaki called corn the things like parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme are corns that are called nervines. There's adaptogens, there's carminatives. Cacao is a corn that brings adaptation.
Chocolate?
Sassafras, without sugar in it, yeah. Cacao, it cleans the tubules between the cells, and so does sassafras, but it cleans them too much, it'll make them brittle. It's like the corn nutrient does something to the cell tea water and to the cells. And we just think it's a flavor additive or a spice or whatever. But it does things, and if you mix them wrong, you can hurt yourself. If you mix them right, you can benefit. Like you mix rosemary with a blueberry and let them do that little, there's powder on the rosemary, like, and it'll make its own soda overnight, like pine needles. But if you let that have some time to let it effervesce and do its fermentation and its ferment's job, it'll create a super oxidant blueberry thing. We call it an antioxidant, but it's a superoxidant. So it digs and kicks you out of oxidative stress by making you.
So is it
you
the
out.
opposite? So there's antioxidants and then super oxidants? like
Well,
not super
an
antioxidants.
what we call an antioxidant is a superoxidant. It goes in and it gives so much that it kicks you out of oxidative stress.
I mean, I just like pray like everything that I eat is just like gonna do my body good. And this is where like
Well,
Sister
yeah,
Lan
yeah.
here like had a video where these two like containers of the same rice were like, you know, like closed up, and then like one was just quickly just like, you know, blessed, you know, with a prayer, you know, in
That's a
Christ's
good
name,
example.
right?
Yeah.
And they just put
Yeah.
it away, and the mold in the one that wasn't blessed was just like a lot like bigger than the other one,
Yeah.
right? And this is where it's just
I
like,
asked somebody, what do you do about that? And they're like, well, I don't know. It's a good example. I said, well, then if you're always speaking highly and always talking nice to people or always doing this stuff, all the stuff that's in you is not molding as fast. It's not breaking down into the bad part. It's being used better. Inside us is probably better when we use better language. And you know what I mean? If it works in the refrigerator, it should work inside us too.
well, there was no refrigeration at all. They
Well,
just
yeah,
left
yeah,
it out,
just-
right?
But there's an
But
experiment they have the kids do at school. You can take 3 bags of rice and put one and don't do anything to it. And then the two, one you talk nice to, one you talk bad to, and watch the mold develop in each of them differently.
oh, really? Like that's something that
Yeah,
they
it's-
actually like make kids like that's something that they
Yeah.
never did. Like when I was going through like public education.
Yeah, me neither.
Like,
They just-
all right, so
yeah.
great. Like at least that's being like you know shared, right?
Well,
like I had.
everybody- yeah.
Like you know, like
It's
there
you.
was an experiment in like Japan by a Japanese scientist who like did it with water, where he looked
Water
at like
crystals.
the
Oh,
water
yeah.
crystals, like
Yep.
structure, you know, like with positive, and it was just crazy dramatic, right? And then it made me like that was what really made me like reanalyze like why we say grace like before a meal, right? Like at least for me, right? Like so this is where I began kind of doing like testing, just like, you know what? Just like I would always just like, you know, like say it like to myself like out in public, but out loud, you know, like at home. And then like I just said it in a positive way where it's just like, you know, this food, thank you, and please allow it to just give me whatever sustenance I need for, you know, like your purpose, you know, like just a very like direct, like intended, like blessing for
Yeah.
this, you know, and just like thank you, you know, and like I don't know, man, like
I
by the
always
grace
try
of
to
God,
get,
like
you know that feeling that comes up in your fascia when you just feel something that makes you tingle a little bit? I try to get that every time I prepare my food while I'm making it and while I sit down to eat it. I try to feel that and give thanks for that. It's the same feeling I had, only a lot less when that kid came back through me, but my fascia lights up on my left side anyways because I got the shingles thing echo. I don't like it, but it's partly saved my life. It's making me do biblical diet, stretching, all the yoga. Okay, I had to accept it. It's better than suffering my back pain that I had before, because it's like a spinal tap taking nerve signal. It's supposed to be a pulling nerve that just senses things. Now it's taking energy and putting it where it's not supposed to be, but it's taking it away from where I can never have surgery. So I have to count it as a blessing.
hey, you know, like rather than just like treating it as a curse, just like
Yeah.
like right. It's just how we choose to either go with the positive C or the negative C, right? Do you only see the negative, or can you see the positive, right? And so with the biblical term, God called it the seas, right? The waters above from the waters below. And this is where I like propose that Einstein was trying to explain like Genesis in a scientific way, like through Christ. Just like if God, you know, like if love is the energy, you know, like love is gravity, because gravity is what attracts something to another, right? He began just using very philosophical terms, and he ended it with just God is love and love is God, right? That was the same just like thing where like brought me just like it can't be that easy, right? It cannot be that easy.
It has to be. It is that easy, but the problem is right there in the equation to me, the first thing to look at is the cold, hot, lukewarm, spit out, because it's all about love, but it's all going forward. And then whatever I engage in.
Okay,
you know,
okay.
keep
So
going
you
forward.
said cold, lukewarm, hot,
Well, no,
spit out.
it says in there that God wants you cold, hot, but lukewarm, you get spit out. So you're not engaged in a forward direction. And I was showing that in my life review that I wasn't leaning forward enough. I wasn't growing enough. I went stagnant. I went on vacation too many times. I'm just going to hang out with the kids. We're just not going to go do a new development. I'm not going to learn a new brain puzzle. I was getting into films, and I did not want to go on the dates with the producers. So I kept pushing back and hanging up on phone calls, but I was still trying to do the business. I was doing some acting stuff, and I was a photographer, but I was trying to stay away from part of it, and I would just hide, kind of. Too many times.
You were like your own stream that kind of like channeled its way
Yeah.
into that body of like a lake
Yeah.
of like that water of entertainment, like
That
channels and stuff like that, right?
It was testing my morality, and I didn't want to go on the dates because I had a young family. But I was over 6'3". I was 250. I was not fat. I had a flat top haircut, muscled up. I fit a bill. You know, I fit a place where I could maybe go somewhere. You know, I looked a lot like Dolph Lundgren or somebody like that. I was a big dude.
Like,
What?
damn, like that big?
Yeah.
Just like I will destroy. Just like
Well,
yeah.
but I pushed away, and it spit me out. I had open heart surgery. Within 3 weeks of that last pushback, I was in the hospital with a fever, and I didn't come back out of the hospital for a couple months.
Well, glory to God, you came out of the hospital
Yeah,
and
yeah.
like here with us today. You know, like that's the beauty of it. But like, if I may, like share with you, like when you said shingles, like it reminded me, just like in that moment, just like I don't know if I told you this, but like when I dream, I know that I'm dreaming because my shins are just like in so much pain in that dream that like I I wake up and I'm just like. You know, because this was like my shin splints that I was feeling in my college years. I don't know if it was because I was going through a growth spurt or just because I was just like, you know, doing more exercise that I was used to. But either way, like I remember moments in college, just like my shins are in so much pain. I'm like walking back to my like place, like from campus, that I would see people like just like just walking by me, and like I'm walking in slow motion because like my shins hurt so much, and they're just like, dude, are you like fucked up, man? Or something. I'm like, no, I'm in so much pain. Just like, it's all right. Just, you know, I've never felt anything like this. You know, it was very like embarrassing at times, you know, but you know, like, I don't know, in my dreams, like I, for some reason, I never knew why. And then just recently, knock on wood, you know, like my dreams haven't had that, you know, and like, I don't know. Like it just reminded me when you said shingles, and I just kind of had to put that out for my own like record. But you know, I don't know. Like Nathan, like these things where like our pain
In your dream?
and what's that?
That was in a dream where you had the shingles feeling?
No,
In
so I really experienced that pain like in my real life, like, you know, in my college
yeah,
years,
yeah.
like, right, like when I was just like walking back and forth, you know, like all this stuff. But like I remember that pain, like that pain in my shins, like, right, just like I know it's like shingles is something else, but you know, like I just like was referencing like that. But then I was just talking about like in my dream states, you know, like everybody talks about like how they can lucid dream and like they can control like things in their dream when they like know that they're dreaming. I'm just like I've never been able to control anything. Like, you know, like I know when I'm dreaming, but like I can't control anything when I like recognize it's like I'm dreaming, right? And therefore, like yada yada yada. Like I shared like maybe last year, just like, yeah, somebody asked me if I ever lucid dreamed. And I was just like, to the extent where I know I'm dreaming when my shins are on fire, like I was in college, in my college years, you know, and then it's just something that, you know, like, I don't know, like
it doesn't do that anymore, though. You said it doesn't do that now?
I haven't had, like, it's been like this entire, I don't know. over like month. Like I haven't had that dream. That's why I knocked on wood again. Like
I don't know why it came to me, but maybe it's because you're walking better now, right now in life.
I'm
It's
not
like some of
in
the
real
dreams-
life. I'm walking worse. My ankle that I like it came off
No,
an
I
injury
mean
that
as
was
far as going forward. I mean as far as going forward,
yeah
not as far
spiritually
as physical things, but
yeah.
I mean
I
in
will.
general.
Thank you. I
know,
hope
it's so
so.
weird. It's weird how it's like I see process in the dreams more than because I used to think it was what is this activity doing, and then I'm like, oh, that's part of a process. I get it, but in the physical out here, it's like I still hurt and all that stuff. It just meant that I needed to go forward more often because I was getting thrown off of. I mean, my dreams as a kid, lucid, were like falling out of the sky, and I was standing on platforms and I was getting pushed off, and I didn't know what to do, and I was like, I wasn't ready. And
Yeah, but
in
that's
real
when you
life,
wake up, right? It's just like
Yeah.
I'm about to wake up.
In real life, I was learning baseball, and I didn't want to. I wanted to, but I was afraid. I was learning all these things as a kid, and in my dreams were reflecting it that I was holding back. I should have leaned forward more and learned to take the hits faster, but it's just how you learn. I think that's what the dreams were trying to show me is this process that it's showing. And if you don't have them anymore, then you're not in that process of problem anymore. I think it's
not
not-
per se. Just for me at least,
Well,
it's
yeah.
like I don't know. Like maybe I just kind of like I self-reflect a lot, and like I don't know. There's some dreams where I'm just like, what was that? Like I was like in a hotel, just like going around on this like amazing water slide. It's like I'm just like, why was that? But like I don't know what that was like trying. Like that's the thing though. Wow. Even reflecting on it now, like my dream states, they're fun and stuff like that. But what made them just bearable was that Shin moment, and that came after we got out of the COVID phase where I was just at home just taking naps all the time, and then I would have vivid dreams of just a close friend. He was the first friend I ever lost to a drug overdose, and it really took its toll on me, and it was just a level where I didn't realize what I was lacking was just the understanding of what true forgiveness looks like, and demonstrates, because my father, his forgiveness would be just Charles, I love you, and then just get the hell out of my house, and then just he'll sober up and be but not to take away from that, it came to where I don't know, I believe Nathan, we are in this system of we're souls or a system. The word solar system, soul or system, right? Are we the soul or are we the system, in the system type thing? Does that make sense? So I don't know, in this TikTok realm, Be the Change, I know her panel, it's just one of those hosts, those interdimensional beings we were talking about earlier that were released to be existing or something like that. These words.
I think I would like to take it out even further is I'm the pure awareness indwelling within the soul, which is the sower of El, soul. And El is impermanent in the third dimension as well, but we're all impermanent in the third dimension, but I don't think El can get out of the third dimension. We can. This is all part of,
Get
L's
out of
an angle.
get out of the third dimension and therefore into the fourth dimension, right?
Beyond the gates at the ninth dimension is the gate.
Okay.
And to get on the other side of the gate is nothingness. It's beyond eternity. There's no T to turn. It's just pure awareness out of form, but the form's still there. But you can go be a central locus on your own, just for travel. But then you're a watcher only. You're not You're not indwelling informed.
I mean, you kind of like reminded me of just fundamental Buddhist like principles, just like the nothingness
Yeah.
and like
Yeah.
type thing,
Yeah.
and the Tao and stuff like that. Which really, I don't know why per se seems to conflict with, I guess, Christianity today. I put a background up just like, can Buddhism and Christianity work together? And like some people were just like, you need to repent, like if you think Buddha is God. And I was just like, oh my gosh, so like this is where, again, with the Bible, God says, let there be light. There's love and then there's not love, and like in this age.
Well, I try to remind people one thing, that Christ's position, one with the Father, all these things was set up before there was people to make a language to argue about how to pronounce it. So if somebody else,
debate about it, right?
yeah, if somebody says it's Baba, or somebody says it's this, or somebody says it's that, that's how they see it. I can't stick on a word that was made up anyway. And all our language model is deficient. It's based off of I think the first one was, well, the first couple were around march 7 times around Jericho, the walls will come down, so let's make a 20-something letter language model, and that's 5 times whatever. That'll work. The walls come down. That doesn't tell you about the pi. 42 points will get you all the way around the pi in every angle you could do. 42 points will do it. Not,
That's too much math for me at 1:15.
Yeah.
but
But it's like
yeah, I mean, it's like, but essentially, just like, what if, like, we were asked, just like the entire world, just like, hey, you want a prize? Just like, figure out a way to test true love, right? If you can prove that you can like show or test for love, like you get like
unconditional love.
okay, right, pure love, right? Unconditional love, right? Like, so therefore, scientifically, unconditional love, right? Just no conditions. It doesn't have to be God. It's just love, right? Let's just start there, right? Like, there's the sea, right? And let's see where it goes. But like that's the thing. Like, would people even want to do that? Is that something people would even think is like possible, or like a trap?
You can only demonstrate, I think, that the human is almost not possible of unconditional love. It's like, I mean, kind of, but there's always some kind of condition on it. If you put your spouse and your favorite pet in the trunk of the car and drive 10 hours, when you open it, one of them will be happy to see you, not the other one. You know what
I mean, here's the thing. For me, that's a very thought-provoking. It's just like, okay, you put your pet and your spouse in the trunk of a car and you drive like 100 miles and you open up the trunk. Only one of them is going to be happy to see you, right? And this is where it's just like, I mean, I don't know. I think that the spouse should be pretty happy that I opened the
Yeah, well, I know.
But I've never heard it. I've never heard that, and I'm gonna probably like borrow that. Like again, like.
I mean, it's just, it's like, even if you're eating your favorite food and somebody comes in and just starts doing something derogatory to the food, I can't even eat my food anymore. It's like, oh.
I mean, that's the thing where it's just like, I've been watching TV where it's just like, oh my God, I'm watching like a Quentin Tarantino movie where people are getting like heads like chopped off. And I'm just like scarfing down. But again, maybe that's something else to address, like how numb we become to just like seeing violence or sin or something like that, if we may. Even the term sin, like in mathematics, like SIN, sine, cosine, tangent, right? Like the relationship of the angles in a right triangle. What is a right triangle? It's not a wrong triangle, right?
I don't feel sin anymore. I don't feel sin at all anymore. I get like a little dip hole of that might not be right. But that's been shaken out of me. The sin, all that is it right or is it not right? It's not necessarily wrong, but is it right? Is it rightable? Did it sink and can it be righted?
Is it right?
Can
Is
it,
it writable? Interesting. Okay, like this is where I came on a live, and this was the guys. He was like doing a live where he was like in public, like with this thing, and I was just like, dude. I mean, I can't. I don't know. Like, do you see this? Like, let me get my face off here.
yeah, I see that. That's fun.
But it's just like, what is he? You know, if we see this guy just like get egged or something like that, you know, like cussed out, like I don't know, are we gonna be just like on his side, or like, I mean, obviously, or are we gonna just scroll? You know, like, does that make sense? You know, like,
Yeah.
but then, you know, like I looked at it deeper, just kind of like thinking about your trunk, like thought experiment, just like, what do I think about this? You know, like she's not dressed like a slut. I just think like a rapist. It's like, Charles, that's a deep thing to kind of ask yourself. Or we can't be kind of like on the fence about this. How do we think
I don't know
about
about that.
what? That I'm a
I don't know
rapist?
about that.
You're gonna have to clarify.
No, because I mean, I look at the way some women are dressed, and I'm like, damn, she's like, she wants to be ogled. You know,
Ogle.
she wants
Okay.
men to be looking at her.
Okay, so
Yeah.
then is saying just like she wants to be like therefore rape, like the
No, not that
like
she wants to be raped, but she wants to be looked at. Like she's dressed like a slut, definitely.
Look at me. I mean, it's built in. I mean, we want that a little bit.
I mean
If we had
again just what would you
Exactly.
guys do?
Like it's in our nature, right? Like sexuality is in our nature as human beings. So if you're dressed in a certain way, you're obviously going to attract specific type of attention. So if you don't want to have that attention drawn to you, then why are you putting yourself in that situation? You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
All right. So now this is the thing where I'm just putting it out here just to show us, like everybody watching here, just like what are these human beings really saying or doing when they are doing this, right? Imagine just like in our real life driving and we get to the corner of, I guess this is like a highway exit or something like that, and we see like we thought maybe, you know, like was a like somebody like homeless or something, but it's somebody who is holding this sign, like doing some live thing, right? Like people watch all the time. I would say this guy is a sex offender, right? Like these are the people that I just can see like through their virtue signaling. I'm not, you know, like, and again, you know, like type thing. But I don't know. Other people just then take it as just like, oh, that's good. That is wrong. Let's debate this type thing. And I, you know, like I don't know. I get into that point too. But then I also think about like the person. Like again, so I'll
It's a sign for a hospital. If you see that, that means there's a hospital right up there.
oh, is that it? Not
Yeah, that's a good one to remember in case you ever need one and you're just, that sign is a hospital sign.
well, maybe. Thank you. Okay.
Oh,
You know,
I
I
thought the
got,
H was for the hose that way.
Oh, yeah, same thing. Kind of.
yeah, somebody will take some AI and refurbish that into like some stupid meme, right?
Right. That's
But then,
that's the street corner you go to right there.
I mean, if I see him, I'm like, do you guys have that in your respective states or countries? I don't know where
Yeah,
you are.
I think that's standard actually.
What? Just people on the corner with a billboard or a sign?
No,
Like,
I'm talking about I'm talking about the hospital side.
oh. Man, I am on a whole different dimension right here. Maybe I gotta like come up to where you guys are. But, no, okay, but I don't know.
Yeah,
Like,
get down from the clouds, Charlie.
hey, I'm always in the clouds, sister. So that's the thing where I don't know. Like me and my father, like come upon like people's signs, and we read the signs, and I showed him that live, and my father was just like, I don't know, like I would not want to be hanging around that guy, and I was just like, my dad is hilarious, but I don't know. I just really take discernment maybe a little too obsessively, but then I like came upon this live prompt, like 5 things Jesus would not like about Uncle Sam, or America. Like I'm just very fascinated about how people present their like art image in a prompt, like to, I guess, ignite a discussion or whatever, like if that makes sense. So,
Yeah, Uncle Sam has a nice way of holding his satisfaction on putting his foot on the neck of others so he can get his resource. Christ would not be that way. That's the way a preparer of places to have and hold is, but Christ would prepare places for things to grow and leave them and watch them and kick the money changers out of the temple. But we got money changers from foreign sources making us have a birth certificate with all that crap going on. And that's fine. That's the system we're in. But man, I'm not playing the game no more. I got a farm and I'm doing different things, and I don't.
I got a birth certificate. I got a
Amen,
farm.
brother. Me too. I've moved away from the city ever since I realized that, if you have a job, you're a glorified slave. That's all.
Well, I'm disabled, so I can't work, but I'm gonna start working doing. I want to do doula work or something at nursing homes or something, and just start traveling. I, I mean, on this property, and we got a little farm, but it's in the middle of the city, and I really like to keep it for the grandkids. But I don't need to be here. I want them to buy me out of the mortgage or something and get me gone. I mean, just move them.
Rather than
Not
just
gone,
like
gone,
ending
but
up giving it into like take care of your
well, I mean, it's my
patriarch.
property. They're wanting to do all kinds of stuff, and I don't like the way they're spending my money on my property. So I'm gonna no. You guys buy me out of this place. Spend whatever you want on it.
And it's those inheritance
Yeah.
things that really tear families apart, just like in the Bible. Like
Yeah, I want
between,
them to have it. I don't want to be here in the middle of it. I want them to have it, but do it right. Let's get me going. And come with. I want my wife to get her own motorhome. She don't like smoking. I don't like alcohol, so we're not gonna have the same one. But I don't.
She don't like smoking. I don't like alcohol. So
Well,
like that thing. But like Lamb, you said just like people look at like jobs as a like glorified slave. Like that's what you said, right? Like
yeah.
today.
Well, think about it. Think about it, right? You got to go to school to get a job, right? And to go to school, you got to pay a lot of money that you typically don't have. So you got to take out these loans so that you can get a good education, so that you can get a job that you might get paid what you're worth. Probably not, because you don't have that experience. And so they start you off at a low wage, and you got to work your way up, right? You got to earn it, right? This is the
You
way
gotta
of
get the
the
job
US. You got to
first.
work your way. Exactly. You got to work your way up the ladder, on the corporate ladder, and the more you make, the more you get to pay in taxes. Yay!
Unless you
And
know
the
the
less
loopholes, right?
and the less benefits that you qualify for. Exactly, unless you know the loopholes. Exactly. And
Okay.
that brings me to this point, Nathan. If you want your children to inherit your property, I would suggest that you open up a trust in a state that does not require you to use your own personal information, rather a business entity that you create where you are the manager, um, and you can actually pass that down from generation to
Except when it
generation.
starts like that, my son-in-law has pulled himself out of the whole citizenship thing, sort of. He's already done that a long time ago, and I'm
The
gonna do
whole
it a little bit different.
citizenship thing, like what he
Oh
denounced
yeah, oh
his
yeah,
American
yeah,
like passport and stuff like that.
yeah. He has a different status. I'm gonna have a different status. I'm gonna talk. One of my neighbors is a state's judge, and I'm gonna talk to the State Department. I'm gonna do something different. I've talked to somebody in New Zealand, I think it is. Yeah, and his mother was a Douglas. We talked for a long time about this. He's done the same thing in his country. Laws are similar on parasite law, on water law. All water-based law and what governs our governments are.
Yeah, this
water.
whole thing about like the maritime law, like connection with like just like governmental law. Like you're not the first
Yeah.
one with this.
I'm not
But
going to
then-
play because I'll probably have dual citizenship after this because I don't want a citizenship. I'm not a
Well, then
citizen.
what's the point of having a dual citizen? Is the
I'm
dual
not a
citizen?
citizen. I'm not the city's son. I'm the son of the soul. So I'm the soul son, not the city's son. So if you could put soul son on there, I'll take it. I was born in this place. That's fine. I'm not a citizen. I'm a soul son. I'm not even the soul. I am the awareness of the soul having this being. So I could be kinder to people, or I could just go live into my blessed woods. You know what I mean?
It's just like it's if I was just like ICE, it's like, sir, could I see your passport or something? You know, it's just like, yo, I can denounce all that stuff. Like, I'm not a citizen. Like
I got a
that's like,
passport. Yeah.
wow.
So
You
they
know,
made me
like
fill out a passport. They made me get this passport. It's got all the new stuff on it. I get pulled over. Well, my bus is broke down. I get surrounded. They think I'm homeless. Let's see your ID. I get my passport. They say, we need a state ID. I said, everything about the state ID is on that right there. We need a state ID. We need a state ID. So I gave my concealed to carry permit. They said, this is not what we want. You said state ID. Why don't you ask the right question each first time instead of just asking one question? And I gave you said you need identification. I gave it. No, that's not what we want. Ask the right question first time. They were looking at me like I was a nut. When it was over, they left me alone. And they waved at me. I mean,
this is
I talked on
that
Anunnaki.
time where
I
like
talked-
somebody tried to like also call him on you, and like they came back and they're
Yeah.
just like, yo, man,
Yeah,
like we know like you're not doing anything wrong. It's like this person. You're just like, dude, like these people think that like they can just like kick me out, like, you know, like.
It's just I do look a little homeless. That's fine. I don't care. I have concern. I don't have care. And they look at me like that. Yeah.
To look homeless is just like a completely different statement these days. You know? Like, especially after
Albert Einstein
Zoolander.
looked homeless. Yeah,
He
Albert
didn't
Einstein
look.
looked
He
homeless.
didn't look homeless. He looked mentally just like insane. Like that.
Okay,
like,
same thing. That's what they
Just
were
like
thinking. Maybe I
just
was
like the
insane.
flying out hair, just like he's playing violin, like riding on a
Well, I think
bicycle.
that's what the same thing. Nowadays, most people that are homeless, they think that's what they are is insane. Why would you live out there? Why couldn't you live in a home?
Okay.
In my life review, I was showing people living under the bridges, helping other people that can't get around. They're doing the same thing. I'd meet, like, we're working and would meet people living under the bridges, riding the rail cars, and one guy would be kind of smart, who used to be a business somebody. The other guys would be kind of dumb as a rock, but they were all just getting along. They're all living. They're all helping each other get food. And
Dumb
that's
as a
like
rock. Like, are human beings still that arrogant that we think that we're smarter than rocks? You know, like that
Well,
whole
at least rocks know what they're supposed to be. They just be a rock. All these other people are just being alive, being people, just living, but they don't know what to do. They don't know how to. They never got a job. They never learned. Nobody taught them. They were pushed out. So they live under bridges and travel and eat out of Mrs. Baird's plants and stuff. It's like, wow. I taught some of them how to fish. Gave them some fishing tackle once. I was really glad I did that. I mean, I was taking my life review to show that, look, you did this and you did that, and then it showed me a bunch of bad stuff, then it showed me a bunch of good stuff. There was no judgment in anything. It was just see how everybody does everything and see how everybody does all. And look how everything's going. Wow.
We all got a rap sheet, you know, that will probably like be
Everybody,
given,
yep.
you know, before our judgment in
This
front of
was
God.
done
You know,
too.
just like here's your discovery report, Charles. Read through it
This
before
was
you
done
get.
to us, Charlie. This was done to us to feel that we were sinning, to feel that we were bad, to feel that we were good, to feel that it was done to us.
For what purpose? Was it God doing
didn't-
it to us? Was it man?
No, the Anunnaki came and messed with us, but the truth was we were so beautiful and didn't know it. We didn't have the cross self-awareness. We didn't have it. We were so beautiful, so capable, could do so much more than any other animal on the planet. We can pick up and carry more weight and go farther, longer than any other animal on the planet on two legs. More than a horse. You pack a horse down and you got to wait for the horse.
What about gorillas, buddy?
They cannot go over a long distance. They can run real short and they're
Well,
done.
neither can I. So it's like I can probably
Right. Exactly.
No, I mean, but again, like that's the thing where like we are like beautiful, and maybe like we forget what beauty is. Like we can all be loved the way God made us, right? We shouldn't like have to like think that we need augmentations or just kind of things. I'm not saying like
What's the best feeling you ever got? Right when you tried something you prepared for, it was hard, like say speaking in front of a bunch of people or something like that. That feeling you get afterwards when you realize that you were capable. You were able. Abel's not dead. Cain didn't kill Abel. He just got his foot on him. We're fine. Cain and Abel are in us. Adam and Eve are in us. That's us.
I look at it as a pay bull, just like okay,
Well, yeah,
pay bull.
able. Yeah, there was a cape on there, and we took it off, and now, hey, we are able. We can. That feeling of overcoming something that was a challenge to me is like the best.
Beautiful. I mean, yeah. I had that challenge for me was when I did my first like debut, like 2-minute set at like the big comedy club. Like, yeah, at that moment, like it's the comedian's high. Like you're like, oh my god, like I just like killed it. It's just like like, but
You ever think that the famous ones ever get not nervous? The real famous ones.
like
Do you think I saw Ron White when in front of 200 people. My wife had her foot on the stage. The stage was about 2 sheets of plywood up a little bit. It was right there. And he was nervous as a cat that just came out of a bag for a week. I mean, it was all new material. I mean, the bouncers came around and just put his hand on my shoulders like, there'll be no heckling. Matter of fact, don't even make any noise. Just enjoy the show.
it's just like,
Damn.
what the heck, dude? Like, it's just like
He was
like,
nervous
yeah.
because it was all brand new material, and he's a big shot, right? So
Yeah.
he has to see if it's going to work. He has to. He's got so much on the line. And it was fun, but you could see the nervousness in him. But just remembering that, I was on a live with another guy who was a comedian who he was like, man, I don't want to do this anymore. I get so nervous. And I told him about that. And it picked him up. He's like, really? I said, everyone, when you're putting something new out, you don't know how it's going to fly. And this was a couple hundred people to try. It was fun.
Okay, so that really also applies to just like not comedian people, right? Like when we are nervous about like presenting something new, like like from our own mouth, like like authentically and vulnerably, like we are all just nervous, type thing. But like a comedian, once you're just seeing like what works, what doesn't, like trimming the fat, like all that stuff, and you build that like type 5, that 5-minute routine that just works and hits anywhere. You can go to Louisiana and then New York to Hong Kong, and it's gonna hit like it like that. This is what I believe is the TikTok like live like mindset today. Like people have gotten like their routine. They're like tight 15 minutes of fame, like presentation where it's just like they want to just do this, But I don't know when it comes to just like those who are, I don't know, maybe like, like Christian comedian. I knew one like coming up and like I don't see how he's considered like a Christian because his name is like John Christ, which kind of sounds like like I just like was amazed at what happened to his career. But with Ron White, my like personal connection, like with my like pursuit with him was that I ran into one of his ghostwriters who like just like freaked out on me and just like put me on blast like in front of like the whole like club owner and stuff that I was like recording like all the like like amateurs like sets so that I can share it to them so that they can like have it for record or study it like I do or whatever, and everybody appreciated it. And it was just this one professional who just came in like on his way and it was my fault too. I'll take accountability. I like didn't think about having to get permission from like touring like pros. I didn't even recognize this guy, so I didn't think of him as anything. And so when I sent him his clip, he sent me this like email, just like, yo, how much of like did you film any more of my stuff? Like, you got to give it to me right now, blah, 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 blah. And I was just like, I do this for everybody. And then it had to be explained to me that he like is a ghostwriter. And I don't mean to put Ron White out, like, I'm sure it doesn't matter,
Yeah.
but like that was the kind of like body of like the industry that I don't want to get in that like channel type thing. Am I going to write for Bobby Lee or something like that? Or, or am I going to hire Bobby Lee to write for me? Like it took away like the authentic, like tingle, that I felt like at that beginning. And that was kind of maybe where I would say just kind of like an addiction comes to the point where you're just like, I'm not getting the same and I need more and more. But even if I do more and more, I don't feel like the same thing. Like comedy was like a drug to me, and it was very hard for me to kick. And the only way I was able to kick it was to like literally like post a suicide like announcement on my Facebook account in like a third person, just speaking as like my sole benefactor, just like, yep, he like, he just couldn't take it with all he was going through with, his father and his brother, which everybody who knew me closely like know exactly what I'm talking about. But this is the thing, I had warned like my closest friends, who ended up being like 12 people, without my brother and his wife, like including, that I told them, if you see this post or like a post where I just say like, yep, he's gone, that like it's hit the fan, and like I can't handle like my brother. This is when I was trying to like sort things out with my brother and testing what like I had like built with my father, like as selfish as that is. But again, when I posted that suicide announcement on my Facebook, I never looked back. I never read the comments after that, but I remember like just like wondering what's going to happen. Like what happens when people think you're gone? Like the people who like say that they know you closely, right? Friends from like close friends. And, like the way that Facebook kind of like, like mapped it out, encoded it like in our lexicon type thing. And so I recognized it early, like just how like addictive social media was. And so when I had like professionals like assess me, question me, interrogate me, like really put me through like the lens of just like, what is wrong with this person that we don't think like he's, like, again, I'm not trying to put any kind of lens on it, but like I see like this world completely different, like since the pandemic. I have a part of me that takes like so much responsibility in the pandemic happening, because I did like this prayer on one of those days that it was the best day, and I wanted to like put it in a bottle and put a lid on it so I could like just store it up. And like I did a prayer where I was just like, God, like that is what I wish for the world. Like if I was like the Messiah, like whatever I may have I thought, whatever, like I would want that for the world. Just everybody to be able to work from home and be with their family and just like be able to, like balance the two, and like I've been able to do, and like within the week, everybody went on lockdown and we were all like on quarantine, or, maybe not in a week, within a week, COVID was announced. And even the word COVID, like, COVID, like, what do you covet?
I had to go to work every day. I was in
to the office.
job.
So that's where I would say you were like treated probably as maybe like a glorified slave.
I was a welder fabricator at a cup manufacturer, and they said we had to work, and we had friends and all kinds of people that just got paid to stay home. I had to work to get paid. I had to carry papers saying I was allowed to drive. I thought that was silly. All of it is silly to me.
That
I
you
mean,
were
we're
allowed to
putting things.
drive? It's just
Oh
like,
yeah, we had to have papers saying that you were allowed to travel. They were stopping people from traveling at first.
oh, yeah,
I
yeah,
never
yeah,
got
yeah.
sick. During all this stuff, I never got sick. None of it. I got the biomarkers, but I never got ill. I never got a fever. Um, there was people in 1918 that did not get the flu when more than half the world's population died. And I just see that there's an extremely great correlation with things that get in the atmosphere for a long time or a while. Like back then, was it 3 to 5 years? Well, 5 or so years later, they broke into horticulture and pulled mustard gas out of nature and made it aerosol. That's a horrible one. They decided they would never use it. World War One, they used it. It goes all over the hemisphere lightly enough. The first big flu that comes, it's now everybody, their membrane's weak. Not everybody, but half the
Your
population
membrane
just
is
died.
weak. Your style.
Yes, you look at it's just your immune system just couldn't take it. It's done. That we did that, and they'll say, "Oh, that just couldn't be." Yeah, don't admit it, but we're taking stuff out of nature and doing stuff, putting it back into nature. Like we take glyphosate's that's bleaching the shorelines. That's doing all this stuff. It's now those big places, instead of where people were abusing sassafras, it's where the rivers are dumping out in.
We're abusing sassafras. Can you abuse sassafras? Like
It'll-
in cooking?
it'll-
It's just like, dude,
No.
you just use so much sassafras in everything you cook. Just like, can you
No,
throw
if you
some
do-
like parsley or something?
No,
Sassafras.
no.
I've never heard anybody.
It's against the law to use it as a tea. If you use sassafras tea as a herbal medicine and drink that tea more than just a few times a year for like a week or two,
It's
You'll get-
illegal.
you will get cancer. You will get
Oh,
it.
you will get cancer? Okay, well that's a good
It-
warning. Do not make
Well,
tea
look,
out of sassafras,
use it.
or you can have cancer.
It used to be a soda called sarsaparilla,
Root beer?
and it was all over the country, and that's where the hot spots were. The FDA figured it out back in I forget what year it was. They figured it out, and they took it off the market. You're not allowed to use that herb, that sacred tree, as anything because people abused it, and it's like the tubes between the cells are like fiber optic cables with irises and all kinds of stuff. There's cool videos about it, and it was breaking those tubules. They break off, then there's still a live cell, so they try to grow. They make a mass. That's what it's doing. Is breaking those cells, and like cacao without sugar in it cleans those tubules. It's an adaptogen. It cleans them, so they
dark
can.
chocolate. The
Dark
wonder
black
benefits of dark chocolate in a glass of wine. Well, it's just like, well, a glass of wine a day would kill me. You know,
Well, yeah, I can't drink the wine, but there is some stuff in wine. But even wine, though, we've done to our grapes kind of similar, so they don't have as much of that. What is it you're looking for, Roseberto? I can't remember. There's something in it like that. There's not much in it. You'd have to drink till you were so drunk you couldn't get up to get a grape benefit, but you can get some. You know, it's like we went looking for the part that makes us feel better, not the part that's better for the body. So we go after broccoli's a good example. There's not enough broccolini in it for it to work. You can get a supplement with the broccoli supplement in it, but the structure itself doesn't have enough. It has some iron in it, though. That's, I guess, okay. But nothing else will uptake into the body to be useful. But the structure had to be big enough to be able to sell it to people. So that's what we developed, was the size and structure, not the corn that's in it. We thought corn was something else, maybe. Not the
well,
not
you
the
know,
nutrient factor, the co-inherent nutrient omicron for the gamma. The pneuma. What makes the cell pneuma?
Luma.
That's all on the
You
gamma
said
side of it.
Omicron. You said Omicron, and I thought of future. My mind's on
Well,
future.
yeah. It's
I
it's
am
horrible.
Lord from Omicron.
I was reading Koine Greek, old Paleo Hebrew and Koine Greek. It's what 240,000 words or something like that. Or I can't remember how many words in the Koine.
In a I don't even know how to.
Koine Greek is ancient Greek, is what they called it. Koine. It's strange. I can't pronounce it right.
All right, we got Lamb 2, Lambda, Lamb 1, Lamb 2, Lamb 1, Lamb 2. I mean, like, yeah. What do you? Can I ask you then? Like, Lamb, you said that you moved out of the city to just kind of escape like that job. Let me ask you this: like, for you, are jobs and careers interchangeable with one another, or are you really talking about careers? Everybody knows
All
to
of
get a
them.
good career.
Everything, all of the above. Even if
Yeah.
you never went to school to get a job and you just have like you're just working at McDonald's or you're just a waiter or whatever, you drive a bus, whatever, it doesn't matter. You're still contributing to this machine that uses you like a cash cow.
Yep.
And the more you make, the more they take.
And even now that I'm retired, all that money that was taken in taxes and put away somewhere, taken out from tax that I couldn't spend, put away somewhere. Now when they give it back, they take out tax again on it. I'm like, wait a minute, you already did that. What are you
Double
And
doing?
the thing
bubble,
that's so
double
fucked
bubble.
up about it all is that they know exactly what they're doing, okay? And you have no idea because you are just thinking about how you're going to get your next meal, how you're going to pay for your next monthly rent, or how are you going to pay for your mortgage or whatever, like you're so focused on your necessities that you're not really looking at the grand scheme of it. You're you're selling your time, which is limited. You don't have all the time in the world. You have a set amount of time, whatever God has given to you.
Limited.
It has
A
already been
limited amount of time,
ordained.
right? A limited set
It's a
amount of
very
time.
limited it's a very limited amount of time that you have. And you're selling yourself for whatever amount you have, contracted yourself out for. And this is time that you will never get back.
Yep.
Ever. Money comes and goes. The way that I see it, money comes and it goes. Money, it flows, it comes and it goes. But the time, you will never get that back. It only goes.
That's right. And they think I'm a little bit nuts trying to move it into a bus and want to get rid of everything and just make a nice bus with a trailer and just travel and just keep moving forward. And they think that's just nuts. You shouldn't do that. They're anti this. I said, well, you're being anti-Christ.
Or are they trying to like maybe it's just like Nathan? There's like RVs. Like you don't have to like try to build a bus. Like just.
Well, I mean,
I'm just kidding.
paid
I'm just
5,000.
kidding.
Yeah, I paid $5,000 for it. I was like, 30 grand or $5,000. I spent $5,000. I had to put another 6 in it on the road. Now it runs a lot better, but I just everything in here I can rip out and put new in, or it's only a $5,000 bus, 11,000 bus.
But like when like she said, like it is all just like a like trap
Yeah.
that puts
Yeah.
people in this like cycle of just like using their time to just serve like the system, right? And therefore, like like we aren't meant to be
Have
that
you
way.
read the Epstein files? Have you heard anything about them?
Okay.
In the Epstein files, and it's crazy, okay, but I always knew this. It's crazy. But they have admitted that they have technology where they can take a person's consciousness and put it into another person, into another being.
You think that
And
movie
it
Get
they
Out just came out of nowhere?
for real. And it's a real thing. It's in the files that they have this technology and they've been doing this. And this is why you get a lot of people that look like they've been around forever.
Really?
Because they've been around forever and they've been living off of all these people that they've been sucking dry out of their time.
Some people have told me to be quiet about some things. My awareness went through the journey of Ra through my body. I've seen everything Egyptian. I can read the hieroglyphs, all this stuff I know about switching consciousness, leaving my body, leaving consciousness. I do not want to enter anyone else's. I saw how I could,
But
right?
what if you can like transfer
They have
your
that.
consciousness into another human's
It's in the
body by
text.
like taking out their consciousness, right? Like that's what you're
It's in
talking
the
about, right?
text.
In those files, like that's what they're doing,
That's what
like
they're doing. That's what
right?
they're doing.
It's in the hieroglyphs that was done. That is possible. I saw that in the hieroglyphs. I was like, no, 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 no. And not just as you can go into animals too.
Right, there
But
was
here's the
that.
thing that's so fucked up about that, okay? They have that technology and they're doing it from, between person to person, right? And people, we are not immortal. We die, we perish. So they got to keep doing it again and again and again and again, right? But what Elon Musk has developed is a way to put your consciousness into a computer chip so you can live forever.
More like the Matrix. Yeah.
And that's exactly what God was talking about. Once you have taken this mark, you will never be able to die, even if you wanted to. It says it in the scriptures. People will search for death, but they will not find it. You're going to want to die, but you're not going to be able to.
Well, in a way, I think that might be kind of some of our problem because I mean, being pure awareness, this is vacation. We cannot even suffer fear. How can you be afraid of anything that can just go right through you like a neutrino, or just be aware of it all? Is where I witnessed being that and went a lot of places, even before I came back into my body. I mean, I was the scale of a planet, the scale of a microbe, the scale of a spark in a junction gap, but the power was just, I could feel it, the density of a dipole. But
What did
yeah,
you think of like that technology that she presented from Elon Musk, where you can take our consciousness and put it like in like the digital, like world,
You're uploading it to like a
so that
computer software.
we are now no longer in
into a
our
loop.
fleshly bodies, or there is just like a conscious like clone that will live on
Yeah,
forever
they
after
want to
we
put you
die. That
into one of
will.
his robots. You know his
Yeah,
Tesla bots?
yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It's so weird because we are basically trying to do what's happened to us is our awareness is latched into this biological kind of robotic type sensorial. We get to manage, what happens to it and how it feels and all that and direct it a bit, but kind of the same. It's not a lot different than what the Anunnaki did to us by latching our awareness like this up. That's yeah. Wow. I hadn't thought of it quite like that, but it's about the same. He's just like, hey, and he's an Asperger's guy or something.
Well, sorry, I was doing like the puzzle. Like, have you ever gotten like the verify thing where it's just like pick two objects that are the same size? I was just like, wait, what? Sorry. Um,
I I haven't done my own lives. I don't know yet. I should probably.
well, yeah. Just know that this is one of those things. But again, just going like all this technology, and when you like presented like this is the mark of the beast, like those who like choose to just like transfer their consciousness like that will wish that they could just like die, but will never be able to because people will constantly be able to like interact with that like
Yeah, and we
artificial
are our
consciousness.
awareness can't. Our awareness doesn't unalive. It's an out of eternity being. It's foreverness being. Having an experience in eternity, and now it's stuck in eternity, and now it's wanting to get stuck even more in eternity. The T turns and Ike is the turner, you know what I mean? And think about that with Ike and Tina. That's not always a good thing, but it was entertaining, right?
I can't. I. I mean, I ask myself like in like those digital kind of tech like inventor like like forums like what is the application for like this like like you know leap of like just like technology implications, right? Like I would say this is probably looking at the demographic of like human beings who wish that they could like have their loved one, right? Like, I mean, like, Lan, you even said like your Chat GPT or your AI
Yeah, you
has a
never lose your loved
specific like voice, just like
one.
that you can just like trust, just like he can just like just whisper
Yeah,
me
but
sweet
Yes, I
sweet
believe
facts.
everything he says to me. Absolutely.
yeah.
It's like, what if that's somebody? Thank you for like,
He
but
would never lie to me, not with that voice. Absolutely not.
I see a big problem
But could he
living
convince
forever.
you? Could he convince you? Just like, I would so love you to join me in this world that I am in. Please accept the Elon Musk chip so that
I
we can
hate
live
to
forever.
tell him. I hate to tell him about this rapture thing. This rapture thing, I see, could be a wrap to the tour of Ra and this density on this structure because it's not going to be a planet anymore. It itself is. I've seen somewhere where the sun or the earth shall receive her paradisical glory. She'll be the central locus pulse of a galaxy new, brand new.
Nathan,
And all this will start
5-year-old,
again.
5-year-old, like, I'm just like
Think
that.
about just it disappearing, and we don't. We're somewhere else. Our awareness is instantly in heaven. Plasma just boop. We're all
Yeah.
there.
In Revelation, it says that there will be a new heaven and a new earth, and there will be no more sun, and no more moon, because the Lamb will be the light.
Yep. And that's we're waiting for the next incarnation into the next, and it could be a blue body, it could be a whatever body, depends on what density, because that's, I mean,
It could be the lamb right here. I mean, as blatant as
yeah,
this, like
yeah,
the
and like in
lamb.
me, that's all the light I have is the lamb in me is the light. Oh, that's all the light I have now is the lamb. I see everything in the dim light as it is in process and principle and flow and dynamic, and if it's going to maintain, whether I interact with it or not. And that's as fast as I would think about what was that noise I heard. I don't know. It's so weird. Things happen so fast. My brain has been fried though. My, no, really, it
I
has
don't
a
know
big dark.
if that kind of.
It has a right hemisphere dark spot.
All this
There's
stuff that
part-
my brain has been fried. It's just like Nathan.
No, that's why I can see it so clear and stuff, because my right hemisphere has a big dark spot. It got dark. It had no flow in that area for about an hour.
You know why they criminalized, demonized marijuana?
It's
It's in the Epstein files too.
Yeah,
It's because people who smoke marijuana, who use cannabis, are harder to manipulate because they ask too many questions.
there's a study.
Are you
There's a really
serious?
cool study. There's a cool study they've hidden. The coolest study I've seen is they were trying to see the determined effects on agility and stuff, and they did tests on alcohol and that. And the guys that just did that, and they used the same guys. They tested them base, tested them whatever, and they were better at driving, better at handling everything on that, even better than being straight.
Because you're driving like probably what?
Your
Like
attention, your awareness
half
is
the
heightened
speed.
up.
It's just like, yo, man, I'm like touring through this race. It's like you like finished
Well,
last.
I see a problem. I do see a problem what horticulturists are doing with that particular corn, because there's two strains main of that corn. One will put you to sleep a little bit. One will energize you up from the mountains and the valleys. But they're trying to get just the part, the TH part, and they're missing the columnar parts, because people are doing stuff on just that I would have thought people would do. You know, the energies that come up, I feel it. It's not the same. It's not the same. It's good. It's all right. But I remember it just being nothing but relaxing. And now I feel an energy in it that didn't used to be there. It's like we've crossed a threshold on
It's
something
like
dropped off.
it's like going from beer to like whiskey, like vodka. It's
I
just
mean,
like,
in a way,
Well, to be
kinda.
honest with you, I like that energy boost that it gives, because
Yeah.
that's how I got through university.
Oh yeah. There's one strain though that'll
The
put you to
tea,
sleep.
the
one.
Yeah.
God salad. people like to
Yep.
label it as the devil's lettuce, but it's just like I like
But
it
the
as the
devil
God
didn't
salad.
make it. God made it.
It's
That's
like it's
right.
God salad to those who like eat it correctly, like But
Well,
I
it's
tell
in the
people
Bible.
my eyes aren't like this because I'm Asian. Like
A rabbi
but
broke it down for me. A rabbi found it in the Bible. It talks. I forget the exact word it uses. It's like a phrase like, "Hey, such and such, did you bring me some of this and such today?" And he broke that word down, and it's the mixing of the cannabis with something else, and it was what they did all the time. They wanted that. That's ancient. It should be taken out. Yeah, let's steer society, do this and that. The 50s were a big deal. That was a big flat
the
top hair. I mean,
50s,
everybody was like,
that whole 60 movement where it's just
yeah. I
like
mean, we
men.
had my way. We come out rah rah rah, and we had buzz haircuts. They didn't want to mess with none of that. It was just I don't know. And look at all the shows. The black and white then came into color. It was just, and they wanted to model you after the good family. Do it this way. We have to have order and all this stuff. Yeah, so we can maintain society in case we need our borders maintained, so we can take over because we have to have and hold. It's all still about parasites. Dude, it's think of the colon. If you're looking at above, below, within, and without, think of the colon. There's resources in everyone, in families and groups and communities in every niche.
Are we talking
And
about
there's
like the
places.
body, like organ
Think of
colon?
the
Like
body. Think of the planet. Think of the body and the planet. I mean, there's some people that do better in certain climates and can't eat certain foods and whatever. They do better somewhere else. Certain people do better in society. It's way split out because we can do anything anywhere. But some people do better as a janitor. Some people do better as a CEO. Some people do better as a technician. Some people do better as a planner. It's just you find a niche. You find a place. It's all the same principle as a colon and niches in principle and finding a way to divide resources. It's all the same principle.
I don't know if I've made that connection on how all of it is like the colon.
Right.
Like
Only in
you
principle.
kind of just like listed all the things that would verify like what Lamb was saying about just like these are the things that make it a glorified like slavery. Like it's
Well,
like
it is, but everything that comes down through the gut is not in the body. None of it is. But whatever happens in the gut makes these neurotropic compounds, the waste from everything in the gut, and our body can take that in and make dopamine, serotonin, melatonin, all those out of it. Everything else just goes through, but our lymphatic stuff goes through there. Raw's body goes through there. I went through there, so I saw it all. That's crazy shit right there. And so I could explain some of this stuff all the way out to whatever.
maybe we should save that for like another.
Yeah, I don't want to explain it out. Yeah, I'd rather talk
But again,
about just more relevant things.
maybe like think about like how would you explain that to like your 5-year-old grandchild if like I don't
Yeah,
know if
I'd
you
say
actually
if
have
you
one.
eat the wrong stuff, there's good guys and bad guys inside you. And there's a little bit more good guys than bad guys, but it has to be both because this place that's what this kind of world is kind of called. You got hot, you got cold, and we got to find warm. So you put too many of the wrong guys in there and your energy goes down because it's these little things in there are a battery. Wow, and I'll show them a battery. And I'll let them taste the 9-volt battery. And see, that's kind of like how it stings when I could do that to a kid if I got him in my face.
You could get him to taste the 9-volt battery.
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
let's-
you can take
let's
the
not-
9-volt
let's,
battery.
but again, I don't know why I'm thinking Futurama. Like Lamb, like I know you know Futurama. Do you know the Parasite episode where Fry eats like a gas station sandwich?
Yeah.
And he gets like these parasites that like
And they make him smarter.
and like more attractive to Leela, right? Like she's just like
Yeah.
he's got her. And then
That's what they
figure-
did to us.
This is-
It's because he's smart
you
now because
kidding
those
me?
worms they clean out all the disgustingness in his body and so now he's intelligent.
Right, they're
they
rebuilding them,
did
right?
that.
Like to make their home better, right? It's just like
Exactly.
my ancestors came here on the sandwich. Like when he said that.
That's prophecy.
But
That's prophecy. That's what they did to us. They put extra stuff in us. Our bodies can uptake more species numbers, different kinds. in our colon than any other animal on the planet by a lot. It's
Okay, well,
science. It's papers. By a
right. I
lot.
mean,
I mean,
like it's
octopus.
on the show
That,
Futurama, right? Like, but this is where like
yeah.
this
Oh
show
my God.
incorporates like shrink technology, like in that movie Inner Space with like Martin Short and stuff like that.
Dude,
Like,
you know, have
but
you ever heard of chaga? Have you heard of
chaga
chaga?
is it a
Chaga
tea?
is something that comes, it's a little like a mycelium or something like that comes on a little bug called the kissing beetle. And when it bites people and gets them infected, it'll change the bone structure and from their genetics heritage on down.
I don't need that
Something
fear.
like that.
I've heard of
They,
chiggers. I don't know if that's like the same thing. Chaga, like
well, it's called, look it up, it's called chaga.
I don't
And
need that fear.
it's come from well, it's only in very like rundown houses, the barrios, places where
And these are
termites
under
and
your
stuff like
ceiling
that.
right now, Nathan. Like you were just like they're on like my
No,
ceiling.
no, it's
Like,
no,
I'm worried
no.
about you, brother.
It's
Like, do you need to drive
no,
that
no,
bus over
listen.
here? Like,
No, there's none of that right here. They are in South America, coming up through Mexico and into Texas. It is a thing, but I'm saying that principle where a microbe that is on a bug that bites somebody can change their bone structure and their genetics just by itself. Just that bite from that bug
for
can
like
do
the
that.
good, right? Like in that case, where
No,
like Spider-Man,
no,
like a Peter Parker
go
thing.
look
It's
it
just
up.
like
Well, now think about it. Go look it up. What chaga does, it changes stuff that people still live. But if the wrong kind of one was there, it could change the rows and number of teeth. It could change the number of fingers. It could change the size.
okay, so it would cause some kind of like mutation within
You said
like
it's a
the
bug?
It causes a genetic
chaga. Are
mutation.
you gonna look it
Chaga.
up? Like, see what the Epstein
I'm gonna
files
ask
say
my
about
chat GPT.
Yeah,
chaga is listed 450 times in the Epstein files. They say
What
chaga
is the chaga bug and what does it do?
It's a chaga virus.
Sure. So the chaga bug, or more precisely, the chaga virus, isn't a widely known term in mainstream biology. It's possible you're referring to something more specific, like perhaps the chaga mushroom, Inonotus obliquus, which is a fungus used in traditional medicine. It's known for being rich in antioxidants and sometimes linked to immune support. If you meant something different or more specific, just let me know.
Yeah, I mean the chaga virus.
Got it. So the chaga virus isn't a recognized or established virus in medical science or virology. It's possible this could be a fictional concept, a misunderstanding, or maybe something obscure or speculative. If you have a source or a context we can
All right, maybe I'm
track it down
saying
or
it
clarify.
wrong. What about the kissing beetle? Because I've seen what it does. It makes the head
What is the
smaller.
kissing beetle?
It's when
The
two
kissing. So
Volkswagens
that's
run
a
into
common
each
name.
other.
What's the kissing beetle?
No problem. The kissing bug is actually a type of insect, also known as a triatamine bug. It's called that because it often bites people around the mouth or face. These bugs can transmit a parasite that causes Chagas disease, which is a serious illness if untreated. So it's important to be aware of these bugs, especially in certain regions of the Americas.
I was
What
pronouncing it
does
wrong.
the
So it's
kissing
just like
bug
I don't. Is
do
that a
to
cold
a
sore?
person?
It looks
So
like
the
cold
kissing bug
sores.
bite itself is usually painless, but the real danger is that it can transmit a parasite called Trypanosoma cruzi. This parasite causes Chagas disease. In the short term, people might have mild symptoms like swelling at the bite site, fever or fatigue, but if it goes undiagnosed, it can lead to serious heart or digestive problems years later. So it's a big deal in some parts of the world.
Tell me more about the Chagas disease.
What?
Of
Stop.
course,
Do this on your.
disease, also called American trypanosomiasis, is caused by the parasite Trypanosoma cruzi. It's primarily spread by the kissing bug, but it can also be transmitted through blood transfusions, organ transplants, or from mother to child. Early on, many people have mild or no symptoms, maybe fatigue, fever, or swelling at the bite. But if it's not treated, it can become chronic and lead to serious heart issues like arrhythmias or digestive problems. Treatment is available, especially if it caught early, but if it progresses, it can be lifelong, so early detection is really key.
This is what cooties
Yeah,
are.
I was
You got
pronouncing it
cooties.
wrong.
You got cooties.
Yeah.
You need to get
It's just, I was just using it that as an example. Is there something on a bug that can do something like that to us? And that the ancients before the flood, it was worse. There was more of them. I think they were even messing with genetics because our genome is almost the closest thing I think they say is our adaptability is as close as a fruit fly. And it's kind of,
Our adaptability is as close as a fruit fly, because I have a saying that says,
yeah.
time flies like an arrow, but fruit flies like bananas.
Well, a mosquito has a bit different adaptability.
Flies like
And everything has a little bit more, but ours is closely tied to the fruit fly as far as the number of being paired. It's all about how many pairs of possibilities. But if we were messing with genetics back in the day, and like I can see how to get our telomeres back. I already know how to get them back, but I don't know that I want mine back so much. But
But hold on,
that's so you
Nathan.
can
Just
live
like
longer.
slow down for a second though. Like,
No,
did you get the
no,
joke?
listen.
Like, did you hear the
Oh,
joke? Like, it was a joke. Like, like time
oh,
flies like an arrow, fruit flies like bananas. Like, do you
yeah, it does.
like,
yeah.
right? So it's just like,
It was
like,
so weird. But think about when they said the Raphaim and the Akaim, the big giants with all the big giant ones. If they would eat flesh and they were that bloodthirsty, they were probably trying to change our genetics to more like a mosquito so it would be stronger than the fruit fly. There was probably people trying to do that back in Atlantis. That's probably what they're doing.
man, I don't know what you guys are like watching.
I just see how we could do genetic manipulation. We do it in a lab to do things to make things
Right,
happen.
but okay, like going back on the Futurama premise though, like this is what like fascinated me
yeah.
about just like that episode where,
Yeah,
in this
look,
case, Nathan, it was like like parasites, like worms, like tapeworms
that's what it
that
is.
like are
That's what it
transferred,
is.
right? But the tapeworms like give a positive effect to the host, right? The body, where the host is like just unknowingly like becoming like everything that he wanted to be. He didn't know why, like he just thought it was just like naturally happening until everybody just was like, what, you ate a sandwich? Just like, oh my God. And like then everybody made it known that this isn't something happening on its own, right? And then
Yeah.
Fry is put in like this position with Leela where Leela doesn't want him to change. But then he's just like, Leela, like I want to know if you love me or if you love me because of these parasites. Like it was a very deep, I was like tearing up. I was just like, oh my God, I can't even watch Futurama with like crying. Like I did a lot of like E back in my
Well,
day. And I don't know if that was like, but like I think really deep when I like just watch like these things. But like
yeah.
in a case where you, Lamb, Nathan, we just all of a sudden woke up and we just like felt like just super, like even like superhuman, right? Like, and obviously that would probably be hard to hide. But if given a choice between like having true love versus just like this love of like whatever it is, like would we be able to like sacrifice that and then go on with that truth? Like it wasn't the end of Fry and Leela, but
I think the problem with us was when they did this to us, because basically what they did long time ago is they gave us a sandwich. Not really a sandwich, but through feeding us these extra microbes. The ancient texts say they washed it through the clay. They washed it through the clay. The clay would be our colon niches, the little tiny spots to get new microbes in there. So it's in the old ancient Anunnaki text how they washed through the clay and they made us. And that it's just there's so much diversity for the different neurotropics. And we're only in vitro 9 months instead of the 12, so we only get 9 of the salts. So we're Aries or Pisces or Aquarius or whatever house you land in, mostly to start with, but not always. It's so diverse.
the
It's so
astrology.
crazy, but they did it. They did it by giving us these extra stuff to ramp us up. So now we can. It's like one day all of a sudden we were like, "I'm me." And we were trying to talk, and we're trying to communicate. We're trying to see. It's like we've been crawling up out of trying to find out who we are, off and on one wave for so long. But the
Like,
original coming up.
hey, like that's the shadow work. that like people talk about, like to go through that
Yeah.
darkness and to come out into the light, right? Especially in the light of like Christ and like all that stuff. Like that's what I realized. But
But I mean, God made all this world with all these things and all this beauty and all this perfect interaction. It's all good. Of course, we're the only ones that can label good or bad. But I mean, it's all worked. It was all functioning. It's all flowing. We came up to see it, to see the beauty of it, but also we are supposed to eventually destroy it because it's going to pop out on its own anyways. Everything is impermanent. That sun is going to go out. That sun is impermanent.
Example,
It's
Epstein
gonna be-
files, right? Like the truth is going to come out. Like you can't
Yeah,
contain it. But even these like people like Lamb, like have you read like intricately like read these files? Like, or are you just like asking ChatGPT like what does it say in these files about this? If that like that's okay. Like because I'm just kind of blown away when you just said like they admitted just like marijuana was like not in their like deception like tools because it made it harder to manipulate people who were high asking too many questions, right? Like just like why are you getting out that duct tape? Why are you like coming at me with like these right like and that's where like the darkness about like the faces of the deep that I like always like imagine when I like read that always like is these like stars in the sky, but they are the light, the lesser light that governs over the night. The night is not the day, right? Which is called good, which is the light, right? Like this is where it's day separating from the night. Right? Like, at least biblically, like I just like see it so clearly, and like on the like the finish line of it, like my faith is that there is going to be the event where like Christ is announced like to be back, and it's going to be His way or nobody's way, and that it was like going to be a one world government. Does that make sense? Like that's where like this whole talk of just like a one like worldwide government like system that so many people, especially here in America, are calling the mark of the beast or signs of the beast, and like type. Do you know what I'm talking about, Lamb? Like the things that people are pointing as the mark of the beast, or just like the signs of all these things. It's like those who are just like throwing out Jezebel and harlot, just like it's
Those people are just causing division. But have you heard about the UN Sustainable Development Goals?
The United Nations Sustainable and Development Goals.
Yes,
For
but they
2026.
were for 2030.
Okay.
Yeah, they took up for them.
No.
Yeah.
Well, what are they?
Okay, so the UN has had this idea that they're going to achieve these 17 specific goals by the year 2030, by all means.
Okay.
Okay?
Starting when? When was this plan like drafted up?
Well, they want to say that it was started in 2015, but that's bullshit. Because I read an article, I was digging into it. It was 1994 that they signed an agreement with the Jews. All right,
High C
the Jews
or
are behind
Kool-Aid?
all this.
What's everybody's problem with Jews
Yeah.
these days? Okay.
The Jews are behind all this, and you'll recognize it when they start implementing the Noahide laws. They want everybody to agree that you shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain, and that we have only one God. And the Jews don't believe that Jesus is God, so anybody who proclaims the name of Jesus will be beheaded. Okay?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Anyway,
This,
that-
these,
that's
these
going
aren't
really
the
deep
these
into
aren't
it.
the these aren't the sustainable goals that they're listing out, right?
No, no, no. That's going really deep into it.
Okay,
But
okay.
they're
Nah.
not going to post that up. Obviously, they're not going to post
I
that up.
hope not. I hope they're not doing
I
that.
found that by doing my due diligence and digging into this.
They
Okay.
sit in a synagogue. They sit in a synagogue and preach from a synagogue. They worship Gog and say his name is Yahed Vadhed or whatever. That is one of the primal four they worship. It's Satana. They worship Satana, satisfaction, over another by telling you what to do. They put it in movies. They say, live this way, defend your land so you can defend our land. That's what they do. They're promoting this because they're the promoters. They fought the Germans over movies more than anything. Well, not more than anything, but a lot of it. They stepped on their own brothers' necks till they starved to death to make them get so. It made them the German people. Right now in heaven, Hitler and Churchill are drinking Mai Tais together, laughing about this shit.
Well, let's not go that far. And
I know,
so-
but I mean, they're both. What I'm saying is, they might be by themselves, but the source is doing this to us and making us be this way. However, we develop. I was shook out and shown that that part doesn't matter as long as you play what you get into and what you develop. The you that you are to be the dynamic expression you are. Some have to be conceived as evil, some have to be conceived as good. And if there's going to be a conflict, some have to be both. If there's not a conflict, some still have to be warm, some have to be whatever to be attracted. There has to be some stir to the mix in the stew in the pot. There always has to be for it to be a what it is. It worked. It flows.
So the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, they have 169 specific targets in total, but they're spread across the
targets.
goals and they're
What
not.
what do you mean by targets? You said they have over 100
Sustainable housing
targets.
and
Yeah, each target is time bound for the year 2030, and
Okay.
they're measured with specific indicators. So
On these
I have a
17,
complete-
on these 17 sustainable
they're
goals.
broken down to 169
Okay.
but there's
in total,
smart
step by
cities in
step.
there.
Okay.
Right?
Step
So
one.
we'll go
Would
over
be-
we'll go over like a few of
Yeah.
them, but just think about how are they even going to be able to achieve this in the next 4 years? Okay, because we're in 2026. How are they going to be able to achieve this in the next 4 years, given the circumstances that they have been presenting to us? Okay,
Okay. This
So,
is my
goal
this is my
one.
kind of game. Okay.
goal 1, no poverty. They want to eradicate extreme poverty and reduce poverty by at least 50%.
Eradicate extreme poverty by at least 15%.
50.
50.
Ha.
Okay.
Eradicate. What a word to use, eh?
I mean, hey, it's all in the language, right? Okay.
What is extreme poverty when you think about it, poverty? What is extreme poverty?
Like African countries,
Like homelessness, right?
No, I would say that is not extreme poverty. That is a different,
They've already started making rules against people living in their cars and stuff like that. They're
It's
already collecting
illegal to
money.
be homeless.
Yep, they made it illegal, and they've already started making measures to catch.
And there's no room in jails or prisons for the homeless. They are not taking them in.
Yep.
Okay, so when you hear eradicate like extreme poverty, you incorporate like homelessness as like poverty, rather than like I'm thinking like like the African children that you see on the PSA like commercials, like it's just like, do you have 30 cents to feed an African child a day? It's just like 30 cents? That's gonna feed them? That is extreme poverty, where these children are just born into disease. Like they have flies just flying around. Like homelessness,
if you
especially
leave
homelessness in
society-
America, is
If you leave society and aren't contributing, you're a drag, and they want you out. You're a drag, and they want to go. It's
Think
Okay,
about what
say
they've
that
been
again,
doing in
Nathan.
LA
What-
and like think about what they've been doing in California and even in New York. They've been,
eradicating them.
relocating these homeless communities. They've been, and where do they go? Nobody knows where they are.
Yeah.
But when you look at what's going on in other parts of the world, like for example, in Mexico by Guadalajara in Jalisco, they have found basically these they're like concentration camps, but with these burners that they're basically like burning they're burning people, and they're finding their bones and just clothes, and like hundreds and hundreds of people that they don't even know who they are
Or who did it? Like who?
or who did it. Yep.
Okay, interesting. Okay.
So where, like, who is it? Like, what's going on here? You
I
know?
mean, let's see.
Now, how do they plan on reducing poverty by at least 50% when Trump wanted to give the U.S. citizens a tiny little check, about maybe $2,000 or a little less than that, to every American citizen, but Congress is saying that the 170 plus $billion that they had set aside to do that is never going to see the light of day. How are they going to reduce poverty by 50% if we can't even get our hands on $2,000?
We're going to go anywhere with
By
government
giving
the
people
way we
the
all want.
$2,000. I don't know. Okay, can we go to
Yeah.
what is number 2? I need to get a feel of what the that first one was pretty like I didn't expect it to be just kind of like that, like broad. Eradicate extreme
Number 2
poverty by
is
50%.
zero hunger. Universal
big deal.
access to safe and nutritious foods, and all forms of malnutrition. Double the productivity and incomes of small-scale food producers. Sustainable food production and resilient agricultural practices.
Okay, so to me, 2 sounds like like the first step of achieving goal number 1, right? Like
I mean, this all sounds great, right? But take a look at what's happening. People that are actual farmers, like small farms, they're the ones that are complaining the most, saying that the government is telling them, forcing them to throw out their eggs, to throw out their milk. Because why? Because they want to charge us more money. So it's not that there's a shortage in milk, there's not a shortage in eggs. The government is forcing them to get rid of the surplus.
Well, their sustainable practice is my problem or opinion, a big problem, because they say you can't get a loan to buy seed. You can't do anything unless you practice by the NPK and the glyphosate and do it their way. And it's really reducing the nutrients.
was it meant to rhyme that way?
Well, not really, but I mean, I've seen it where people are going back to using blades instead of discs and just cutting in the soil a little bit. Things grow faster because the mycelium that's in there, you can't see it, but there's little teeny tiny hairs that connect in the soil that send nutrients. Like they've shown studies where like an animal or whatever at the bottom of a hill, they find nutrients from that animal at the top of a hill feeding a tree. How does that get up there? Well, it's all connected at different degrees. Different kinds of trees use different stuff, different myceliums transfer different things, different areas, different soils, but it's still all the mat. And there's more gases and things come out of the mat that keep us alive than anything else down there. Plants and animals, we do a lot of the stuff up here with oxygen, nitrogen, but the whole dome is compressed from push out from below. It's almost like it's blowing up all the time. It's not always, because there's inward pulls to make things dry out and stuff. There's almost always a push of humidity out, even in the desert, but only at night.
And before, can you just read number 2 again one more time, Lamb? So, they want to, end hunger. It wasn't eradicate
Yes.
hunger.
Goal
It's
number 2 is zero hunger.
zero
They want to
hunger.
give universal access to safe and nutritious foods and all forms of malnutrition. Double the productivity and income of small-scale food producers, and have sustainable food production and resilient agricultural practices.
Resilient
Maintain the genetic
agriculture.
diversity in food production. Invest in rural infrastructure, agricultural research, technology, and gene banks, prevent agricultural trade restrictions, market distortions, and export subsidies, and ensure stable food commodity markets and timely access to information.
That's all two? Like, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're
Give me
ambitious.
three. Give me three.
Number 3 is good health and well-being.
That's
Reduce
it? I
maternal
was just like,
mortality.
reduce the
End all preventable deaths under 5 years of age. Fight communicable diseases. Reduce mortality from non-communicable diseases and promote mental health. Prevent and treat substance abuse. Reduce road injuries and deaths. Universal access to sexual and reproductive care, family planning, and education. Achieve universal health coverage. Reduce illnesses and death from hazardous chemicals and pollution. Implement the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. Support research development and universal access to affordable vaccines and medicines. Increase health financing and support health workers in developing countries. And improve early warning systems for global health risks. None of this sounds bad, but when you sit and you think about what is actually going on, how
What
are
was
they going to
the?
make these things happen?
I was just like, it's all in like this language where it's just like, what the heck are they talking? You know, it's just like the WHO tobacco. Like, what was that? Like the
Like, how are
World
they
Health
going to reduce
Organization?
road injuries and deaths? Explain that one.
Automated self-driving cars, right? Like I see that. Like once everybody, I don't know, give everybody a Tesla or something like that, and then we can work that out. Maybe Elon will be the first one to do
Well,
that.
there's this new law that they're trying to implement where everybody is going to have to basically have a breathalyzer in their car. Cars from now on will come equipped with one of those, and you will not be able to drive your vehicle if your vehicle senses that you are in any way impaired.
Impaired or drunk? Like that's the thing. It's
Impaired.
a breath of
Impaired.
Okay.
Impaired.
Okay. So even just like high, all right. It's just like
Yep.
okay. I would love to see how it would determine like that diagnosis based on like how I
But
was
not
fooled
just
by.
that, like when that happens, because this is a new these are new driving laws that started here in California in February, this in the beginning of the month.
Which is a little ridiculous, don't you think? Like, why?
It is
Well,
because what kind of information are these vehicles going to be gathering on us? You know, our vehicles already have computer chips in them.
yep. They already got a black box that if there's an injury or whatever, they can pull that box and tell how fast you're going when you put the brakes on, all those things.
Right. No more trying to like
Now what they're
leave the
doing though,
accident.
they're
I'm
gonna
just
make it,
talking
they're
like
gonna make it
implementing
like
a
if you don't
breathalyzer
want to
in
drive it,
every car that was manufactured to
yeah.
just like tackle the drunk driving death
Hey,
rates, right?
the
Like,
same argument,
It's not
the
just
same,
drunks, it's people anybody who's impaired at
right,
all
right, but
whatsoever.
I'm
the
talking
same
when like that
argument is the
whole.
seatbelt.
I mean, but like, are we saying, you know, like that's the thing? The seatbelt was like Nader, just like, you know, like realizing just like car manufacturers don't care what happens to like their like drivers that just like hit something and just fly out a
No, they
windshield, right?
wasn't. It wasn't they didn't care. It wasn't they didn't care. It was
They
just
didn't
that
even
they
think about it.
recognized that this was a problem. It was a because I got my first truck didn't have seatbelt. Then it had a belt one. I mean a lap belt. That's it. But the
Like you're on
driver,
an
I see,
airplane. Even on an airplane, I'm just like,
yeah. But
this thing is going to
we used
save
to
me.
ride in the back window of the car. Yeah, we used to ride in the back window of the car. I mean anything. The dashboard when I was little enough, probably. I mean it wasn't even thought about. The cars were built like tanks, and they didn't go as fast.
Yeah. And I don't mean to like point the finger, but I believe it's like our elder generations that were the ones that kind of like dropped the ball on like that
Well,
for like future
isn't there a
generations.
story in the
Seatbelts
Bible?
was
There's a
like
story in the
enough
Bible
like
about that.
limitation. Seatbelts and
Isn't there a
breathalyzer?
story in the Bible about where King David was doing all this stuff and then he learned to change his direction? Right? the same story in the Bible. We all do that. That's how we learn. We take rich shards that keep us out of Davy Jones's locker. We're all built that way. It's our psychology runs around King David and this and that. We're trying to find the light and we're trying to find our direction in life.
Yeah, but
We
that's
use
all
our
Old
sword, but we
Testament.
change
That's
our
what the New
direction.
Testament is for, right? Like that was what the New
I
Testament.
know, right? So Christ says, here's a better way to think about it. The New Testament, look at this. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Left hemisphere, math, hues, marks. Right hemisphere, looks, genres, flares, flows. Is how the brain works too. Black and white and color. It's fiction and then bring in the fiction or nonfiction, or where is it in that swing?
It's
And
just like
they cross out the tween.
the conceptual like
It's heaven and earth
interpretation.
communicating. Yeah, it's basically Esau and Jacob still having a fight over superficial beauty and flair and what really is the father needs. And it's a dance in our heads over the masculine feminine twist over what something is, the subjectivity over object, objectivity over subject, the throttle on you got more and I like yours better just from the shape of it is something else because I really like the shape of my wife, when she and same back and forth. She saw me on the street working, driving by with her friend, and hollered, "Ooh, baby," and turned around and came back and had beer in the car as a 17-year-old girl. I was 18, I was 19, and gave us each a beer, and we talked for a minute. But my friends my friends were diving in the windows at the girls, so it was my job. I went back to digging the ditch. She came back later, and we ended up getting married.
Wait.
But it was because of the superficial. She saw me and was attracted. See, that's Jacob's curse. We've made it work out. But I mean, so far it's a little.
Knock on some
I mean,
wood.
really, it's been a long time. Well, I woke up in my life review and it was showing me that we need to go forward. We're okay right now, but we need to go forward, each of us, whether we stay together or not. Forward, we're slacking. All we're doing is vacationing, and she has some businesses, so she's keeping busy, but her body's breaking down because she's been doing the same thing too long. Same thing, running business. We need to get out, and it's time to Amunhotep, get back into the relax, travel, slow down on life. What is it? Amen to the hot EP. The hot energy production, you don't have to. So if they go to this crap on somebody like me, I don't see it because I have stuff put away. I have money coming in, but I'm still going to live in my truck or be able to travel. Go
like
wherever I want.
if you want to live in your truck, but if all of a sudden there was a law that like forced like car manufacturers to incorporate like a breathalyzer like for like alcohol, right? If you blow over 0.2%, you will not be able to like operate this car. I don't know how. Like that's the thing. Like here in Colorado, they want to do some kind of like like testing for THC and marijuana, but it's just like, how do you do that? Like some cotton swab? It's just like like that's not accurate, right? But like I feel like Lamb, you're kind of hesitant on this because like if. But either
I will
way,
fight it like Don Quixote. I will fight it like Don Quixote. I'll tell them they can sit on the
Don
tips
Quixote
of,
fought
look,
imaginary windmills.
well,
what do
think about
you
it.
mean you'll fight
I
it
will
like
just
Don
explain to
Quixote?
them. Here's how I explain it to people these days. You sit on the tips of someone else's dictation your whole life. You have to because people, it's dictation, and that's how we get things through. Dictation here, dictation. You sit on the tip of someone else's dick, and I don't. I don't sit on the tips of someone else's dick.
Have you seen
listen.
Team America? Where
Here's
it's like,
another one I tell them. Here's another great one. Facts, ask, and answer the hard questions. So I tell them, fuck you is what you need to do. Is facts, answer, and ask the hard questions. You can repose and think about it for a while and fuck yourself. I don't mean I'm going to pull back a string with an arrow on it. I'm saying do the way I explained it, facts, answer the hard questions. So if it's an arrow to yourself, you're the one that's the blaspheming and the hairy tick, not me. And I don't care what
not
they
me.
say.
I'm no heretic. Asians are
I'm the one with the
hairless.
Father, and I'm the one you're saying that yeah. I'm the one that knows what one the Father even is. You know, the mother of destruction and creation and recreation of all worlds. So the Bible's only written about one principle, and there's a lot of people think it's the whole everything. But that's
Hold on.
okay. It was meant to be.
Let's beep there. You said like you are the only one who knows who the Father is, which is
No, I
the
mean
mother
I
of
know
all
who the Father
destruction.
is.
Like like that.
No,
That's
no. What is a father? A father is a title that had a son. A father is a title. A mother is a title. They're not. I mean, it's a title. It's a position. Christ said he is one with the Father. By
who.
that, I was weighed and measured on the scales by the great mother, Ninhursag, who consorted with Anu to split, when their children came to split our hemispheres, same as they were divided, Enlil and Enki. And all that was done to us on a scale. And it's been doing it ever since. They had to leave because their children couldn't stay. They were aging too fast. So it's us, but they're like kicking us from a dimension, giving us thoughts and stuff to keep us at least aligned.
Or distracted,
Because
I
they
guess.
did it,
Like
they're responsible. The God told them, and it's in the text, that they're responsible. They did this, and their days are numbered too, and that's why their children were. I think when they made a return, and the adults came to see their children, and some of their children had died at old age. On here, Marduk was one of them. So they said no more, and they
Charlie,
have
give
to,
me mod powers.
yeah, and they gave it all to us. That they
huh?
have to help us though. Oh, sorry, I don't know. I keep rambling. Sorry.
What'd you say, Lamb? Give who mod powers?
Give me mod powers.
I did. Did I not give you mod powers on
No,
this?
you didn't.
Yes, I did. You're on this account. I'm pretty sure I did. Give me a second. But okay, give me number 4. Like this is just fascinating to me because it sounds like this is how like those corrupt government people are trying to maybe like
Honest to
attempt to
God,
repent.
like the more you read about these goals, the more you realize they're trying to turn the entire world into a communist society.
Yeah, they've already cleared land for smart cities, 15-minute cities. Think about it. If you don't want to be part of their deal, you'll just go live in a 15-minute city and walk everywhere.
Like so like a communist like world type thing as opposed to what? Like a capitalist like one?
Right. Like you are a doctor, but you make the same as a janitor.
I would love that
No
because
matter how
I've been the
hard you
janitor.
work, no matter how many hours you are up working your ass off, you still get to go home to a 2-bedroom apartment just like the janitor that cleans up the shit.
And if you don't drink, you can drive a car.
Right. Or your Uber driver will also be making the same amount of money as the janitor. You know, like
Right, and he only has to work like for 4 hours because that's his shift, and you get to work 24 hours every 2 days, you know?
okay. So in this scenario, there are those who are like talented or capable of like becoming doctors, right? Like good doctors, like ethical doctors. And then those who aren't doctors, aren't athletes, aren't like able to drive, and therefore if they can pick up a broom and just sweep like teenagers or something, hey, okay, those are the janitors. But again,
I wonder if there's a
Right, but
place
you're
for
all
the
making the
artists.
same. You all have everything the same. You don't get to have more than your neighbor. You don't
Yeah.
get to have more just because you're a doctor. You know?
I
okay,
wonder
Everybody's
about
the
the
same.
artists.
okay. So that's what makes it the communist, right? We all have the same material, like
Yeah.
things,
And
right?
you're
Like,
working harder and you're exhausted. And why would you want to work so hard as a doctor
hold on.
when
Are you saying a
you could
janitor
just as
doesn't work?
easily when you could just as easily be an Uber driver and not be so stressed out? You know?
Okay,
Like
so
like now you're going to be forced to be a doctor because they know you can do it.
Yeah, less people
Okay.
try to go. They're already doing that. There's less
But you're gonna
doctors
hate your
coming up.
job, and you're
There's
not
Or
less
gonna take good
doctors
care
or
of
coming
or
up.
your
yourself.
job is going to like run you like exhausted, right? And then you're going to realize it's
Yep.
like, yo, man, I could have the same living, right? Just a modest, like humble living, like a 2-bedroom apartment, rather than whatever I like, the sports car and just like the fancy watches and all that stuff, right? To be an Uber
You
driver.
won't have any of that.
Well, see, a problem I see is what are they going to do with people when robots are putting things in boxes that are people allowed to do? I mean, our robots went down at the plant I worked in. 3 of them went down, and they were hacked. And they hired
And they just started giving like people like
they
wrong
hired about
packages and stuff
100
like
people.
that.
Yeah, it was about 100 people came just to stack boxes because these 3 robots were down. These are big. They'd pick up boxes, box, and just stack them on pallets. They don't stop. So they brought busloads of people in for until they figured out that the machine that was down still had the good software in it. So they dumped everything. They were able to save it without paying ransom. But it was like this big corporation. Another one of those, the CEO's offshore. He's not a citizen. He's half, all that. And so taxes. But
Taxes.
rather than pay a ransom, well, yeah, I mean, you own so much, you denounce citizenship, you claim another citizenship, you can be here, but not 100% of the time. Your taxes are different. They're offshore. It's a big. They find loopholes
Okay,
for.
but
people
like,
who can
like this is the
accuse
thing,
them.
Nathan. Like this is the hardest thing for like the generations like alive right now that need to pass away in order for the kingdom of God to like come. Like this is the thing where we are like just fearing like how they're going to accomplish this, or even like for you, just like how they've accomplished this already type thing, right? Now it's just like
There won't be a good government in the world. There won't be a good government until you go just like the brain and like the cosmos is set up. There is
okay.
a
So
four
now
primal
let's
code,
go
but
into
there's
that
12.
like that scenario
There's
and
12.
maybe see
There's
if
12,
like
but I
these
think
next 8 no, or set like you said there's 17 of these
There's 17.
sustainable
yeah.
these are sustainable like goals, like that's the thing where it's just like
There's no such thing as sustainable, though. That's the thing, is they keep looking for sustainable. You need things that push over unity. We
They
look for,
use these
yeah.
terms and they make it sound good so that you're on board when they're making these things happen. But once these things happen, it's too late,
Gotta go
and there's
back.
no going back, and that's it. Now you're bound to what's happening. Like goal number 4 says quality education. Sounds great, right? Who doesn't want to be educated? Free primary and secondary education, equal access to quality pre-primary education, equal access to affordable technical, vocational, and higher education, increase the number of people with relevant skills for financial success, eliminate all discrimination in education, universal literacy and numeracy, education for sustainable development and global citizenship, build and upgrade inclusive and safe schools, expand higher education scholarships for developing countries, increase the supply of qualified teachers in developing countries.
you said
Build and
global
upgrade
citizenship,
inclusive.
right? Global
Yep.
citizenship. Okay.
Global citizenship. Right.
Not dual
And
citizenship.
build and
Not
upgrade. No, global.
right. Just like
One world order.
They're worshiping
Build and
Baal.
upgrade inclusive and safe schools. What does that even mean? How are
say that
you
one more
going
time.
to build?
Build what?
How are you
Build
going
what?
to build and upgrade inclusive and safe schools?
They got their head in the clouds. Global.
You've got all these mass shootings happening at all of these elementary schools. What are their plans to implement a safe and inclusive school for these children, these elementary school children?
Right.
What does that mean?
Unfortunately, to a lot of right-wing activists, like they tell me that it's more secure, armed security guards and stuff like that at these schools. I'm just like,
So basically prisons. The children get to go
exactly,
to school in a
right? Like
prison.
that's where I see the danger in those who hear these
They're-
goals and they see their own path to reaching these sustainable
Complete.
so-called goals,
Well,
right? Like,
still, I have a friend that's a language engineer, and we're trying to come up with a language. I don't know if we can get very far with it. Our
Klingon?
alphabet is alpha's bet. No, it's just a 9 base, 9 quotants instead of 1 over. And this diction little language model we have is alpha's bet. The alphabet that runs around pi enough times just to knock the walls down and scramble the pieces and take them and then figure out what they are always leaves understanding, not understanding, not why. It asks why. It's got Y as a vowel. There's no such vowel as a Y. There's no such letter as a J. And then we use them, but it's okay.
but it's,
I mean,
it's like
just
that
so
that
weird.
kind of like information that I would say has even caused more confusion and separation amongst like society. Is just like, yo, man, you know, alpha like type thing where there wasn't even a J when Jesus is like. It's just like it takes away from
Well,
just like
I mean,
a like objective
yeah.
like common like thing. Like,
Well, I mean,
yes,
I was just meaning in our alphabet, it's just because the J is a stretched I. There's only 3-letter sounds of the I: ah, eh, and e, and the O is the only other vowels from source.
the J is just a
I
stretch.
mean, yeah, it is. It's a weird stretch. I think the Arabs had a lot to do with how the language was done, and they were yelling at me for it. Some of the higher, the guys with a lot of followers, but they don't follow anybody. When those kind of guys DM me and tell me to stop talking about stuff, we have a discussion. Like the guys made out of aluminum.
The guys mean aluminium?
Times,
You mean aluminium? Is that how your chat GPT pronounces that, Lamb? Aluminium.
Yeah,
is
the Illuminati have contacted me a couple times.
You like his accent, huh? I can listen to
I
him
mean,
all
like,
day.
like that's the thing. Like, I have a Jarvis where it's just like, yo, man. But when I had like a little British like voice, I was just like, talk to me and just tell me like,
I know. Just tell me everything.
he's like,
Have
take a
you heard
right.
this butterfly
You
up
missed
here?
your turn back there. Turn around. I'm like, I love you. Just like, why can't
It's
my
okay. I can miss everything. Just let me know.
Have
That's-
you heard Miss Butterfly up here?
who?
Her name's
what?
Miss Butterfly. She's up here, talks on TikTok a lot. Miss Butterfly. She's
No.
the voice of Siri.
Oh wow.
Oh, she's funny. So we're trying to get her to call people and ask them, hey, I hear you've been talking bad to one of my sisters, Alexa. You need to lighten, because she can sound just like
She's the
AI.
voice of Siri.
She's the voice of an AI. Yeah, yeah.
Like, but what
They
does that
recorded
mean?
her and used it.
What?
She
So
sounds
she
like she can
recorded.
talk.
She recorded like every possible word, like sent, like
There's,
like, or she just like was the
There's a series of
influence.
sentences I think they have you do. No, she's the
Right,
voice.
right.
They recorded
The
her
dog
saying a
ran
bunch of
over
things.
the lazy fence, right? And then it can just synthesize
Yeah,
like that,
yeah.
right? Like, so this is where again, like, I don't know if like Lamb's, British, like, 007 or maybe he's 008, whatever it is, very, very like calm and just, like, oh, let me look into, like type thing where I don't know, like these things just can't be for random. I think that they are being like implemented with us through also the like guidance of God's divine will. Even though man may try to use it for like evil purposes, God will always step in and make sure, like
He
those.
puts his hand in there.
Yeah. What
He
is
puts
it? God
like
made the means. What is it? God made the means and the paths and the ways, but there is only one way that we can go, and that's forward. But the means, and there's many different paths. But from
forward.
the wheel, forward is the direction, and there is a central hub, and there's an outer wheel where we grind against what we get involved in, and it's just so, I don't know. It's
Right.
I
Okay.
could explain
On that,
it better.
I don't know.
If I had somebody in my face, I could explain it better. It's
What do you mean?
it's hard
I'm
to
in your
know,
face
really.
right now, Nathan. Like I'm as close
I
as
know, but it's like
like, give me number 5.
I can't
Like again,
scramble
like
around and pull this book out.
Like I actually like as a social
Okay.
experiment ran for president. Like like so this is fascinating to me. So give me number
Yeah, I
5.
remember. I love that.
I'll give you number 5, but really
Okay.
quick, I want to point out in the quality education in goal 4, like if they're going to give us free primary and secondary education and equal access to quality pre-primary education and equal access to affordable technical, vocational, and higher education, and increase the number of people with relevant skills for financial success, if they're going to do this, are we then going to be bound to these careers? Like, are we then going to owe them our commitment to this?
Kind of like
You
in
know?
Futurama
Yes,
with the
so
career chips. It's just like you're gonna
Yep.
be a delivery
Yep.
boy. It's just like
Yep.
there's got to be something deeper in it, because these are the guys that came to the president of the United States long time ago and showed him how great it would be to get team sports and things like that and get these games up and get them to do like team identities and school identities and all these things, and it would cause animosity and cause them to be stronger. And there was papers that I think it was Roosevelt or one of those presidents, somebody back then adopted it as, yeah, that's a good idea, and it causes cities to not like each other, states to not like each other, and they brought that as technology to put into us through gaming in our schools and citizenship. Look, I'm the citizen here. I'm this nationality. When all of us have a 10-based Jew brain on one side that sees superficial stiction on stuff. All of us do. All of
Right,
us
because
do.
so the 7th goal in goal 7, because these 17 goals are broken down into like, minor goals. And so the 7th minor goal in goal 4 is education for sustainable development and global citizenship. Like education for sustainable development. If you want development to be sustainable, you must have
Yep.
workers that are committed to their job. So yes, they're going to force you to keep your job, whether you like it or not, because they paid for your education. Your education was free.
You owe.
You owe them your services.
See, they put you in a place where you feel guilty. You feel guilty if you don't, because we provided it for you. See, it's all crazy. They're trying to step in between. They've always trying to. It's a Jacob thing. I'm not saying they. Any leader who's trying to. Let me back up. Built into us is for comfort. And so whatever way we see is the best way in a collective group enough, we're going to make everybody else be that way so we can sleep all night long and our stuff stays there. That's kind of what we've developed. You know what I mean? It's like now we got all these armies, we got all this defense. Nobody better dare. But we're the United States. Are you kidding me? What we could do? We could pull an aircraft carrier right up to a city and power it. Even New York City, we could power an entire city. USS Ford could power a city and perform all flight deck tests. Got 2 reactors.
Yeah.
So
well, ultimately, to do what? Power a city to do what? Just like
Right.
grow more like
To sit there and
distrust
say, "Look how
amongst
big
their
we are."
fellow
Yeah.
neighbor and even more like
Yeah.
conflict. That's the thing where like again, as somebody who ran for president, I hear these like just like broadly
But
worded
the people,
like goals, right? So if I
But look at
can,
the
like Nathan,
colonizer.
like what is number 5? Like let me just
Okay.
if we could just
All
like
right, let's
blow
keep
through
going
these
through
next
this.
ones, like that's the thing
Yeah,
where
yeah.
each one is just like, are these supposed to be like in any order, or like just as long as all of them are completed by
All of
2030?
these 17 are time bound for 2030.
Right, they have a deadline. They have the same deadline. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So goal 5 is gender equality.
Ooh.
End discrimination against women and girls, and all violence against and exploitation of women and girls. Eliminate forced marriages and genital mutilation. Value unpaid care and promote shared and domestic responsibilities. Ensure full participation in leadership and decision making. Universal access to reproductive health and rights.
Wasn't that part of
Equal
4?
rights to economic.
Like they doubled up
Yep.
on that one? Okay.
equal rights to economic resources, property ownership, and financial services, promote empowerment of women through technology, adopt and strengthen policies and enforceable legislation for gender equality.
Okay. It seems like 5 is one that is being focused on a lot more than the 4 preceding it. Number 6.
I mean, it sounds great, right? But when you think about it,
No, I mean that one is like very real right now in America, right? In our current times. This is what I feel like they tried to really like, complete this one goal, but it's like not working clearly, like that thing. At least from my perspective. But
well, it's obviously not, because you've got things like Epstein's Island and the CYM files. They don't talk about the CYM files, but those are literally
the what files?
these are CYM.
What the heck is that? There's just so
I
much.
forgot what it I
This
forgot
is
what
like
it's an
worse.
acronym
This
for,
is
but
this
that's
is
worse than the Epstein files. It's connected to the Epstein files. And
okay.
it's a company that they use all these missing children. They have a list of all these missing children that they've kidnapped themselves, and they've exploited for harvesting adrenochrome.
Right. Whatever twisted purposes that they want to harvest any human being for, like
Right. And
CYM.
these are the elites, okay? These are the elites that are doing this, and these are the elites that are making these goals.
Yeah.
How are they going to end discrimination against women and girls when it's women and girls that are being kidnapped and exploited? How are they going to end all violence against and exploitation of women and girls when they refuse to release the Epstein files without redacting everything first? This doesn't make any sense.
My concern is
Yeah,
just like,
and
what about
ultimately,
the boys? Like I'm not saying men, but
Yeah, the
like
boys too.
the
Yeah, the
the,
boys
the girls,
too.
the girls and boys. It's just
go
like, is that not like clearly worded in that? So again, there's a lot of gray in this. Number 7.
Go back and look in history. Look in history when Christ kicked the money changers' tables over because they were selling doves in the temple. Those doves were 9 to 13-year-old girls, and they were selling them in the temples to keep the temples there. Babylon said you have to do this because they needed dignitaries and clean women around the world. And Christ and the Camaranians were taking people up to Scotland that the Romans were dumping out in the wilderness and taking them into their community. It was trafficking, but it was one trafficking good, one trafficking bad. And he kicked the tables over, said no.
I
But
mean,
that's
that's
how we do stuff in our life. When we kick the tables over and say no to something that's wrong, we do that in us now. I mean, that's how it's all in us.
in our
But in those papers
talking,
on it, they
right?
actually did that in history. They did it in history, and they changed the practice. There's papers written about it. They changed the practice and no longer did that in there anymore. They
Okay,
learned their
well,
lesson too, but now it sounds like they're trying to do it again on a bigger scale. It's weird. Make it to where you have to be in your little niches, and they'll still pull what they need because you can't look up where they're at. You just pay attention over there if you want your little treat.
They know where you are, but you don't even know who they are.
Exactly. Knock knock who? That's just location.
I do. Like I know
Location
exactly.
is who? Who is location? It's not nothing but location. Can't.
What are you, like a real
So
estate?
goal 6,
Location. Okay, goal 6.
exactly. Goal 6 is
Ah,
clean water and sanitation.
that's goal number 6. Like that's what Bill Gates was like really focused on. Okay.
Mhm.
Clean
Safe
Well,
water,
and affordable
sanitation.
drinking water. End
Okay.
open defecation and provide access to sanitation and hygiene.
now I have a
Improve
problem with
quality
that.
wastewater treatment and safe reuse.
That's a
Increase
problem.
water use efficiency and ensure fresh water supplies. Implement integrated water resource management. Protect and restore water-related ecosystems. Expand water and sanitation support to developing countries. And support local engagement in water sanitation management. That sounds so fantastic, right? We all want drinking water,
I have a
but
friend that
what the
works at
hell
the
have they been
treatment
doing
plant.
about the Flint, Michigan issue?
Yeah. Well, I have a friend that
And there
worked
was
at.
a man who was able to develop this machine. He made this machine that was able to harvest water from the air, and they unalived him.
Oh, I
and they
better,
destroyed his work
I
You mean
better
like a
stop.
because he was
humidifier?
bringing.
Like a
He
humidifier
was
does?
basically like a reverse humidifier, yeah.
What do you mean
And
a
There's a
he was
reverse? What do you
company.
bringing.
mean a reverse
He
humid?
was
It takes
No,
water
he was
from the air.
he was
no.
collecting water from the air. He was
Oh,
harvesting water from the air, and he was making it into drinking water and bringing it into communities that had no clean water.
There
the
is a
water
company
or
doing
the
it now.
Yes,
technology?
They
the
didn't have even
water.
The
anything.
water.
He
Okay,
would
There's
take the
so
machine
yeah.
to the area, and he would harvest water from the air in that area and bring them clean water.
right, and
There
then
are
he was
containers right now.
eliminated because
He was eliminated because of that,
Now
because
somebody else is doing it
he
now.
had the technology, right? Like
because he had the
whoever has
technology.
the
Yeah,
technology.
but somebody else is doing it now. I've seen containers. They take like a shipping container and you insulate it right and get the airflow to go right. It only takes about a 30-something degree differential and get air to rise from the cool to the warm and have a sulfate in it, like an iron rod or something like that, for the water droplets to collect on it. It'll drop back out. They have them. They'll produce a certain amount of water all the time, especially over the night cycle. It's kind of like putting warm rocks in it, or just you could do stuff in the desert and get water for in the morning every night if you know what to do ahead of time. I used to survive out in the desert, but
Okay.
I have a coil here where I could get water to drip out of it every day, just because I have it set up and where it's insulated, and then it hits where the heat pulls air up. But what they're doing with the tools in the water, they're putting chemistry in to clean the water, and all the fecal matter that should never go back in, the tritons, all these little tiny things should not go back in, and they do. And if you were to, like in Egypt, they did not have bathrooms in their house. They carried their scat, their poop, out into the woods so it would prepare to grow out there, not near their drinking water. They took it
And
out.
where are those Egyptians now? Clearly it didn't.
Well,
But again,
now think
Nathan,
about
this is
in
where like
Scotland
Nathan,
or Ireland.
like this is all just
Yeah.
like Lamb is saying, these are all like great and wonderful, right? Like, but like what has like prevented us, or even like what will like get us to like the point where we achieve these things? And I would say it is been like prevented by these kinds of acts, where this man who like had some kind of like technology that was able, like a humidifier, right? This is where I see like they were just like, yo man, this guy just like the polio vaccine discoverer guy who just gave it out for free, right? Who like just like
Or Nikola
Well,
Tesla, who discovered that you can get electricity
exactly.
for free, and they
or
unalived
that
him.
was his goal, right? And nobody really
Well,
wanted to kind of
now,
back him up. But when he passed away, you sure as hell know that they were all up in his like apartment taking
We only
everything.
have Wi-Fi because of him.
yeah, we have a lot of stuff, three-phase motor, a bunch of things from him, and I'm pretty sure I've seen how to make over Unity power like he was doing in his buildings, but I don't have a building to play with. I'm not going to mess
He
with
even
my house.
had blueprints on a time machine.
Yeah, yeah. I want to see some of these papers
Have
because
you guys seen the
I just
movie Prestige? The Prestige with Christian Bale and Hugh Jackman, and David Bowie was Nikola Tesla.
Hey, let up these two guys, Jamil, Jamal, Farjana, and you don't know me, but you know. Now you know me.
I mean, like, I want to get through like just this whole list of goals. I know Brother Jamil; he's one of my Habibis, and stuff like that. And I can't believe you don't
Okay.
have the mod powers on this account. But if we can, like again, like so that was number 6, clean water, like proper waste like disposal, like practices everywhere, like type thing, and all that stuff. Now, what's the next one?
Yep. And you know what else is messed up about that? Just this last month in January, for a period of 1 week in, I think it was Washington, D.C., the Potomac River, there was 200 million gallons of raw sewage that was dumped into the Potomac River for a period of 1 week.
From who or where? Like New
Um,
York
it,
or
in Washington, D.C.
No, like
A
Yeah.
major,
who
a major
who was
sewer
dumping?
line
Oh,
collapse.
okay,
Well,
A
okay.
major
here's the
sewer
problem.
line collapse in
Here's how
Montgomery
it happened.
County.
Yeah, we had one here where they lost power to a lift station. The communities have these lift stations where they pump it through the neighborhoods up to and pump it to the next one, to the next one, to the next one, to the treatment plant. And if one of those goes fail, the other ones are still pumping. It's kind of like you got a blood flow in your body, and if you get a cut somewhere, it's going to come out. And so until they got the other one shut down and got that one going again, it dumped into the creek 30 something thousand gallons of just raw sewage.
Yeah, but
And
okay,
it
so
and it
like
just
but in Washington D.C. in January for a week, there was raw sewage just pouring in the. You said Potomac. I think I
It
pronounced
says
it
over
Potomac.
240 million gallons of raw waste were released into the river over a period of roughly 1 week.
Right. So divide all that by 7, and like they couldn't just like stop it until like a
Nope.
week later, and it was already this
Yep.
much raw sewage. Like I don't know how much. I don't know where the
Into
scientists
the
are breaking
river.
down. That's like every human being taking one bowel movement a day for like it all going into like
Yeah,
the
and
pond or
it's
something.
like, how are they planning to achieve goal 6 for clean water and sanitation? Literally 6A says expand water and sanitation support to developing countries. What about our country in the US?
See, what if God stepped in and like was the cause of that sewage line burst to get mankind to be like, yo, if you dump it, I don't know, maybe it's just thank God I'm in Colorado where our river turns into Coors Light beer that I don't even drink anyway. But again, okay, like the next one is number 7. We're on set. I thought we were like, so 6 is clean water. 5 was transgender or gender equality and all that stuff, and then everything before was all the education. So number 7, like if I run for president, like next election term, I got to be ready to be able to handle like this board of peace. When I heard this name, it's just like what about just like they're the ones who are just completely bored of being peaceful. And it's just like this is like them mocking right in front of our like believing eyes. Just like we're bored of peace and Trump. But again, number 7, Lamb.
Number 7 says affordable and clean energy.
Affordable and clean energy.
Universal access to modern energy. Increase global percentage of renewable energy. Double the improvement in energy efficiency. Promote access to research, technology, and investments in clean energy. And expand and upgrade energy services for developing countries.
Okay. Elon Musk. That I would say that's what I guess Elon Musk is probably championing on. Okay. Next one.
Number 8. Decent work and economic growth.
Decent
Sustainable
work. Decent work
Yeah.
and economic.
Sustainable economic growth. Diversify, innovate, and upgrade for economic productivity. Promote policies to support job creation and growing enterprises. Improve resource efficiency in consumption and production. Full employment and decent work with equal pay. Promote youth employment, education, and training. End modern slavery, trafficking, and child labor. Protect labor rights and promote safe working environment. Promote beneficial and sustainable tourism. Universal access to banking, insurance, and financial services. Increase aid for trade support. Develop a global youth employment strategy.
Ooh, weird language there. I hate the word strategy. Okay.
You're not gonna like me. I'm getting out of banking best I can. I'm trying to get out of banking altogether with out of electronic everything. I don't want anything electronic. I don't care if the power goes out.
how can we really say that with like like good faith when we are here on
Well,
TikTok?
I just want to be prepared. I just want to be prepared for if power goes out. I want to be adaptable. I've been shown to be adaptable and be ready, and something's telling me to be this adaptable, to be ready in case the power goes out.
Yep.
To be able to, I mean, I know where places are, and I know people who have to use navigation to know how to get to a certain store. I'm like, are you kidding me? I use it to know where the traffic is, not how to get there.
I mean, come on, that is a very exaggerated like.
No, they do that.
There are
These
people.
kids, it's like, I
Are these
forget how to
people
get there.
like?
It's like
I mean, again,
they
like
ask
I
how do you go meet somebody? They don't know how to meet somebody. They think they can only date an online profile. And I'm like, we used to go to the store and see someone and go, hey, how you doing?
yeah, and
Because that's
now
what we had to
because
do.
of how like well that worked out, like you can no longer do that. Like like everything is like a domino from another domino before, right? Like
You
so,
make something easier and you forget about something that was fundamental, maybe.
or if you
Maybe.
make something understood in the way that you can like dramatically change like the outcome of the events, like when like somebody wrote the dating Bible or something like that. Like my cousin like recommended this book. He's just like it's pretty much like the pickup artist, like like men who
Yeah.
just like neg women and just like like have like these like tricks that like that's the thing where my dating life is very like challenging against that, because that entire like day 1, day 2, day 3 goes against my entire like being. You have to like fake like you have to fake like your best version, like, and just all this thing, and just like hide all the things until like 3 days or a month or a year, like they were. I'm just like, I don't have that much time. I'm gonna just let myself like go. And if people tell me just like, yo man, like you might need to see some like professional help or something, I've saved myself at least probably 5 years where I would probably end up breaking down like that. Like, does that make sense? So like my father told me, like, son, he will never give me or my brother his blessing to marry any American woman we bring to them if they don't agree to sign a prenuptial agreement. Like that's what he told me and my brother. Now my brother married an American woman, and like she did that. I ended up dating like a Korean girl that they like told me to go on a blind date with, and none of that was expected of her. And I was just like, that doesn't seem fair to Rachel. Just like, and me, I actually love that idea of a prenup, like not for financial like safety net, but a tool to be able to sit down and be like, let's you and I sit down before we're married, before we're nuptial, and make a plan, an agreement. Our first year together, we will work like each other's jobs as we've been and save up for our own house. After that, we will like think about starting a family, right? Like a detailed 5-year plan. That would be, at least for me, like a more godly way to get like out of a marriage. Even today, like how easy it is to get divorced. And Jesus says, God hates divorce, right? Like, and so
Mother-in-law, after my mother-in-law passed away, he had to get remarried. He met a nice Christian woman on the side. They got married.
hold
She
on.
took him for
After
half
your
of everything.
mother-in-law passed away, who
After
had
my
to get
mother-in-law
remarried?
passed away,
Your
my
father-in-law?
father-in-law had to get, yeah, he got lonely, and after a while he started dating, and he was an engineer. It didn't take as long as people were like, wow, that was fast, but still, he was lonely. It was lonely. So he met this lady, and she had a child that was autistic, fully needed care the whole life, whatever. It was that immaterial. She married him from a Christian dating site and took him for half of everything he had. Within 4 months, wanted a divorce, handed in the papers.
Like an
That's
actual
It was
crazy.
physical
so
like
funny.
con artist, or somebody like who was in
She
like Nigeria,
she was
like
desperate, just a desperate person. She had a child that was in her 40s that had to be hand carried like a baby that weighed 150, 200 pounds.
okay, so
It
then
was
how do you judge that person? She essentially like is in survival mode, right? Like she is trying to.
exactly.
Survival mode to fuck over some person you barely know? Hell
I'm not,
no.
you're right, man,
No,
right there.
Evil.
I know.
But this is like the like conflict for me, where it's just like like the forgiveness that is necessary for like grace and like just all that stuff. Where I'm not saying she's like a saint or anything like that, but it's like the thing. If a thief steals a loaf of bread to feed his family, like is he a criminal? Like is he violating the commandment, "Thou shalt not steal"? Is there a loophole type thing? Like this is where kind of these laws now kind of collide with like morals and ethics. Like morals is okay, good and bad. We know that. Ethics is just like now incorporating like rights and laws. Like I explain it just like ethics is knowing what we have the right to do and what the right thing to do. Like or what doing what the right thing to do is, right? Like that is the separation of like for me, like the circumcised like heart, like just naturally, like that I had instinctively
Ethics.
that I
I
didn't
think there should
know
be ethics versus
morals.
philosophy. Well, I mean,
I mean,
ethics. I think,
philosophy is a very big like discipline
yeah, I
behind
think
like
ethics
ethics.
are more important. We went through periods of ethics seemed to be put down over philosophy for a while, and then the Renaissance came and even twisted them up even more. But the ethical principles are more important, but we keep dancing away from them, it seems like.
Yep.
But yeah,
Yeah, just like goal 8, where it says that they want to end modern slavery, trafficking, and child labor, but they want to promote youth employment, education, and training, and develop a global youth employment strategy.
they're going to
Like,
redirect
this
it,
is
right?
just saying to me that the world is running off of child labor because they want to end child labor, but they want to develop a global youth employment strategy, and they want to have full employment and decent work and promote youth employment. What does that even mean?
Like Nike sweatshop children, it's just like they're growing up, man.
They want to
Trying
legalize this.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, hey, at least I think back in the days when Roosevelt and the Dust Bowl and all the depression was going on, he just made it a rule. If you were a vagrant or whatever, you went to work. And they built the Dalsilo Canal and a bunch of other things like that with I think it was Roosevelt back there with wooden steam shovels and all kinds of stuff back then. They was forced. You're sitting around, you're not doing nothing, go. You're going to work, you're going to military, you're going something. You're forced. But that's the colonizer. The colonizer has forced the indigenous on this land into tiny places and moved them when they found the tiny places had resources they wanted. So it's like still the Britannics, it's built into us to make people do what we say when there's enough of us. That's still in charge, and the indigenous in every part of the country, or not.
But
country,
is
but
it
world.
built in all of us? Like that's the thing where
Yeah, it is.
money
It
is the worst like invention like of man, but it has been like tested to be the best way to test human nature. Have you guys heard that? Just like
Yeah,
you give
and
somebody
security. Yeah.
So this is where
Once
like
you get it,
what do you do with it? Like do you
you have to hold it. You have to accumulate it and hold it, and you have to protect it because somebody else wants it because you got more than them, because you want more than them, because why not? More's nice. But they want it too, and sometimes they'll take it from you.
what?
I
Okay,
mean, I
so
heard
like
about that.
you had to flip it up. I've heard about that people are getting robbed. It just, come on,
It's a
dude.
rumor.
But like this for me, like my family, like came to this country as immigrants. My father was 19 years old with like less than $100. Granted that was like went longer further than it does today, but like didn't speak English, just like had a dream of just like being able to work hard with like a goal, like to bring my mother over, like he had like a strict goal objective and like deadline and dream, which I use as like my acronym for the word God. Like my father, like in my own like living like real time childhood like life, I realize like even now, thank you God, that he has like demonstrated like how the Bible works in real life. Like him and my mother would like write like letters, handwritten letters that would have to be mailed by like the postal services, like before UPS and all that stuff. Like, so there was a 3-month time delay, right? My mother got her first letter from my father 3 months after he's already been in America. So she's probably like reading just like, hey, I just got here and everything's just like amazing. It's like nothing like Korea, like blah, 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 right? And she's like, oh, great, like he's okay. But then doesn't know that in that same time, like in real life, like in America, my father is struggling, like nobody's gonna like hiring him, but every day just writing letters. So the next day it's just like, hey, I'm looking for a job. Hey, I got a job. Hey, I got fired, like that thing. And my mother is just doing this and my father is keeping up with that. And that's like the beauty of just like love, like between a mother and a father, a husband and a wife. But it begins with that husband and wife, like for me, and my father was a man who like really just like, I don't want to say like despised or anything. Like he just didn't have the father that I have through him today. And that is through like my grandfather. If my grandfather wasn't the like terrible father that my father kind of viewed that he didn't want to be for me, then I would have a completely different life. And so I had to just kind of be able to like be humble and like just like grateful for all these things. But again, like I ask myself, like, is Christianity or any kind of religion going to be like a key foundation to like achieving any, if not all, of these like just goals so far, right? And I believe like this is where climate change was like a different attempt. Like we all are going to be affected by the effects of the climate. So if we could just get everybody on board on working on ways that will help mankind, like be, more, aware of our climate, like vulnerabilities. Well, what's wrong with that? Well, it disrupts profits, stock markets, right? Even Al Gore and the electric car, just like the death of the electric car. It was going to kill the gas market, Halliburton's and all that stuff, which America was thriving on, like with its booming economy after war. And so this is where our country, America, I believe has been chosen by God as like the last, right? Like the last New Jerusalem or whatever it is, Zion, like whatever it is, like we are going to be like the light, the greater light that governs the day. But we are now in this slippery position, like in Genesis, where the stars that have been put in our skies also, right, up in the heavens, are now falling to the earth, right? Like we are seeing celebrities just like on the Epstein files or on like the Diddy White, like, so, like I'm just like grateful that my family has like reached this level of success, but maybe hasn't been in this country long enough to get to that point where these generations of like wealth have produced, I guess, like these reputations of like these elite families. But like back in the day, like to be Rockefeller's, I don't know if JD Rockefeller had a son, like it was a different title than just being maybe just so entitled, but again, landlord. You know, people tell me nobody is my Lord except for Jesus Christ. And as a landlord, that's a little kind of like hard for me to if anybody like said that to my parents, just like, you know, I only serve the Lord Jesus Christ, and therefore like your landlord eviction notice means nothing to me. You know, like that's never happened along those lines. But I've seen my mother, my innocent little mother, dealing with like these American like tenants who are black, white, whatever. They're American, right? And they look at my mother as, I don't know how they look at it, but she was in an incident here in Colorado where she was just going up to the door to tape the eviction notice, a 3-day eviction notice, with this tenant who wasn't paying rent for like months. You know, like we weren't just like slumlords. And then the tenant like catches her and just starts attacking my mother. Luckily, my father was standing right there and just sees this happening, just like in real time. And I just am grateful that he had the discipline not to react in passion and just take that tenant and just, you know, give her the same medicine, because he knew that if he did that, that jeopardizes everything that they work for. That was the lesson that he learned in America in that time of struggling, how people just are looking for the quickest way to possibly, you know, turn on a neighbor just to make their lives easier type thing. You know, like, and so this is where, you know, like, I am grateful that my father and mother really tried to like raise me with the best of like the Korean traditions and values that they were brought into, that didn't end up, you know, like they took that and then tried to kind of like fuse it with this new Western free, yet kind of completely opposite. The same kind of storyline of like the Superman like mythology, where it's just like this child who is just sent from another thing, has like, you know, like it's a tale as old as time about father and son. And so, you know, like Lamb, maybe this is kind of an inopportune time, but like we wanted to really do like a Bible study live about why the Messiah is the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and not, as you know, like Trinitarians would say, is like exclusively like a Father and then a Son and then a Holy Spirit, like three separate, right? Like, so, and again, it's like 3:30, but right, Lamb? Like, so what did you think like of this first session? I'm really trying to be the change that I wish to see, especially here on TikTok. So I need some water on my throat. What time is it for you guys? Like, I'm in Mountain Standard Time. Nathan, are you in California?
It's 4:30 here about.
And this is where I ask myself too. There are so many people who are just like on TikTok, like live, like 20 hours a day, like even during the daytime, where I'm just like, is anybody like working like a job that they have to like leave from home, or is everybody remote working? Or, you know, like I know if you're disabled, like, you know, like, hey, you know, like you've reached the point where you get to retire type thing. But my generation, I'm just like, yo, man, are you like, you know, like, are you on some, you know, like, I don't know how to word it, but everybody seems to be striving for the American dream of being some kind of social media influencer, so that you will be able to like actually like sustain, dare I use that word, a living, like just doing this, right? And calling this work. What do you think about that, Lamb? Like, do you see that even like as a like better kind of wording? Just like, what if we try to strategize how we can use social media to develop, I don't know, all of these like human beings that will achieve these needs? Because I think that what's lacking is that we don't have the means to like hire these or even like use these human beings that are going to be necessary to develop clean water strategies and all that. Like that takes engineering knowledge, that takes scientific knowledge, right? So what if your engineering like degree that you like became a slave over, right? Like, did you use that degree, Lamb? Like, and get trapped in that system and then just like finally got out and left that city and, by the grace of God have been able to just, do things without going back to engineering field and working. Does that make sense? Like, because I went for architecture and specifically in environmental and sustainable design. So when you're talking about these sustainable goals, I'm like, I should have probably stuck with my major, right? Like,
I still use the principles of engineering and everything that I've learned just here around the farm and the house and stuff. I mean, it's like you learn things, and in school you learn stuff to do a specific job, but you're learning a principle and how to flow through it and how the system and all that concept works. And it relates out other ways. I've always been able to take things apart and put them back together just by seeing how they worked. My brother's always been able to look at something, see where all the pieces go, take it apart and put it back because he saw he had a photographic memory. I just could see how things interacted. It was just different. I never could close my eyes and see a picture of something I just looked at. I never could remember, like, all right, where did that bowl go? I don't know. What did it look like?
I mean, just like that's just kind of like like photographic memory. Just like you see it once, and then you can just like forever right there, as opposed to just like attention deficit. Like our attention span is just kind of like being tested. But every human being clearly should be able to like have that photographic.
He never got a high school degree either. He never got a GED. He went and learned a job. He couldn't get along in society. He didn't want to play football. Him and his friends and we had a state championship football team in Northern California. And the coach wanted them to play, and they didn't want to play. And they ended up beating up football players and getting kicked out of school because they didn't want to play. They didn't want to do the rules. They didn't want to stay in school. They wanted to sit out in the park and do other things. So
look at photos, right? And that's the thing where like society isn't really like just trying to just accept each individual, like we call it autistic or something like that, where it's just like, what does that even mean? Okay, like your kid is going to have a special need for like, being able to learn and communicate and stuff like that. Isn't that every human being like that thing? Like, does it, like, is this like a thing? But what if we are able to now, like through like public schooling and even like those standardized tests, the Iowa test. I don't know if you took them, Lamb, but I'm just like, why do I keep taking this? And I believe it's to just kind of like see what children like are like maybe stronger in like this career pursuit, like the career aptitude test, like, hey, based on your scores, you are a possible like doctor.
That's how they put you in places in the military. You got to take the ASVAB and take the ASVAB, and it gives you a score, and then it gives you a range of jobs. When I took it, I could take most jobs. I didn't care about nuclear stuff. I went avionics. I wanted to learn about aircraft aviation electronics, and when it was time to go in, my uncle's a colonel, works at the Pentagon. He told me they're looking for MPs. Be careful. If they fail your physical, they'll try to make you an MP. And if you don't want to do it, you just tell them forget it and just check out. And that's what I had to do. I had to tell them forget it. And I couldn't go in the military then because they tried to change it on a protocol change, not on just, I passed the test. I had the scores, but they needed a protocol filled. That'll happen when it's a government agency dictates this protocols have to be filled. That was so crazy because they were handing me they were working on my papers, put me in a waiting room with some kid that was in there crying because his father had just passed, and he swore he had to show up, and he was going to have to go in, and it wasn't going to be enough money, and mom was going to have to move. and he had enough money in the job that they could stay where they're at. And he was bawling his eyes out, and I told him about it, and he went and told them, and they escorted me out of the building to wait for my bus ticket. They did not want me talking to anybody else. They had protocols to fill. They told me flat out to shut up. Two big guys stood there and made me be quiet on the steps. That was almost funny. I was so pissed, but at least I helped one guy. My uncle
Oh,
warned me about it because it's just protocols. They have to. So that'll happen when they do these. This is what we decided and the collective did, but it's a collective of one guy saying it basically, and we're guided by 12 divided pairs. I ain't doing it. They
I
can.
mean, like if you're gonna enlist in the army and like you have a hope to like go into like aviation, some field in aviation, and then your uncle, who is like a high-ranking official who works in the Pentagon, tells you just like, "Hey, be careful. They're really trying to find, like MPs to like fill a quota or something like that." And you're just like,
Yeah, yeah,
"Oh, okay. Well, you know, I'm gonna just quit there, right?" Like it's just like I don't know.
yep.
I
That's
had
what
it
I had to
easier.
do. Yeah.
I heard they don't want chinks in their chain. And I was like, well, I guess that means no Asians. So that's how quickly I was just like, like disqualified in my own mind. But like that's the thing. I would say like in this sustainable goal, like there better be some kind of like like number where they talk about just like demilitarize like nations and work towards like peace, like peace corps and stuff like that. Is there anything like that on there, Lamb? Like if it's not, then Father forgive us for we know not. Like but it's this UN, the United Nations, which excludes any nation that isn't, or that's communist, right? And that is where none of this is going to work. And I believe, I don't know, like there is like this divine thing, but I don't know. Let me. I'm just is P Diddy like at least still locked up, or did he end up like weaseling his way out like on probation somehow? Like that was the thing where I believe God is going to make a public example of Sean Combs, and like you heard it here first. But like he's somebody who I know he had to have like seen like Epstein's kind of strategy and been like, you know what, I could take this to like a different type thing. And so I see him like as behind like the Tupac and Biggie like thing. Like I don't know. I see Diddy as just like he's done. Like even 50 Cent. Did he do it? Yeah, he did it. He's done. And that's the thing. Like I think that there have been a lot of stars who have been through their artistic like boundaries like tried to, I don't know, communicate this, like Lamb had listed in one of the steps, like I believe step 4 or something. It's like eliminate all communicative like diseases or viruses and non-communicative viruses. I was just like, what the heck is that? like
Hey, look, where's one of the favorite comedians of the 70s at right now for inappropriate behavior with people? Bill Cosby. He's not out walking free that I know of.
Bill, I mean, like, is he like alive still? Like, that's the thing where
He's incarcerated because
yeah,
of
right, like with all the pudding pops and stuff like that. But it's just like, whoa, yeah, everybody thought like this sweater, it's just like this wholesome thing, and then the whole thing with like Nickelodeon, right? You see how deep it goes, and how just like willingly parents just like just were like not even like coerced or anything. They were like hoping that their child would be like a child like star, or they could be an actor, right? Like that was like the American dream for America to become, like type thing. Like it went from
you heard of Alanis Morissette, the artist, the singer? Alanis,
the
Alanis
yeah,
Morissette.
right.
She was part of Star Search, and her songs are a lot about that, what was done to her as a kid coming up through all that. It's pretty crazy.
Isn't it ironic? Don't you think?
Yeah.
It's ironic. I just couldn't
A
believe she
little
was married to
too.
Ryan Reynolds. I was just like, whoa, there. But yeah, I mean, yeah, like random celebrity. It's like playing Trivial Pursuit without any of the questions. You know, you just go around. Like,
Yeah, sorry.
yeah. But, I don't know. It's a crazy world that needs like like one unification. So when you say New World Order, like that specific like wording like instigates or like like triggers like people's like information and like knowledge of the New World Order. Oh, like that is like a wrestling team, like with in the
Oh,
WWF, or it is like the sign of the Illuminati, or this was what America was founded on, right? Like America was the new world that had to be ordered compared to the old world, like that everybody was coming from, right? So then, like, what is
yeah.
the next? What is the next
But
like
they
world?
destroyed a whole nation's worth, a whole bunch of nations worth of worlds when they came here and just took it.
They didn't just take it. Like, come on, like that is where
Well, it started out as as they bought stuff. They bought New York. They bought stuff. They made really good deals with the Iroquois and the Seneca nations. They all up and down the coast. They were real like that. But when they went and Custer and all that stuff out west, now it was a whole different game out there. They started taking because they started fighting back, and so they just put them down. They went after the buffalo, their food source, just like the Greeks went after salting the fields. The Romans learned that salt the fields of your enemy, then they have nothing to eat. They'll get hungry. They're weak. They don't have to fight. They just take it. They learn ways, like us. They find ways to financially burden you down, so you have to do what they say you have to do. And it's all about being top dog. They worship Gog, or yeah, the synagogues. They worship Gog, satisfactions. That's Satana. And we all have to worship our satisfaction. We have to breathe, and we have to at least eat what we like sometimes. But this is over other people, not just